I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs
Good morning, good morning. Welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show on a lovely Wednesday morning. It's the midweek, finally, and we're counting down to Friday. Thank you for joining us this beautiful morning. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and of course with me this morning is...
Onyeka Valentine.
And Deborah, let me help you.
It's how he takes a pause whenever he wants to say his name. Like, he puts so much drama in actually saying his name.
Emphasis. Onyeka Valentine.
Onyeka Valentine.
Forget my name for a second.
How are you feeling today?
Very well, can't complain. Today looks, feels more better than yesterday. So, by the way, it's not raining today, so I probably.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Oh, it's a good thing that it's not raining today because yesterday was horrible. People didn't know this, but I came to the studio half drenched. But like they say, the show must go on. So now we're here.
Debbie, you had your work from home yesterday. How was it?
It wasn't work from home. I had to go take care of my health.
Yeah.
And we're going to speak about that.
And how are you feeling now? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling better.
Much better.
The fact that in Edo State, they're actually going through the 2 weeks fast. Then the Oba of Edo said they should embark on 2 weeks fast. And I think I'm going to be part of it.
Yes.
To just,
intermittent fasting.
Yes. I think we can all join.
Yeah.
But wait,
in allegiance.
In this creative space, you need a lot of energy to deliver. And you want to fast?
Yes, we need to fast. Don't you do you like the state of the nation?
Okay.
And it's a verdict from the Oba, so you have to.
Okay.
I love how Nigeria is Nigeria is very religious. We take all of these things very seriously. But you know, when you see a system where there's so much, they pray a lot, they do all this. I'm all for these things, but when you see the people,
right?
It's a sharp contrast. It's the irony for me.
So for me, my only worry is, can we begin to have more industries, more companies than churches and mosques? Once we do that,
this is a conversation that will keep happening until 50 years.
Which is something that Rwanda did. President Paul Kagame actually, I think over thousands of churches were literally closed down and banned in Rwanda.
Is it a good move?
Yeah, of course.
I will say it is a good move. Now, I'm not trying to throw shots at Christians or Muslims, but the thing is this: it's good to pray, yes, but it's also good to be innovative. That's what keeps the economy running. Prayers has its own end, but prayers without work, they're going nowhere. And so Nigeria needs more of industries, more of companies, boost our economy so that foreign investors can come in, and then we can smile and not line up in embassies trying to jack back and them giving us terms and conditions as if it's some lottery or something. We are a big nation. We are a big brother of Africa.
But the giant of Africa, actually.
We must act and behave as such.
Speaking of acting and behaving as such, let's see what we have on the headlines of the papers this morning. Starting off with the Business Day paper. Of course, there are lots of things on the front page of the Business Day paper this morning. The first one on the front page says, farmers shift to cash crops as fertilizer costs jumps 41%.
Right.
That's the headline, the big headline there on the front page of Business Day paper this morning. Again, still on the front page, says no immediate plan to implement 5% fuel tax. And this is from Wale Edun. We'll talk more on this on the big story later on in the show. And then watch rising T-bill yield move for investors. And then also talk about Nigeria's crude grades below $68, raising budget concerns. But just to give our viewers a hint of what they're to expect on the show this morning, of course, we'll be looking at the newspaper review shortly. And then we'll move to Business Morning with Deborah Eze, as well as the big story at 10 a.m. And then we'll come to social listening back again with myself and Valentine. And we'll see some of the stories. Lots of things are happening, so you need to keep it locked on the BDTV Breakfast Show this morning. But speaking of the newspaper review, let's see what we have on the front page of the Business Day paper this morning. We talked about the farmers shifting to cash crops as fertilizer cost jumps 41%. NPK is 50 kilogram more expensive than bag of maize. I know that Valentine has been itching to talk. Itching to speak.
So, it's good that we can hear that farmers want to shift cash crops as fertilizer costs jump 41%. Now, what this simply means is that, look, I'm a farmer, and I'm aware that for what it's worth, if I don't focus more on that which will increase my yield at the end of the day, there's a high tendency that I will be spending more money trying to plant and making less money out of the cultivation when it's time to reap my harvest. Because I'm putting so much money in fertilizer. So if I buy crop fertilizer and I begin to focus more on cash crops that will enable my business run, maybe for what it's worth, I'll make some profit. Right?
Don't you think that's short term?
So this is the thing now. I made that particular analysis to open this conversation, which is it's going to be short term or long term. Short term, they will make some money. Long term, it will not be beneficial. Why? Because more energy and labor will put in to enable that plantation or whatever it is to yield the amount of food that can feed the nation. Have in mind, if this cuts across board and you have those in the middle belt, right, came into this particular thing that look, as farmers, they want to begin to focus more on cash crops, right, as fertilizers jump 41%. So less investment in fertilizer. In other words, less buying of fertilizer, but more on what it is that they can get out of the cash crop itself. What this simply means that long term, we might begin to see decline of those who are key fertilizer, the manufacturers and exporters, or better still, sellers across the country. And who are they targeting? Who is the biggest fertilizer man? The man that does the Lord's work. So you see now. So at the end of the day, at some point, right, there will be a decline. The other part, you will see also, one way or the other, initial gains, but eventually, we might need to come to terms with these things. They will come back to fertilizer. Because the sustainability around that agribusiness will not favor them. Don't forget, look, the more you go all full plantation without fertilizer, the more you have to you have to water.
And we're not looking at it, the busting hunger that's going to cause. Because when you're not able to plant and harvest enough, there's definitely going to be hunger. The food is not going to circulate.
No doubt at all.
So I don't even see this as a good thing. I see that's a short-term income for now for farmers. But in the long run, it's going to cause hunger. And also, the fertilizer you're talking about, is it going to push us towards imports? Because how many fertilizers does Dangote wants to give across when it's cash crops that we're actually relying on?
There's something we're not seeing here now.
What's that?
Opportunity that has opened up.
Okay.
If they do this, what this simply means is that area of monopolization when it comes to fertilizer and those who are, in the front burner, right, will be nipped at the bud. Meaning to say that they will force those marketers and people who are within of fertilizer production and distribution to cut down costs. So this, for me, is a political move. People don't know. Yes, it might look as if farmers don't, they are farmers, they don't, they're not probably politicians, but I tell you, there are some politicians who are big farmers, right? There are some leaders who are big farmers. There are people who understand the business of agribusiness. Some time ago on Industry Focus, I had a guest who spoke about agribusiness, and he broke it down why it's important to begin to go soilless.
Right.
So can you imagine in Nigeria that, I won't say fully depends, but also is an agricultural nation, right? One way or the other. Now goes soilless, now goes a full reduction of fertilizer. What does this mean? It means that other opportunities will open, another industry will begin to come up. My biggest fear, let's think about GMO.
What other industry?
But let's just give a little bit of an insight, like more detail into the story. The story itself is giving us a scoop, and from a BusinessDay market survey that says that from a price, the average price of a 50 kilogram bag of urea been selling for 51,000 naira as against 36,500 sold 10 months ago. So that's showing a 40% increase in price. Now, a 50 kilogram bag of NPK, which obviously is 15, now sells for an average of 60,500, and then NPK 20 sells for 61,000 naira. as against 35,000 naira per kilogram seen a year ago and 23,700 in 2023, which is just 2 years ago. This is, I was talking 40% increase, but this is a 74% and 157% increase over the period. Now, speaking to a farmer, there's a farmer here, Abubakar Aliu, who happens to be a millet farmer in Taraba. He said that farmers are switching from maize and rice cultivation to other crops. So from maize and rice cultivation, maize and rice, which happen to be some of our staple food, to other crops, owing to the high cost of fertilizer, and they are noticing that they equally hope to get high returns on this investment. So to me, I think it's a little bit hectic to even think about.
It's so hectic, and we're going to start, going through food hunger if care is not taken.
So another thing I want to say is that how will this affect the real business owners, those who actually own this particular, fertilizer companies? Look, they can choose a different market. Don't forget that. Exportation is not banned in this country. In fact, we actually, the federal government encourages people to export from Nigeria. So my question is, they are complaining that the fertilizer has jumped. We've seen the indices, we've seen the data, it jumped. Now, will this push manufacturers of fertilizer to bring down their costs? No. If good, meaning to say that if they get better offers, I'm a businessman. If Elizabeth says that she will not buy what I have, right, because it is high, I will go to Debbie and say, Debbie, look, let me tell you, Elizabeth has said that she's going to buy what I have, right, at this cost. However, I want to sell to you because she's your competitor. What do you think? Oh, let me see what you have. I will now reduce such a way that I will still make profit. So I will starve you from it. It's called demand and supply. I want to make sure that every person who supplies you, right, doesn't supply you at all. I will go to people who give you other fertilizer. Look, I will do business with them and stop you, who is a major farmer, from getting anyone at all. Eventually, you will come to the table. It's called politics, agribusiness.
That's why I said we're actually risking people leaning into importation. Now, take rice for instance. The rice we grow, that's the ofada rice, that's what we grow. It is more expensive than even the foreign rice. So now people wouldn't go for the NPK, that's the nitrogen, phosphorus, the 1515 fertilizer anymore. They will now rely on these imported goods that actually sell lesser than the ones that actually that produced here.
Imported rice?
No, I'm talking about fertilizers now. That's what I said. People will lean more into imports, the imported fertilizer, and not the one that actually
is homegrown.
So it doesn't make sense for me.
So which means that if they lean towards importing fertilizer, I'll tell you, understand something, how this thing works. There's no way that it will be cheaper for them to import. Remember, there's custom duty. There's custom, you have to pay custom duties. Secondly, the fact that there's an importation, the federal government frowns at those things. So they will now double the custom duty, make it difficult for you. And now, unless as a farmer you decide to say you want to increase your yield based on cost, since you're buying fertilizer on high cost, it means that by the time I produce, my produce or whatever it is must be on a high side. What does this mean now? You create competition. You've already said there will be hunger crisis. So think about that. So if I am a major competitor, or rather I'm your major, rival in the business, I will now say, wait a minute. So she's selling a bag of rice for, let's say, 100,000 naira because she imports.
I just used ofada rice as an example.
Yes,
that should make you understand.
This is actually getting more interesting. Can we move on from this? Can we move on from this conversation, because it's looking like we're about to start a new, maybe a plantation or like a fertilizer business. But let's talk about the fuel tax. The coordinating minister of the economy, finance and coordinating minister of the economy, Mr. Wale Edun, has come to say that there's no immediate plan to implement 5% fuel tax, which is the fossil fuel tax. And he said this at a press conference in Abuja, where he described this surcharge as a long-standing provision first introduced in 2007. But according to him, the surcharge inclusion in the 2025 Act is part of efforts to consolidate and harmonize existing laws for clarity and ease of compliance. However, the recent mention of the levy in the Consolidated Tax Administration Act sparked fears that Nigerians would face an additional burden on fuel cost starting in 2026, but he has clarified, I'm just trying to paraphrase the entire story. He has clarified that it will not take effect until January 1st, 2026. So I'm thinking that's ample time to prepare.
In this country, anyone who knows Nigeria very well and understands the antics and trajectory that we've been moving towards for the past 60 years should understand Nigeria is not a country that you mention something and hope that they will not jump on it. As I speak to you, transport fares are already getting high. I interviewed somebody the other day on the street, said, come on, how are you guys feeling? We hear that there might be a 5% increase when it comes to tax. And what he said to me, said, transport fares are already getting high. Meaning to say that, and this is already artificial. It's just like the way when our president assumed when he became the president, when he was elected, right? The first thing he said was what? Subsidies what? Immediately that day, cost of things began to skyrocket. What does this tell you? It tells you that when there is an announcement and it's not properly thought out, there's no proper strategy to cushion that particular information, it will spiral out of control. People need to understand that the country we're living in is a dynamic country where information is important. Not like every other country where they drop something, first and foremost, people go and analyze and see how it works. We jump at it and we go hook, line, and sinker. Now, he's now saying that it's not going to take immediate effect. People are already feeling the brunt.
How do you mean?
Transportation. Once transportation begins to increase, food will increase. Everything will follow through. In fact, at some point, right, even those who are business people, entrepreneurs, begin to think, wait a minute, if I overpay my workers or my employees, right, okay, I might face some problems when it comes to buying diesel. So it will ripple out in different ways. And you will see this thing showcase itself such a way that the same people who announce it will come back and say, look, since it has already started happening, ripple effect, let's just go ahead with it. And that's it. That's Nigeria. You must understand your country very well. Understand how, the climate of the kind of country that you live in, the kind of people that you live with. And so before you say something, make sure you have designed a cushion effect so that way it doesn't hit us and hit us hard.
I think let's just keep our fingers crossed. We'll speak more on this conversation on the big story later on the show. But let's move and see what we have on the Punch paper this morning on the BusinessDay TV breakfast show. The Punch paper this morning says doctors to decide on nationwide strike today. This is on page 7 and 29 of the Punch paper this morning. NARD's NEC meets to review government's response to demand, and NAMED decries $1 billion yearly spending on medical tourism. Tinubu restates commitment to health sector transformation and vows to end hospitals' power crisis with hybrid solution. Of course, still on the front page of the Punch paper this morning, it says Nupeng suspends strike as Dangote accepts union's demands. Finally, on page 23 of the Punch paper this morning, and on page 23 of the Punch paper this morning, it says 31 states domestic debt hit 2.57 trillion naira. And on page 2, 2027 presidency, Jonathan splits South-South PDP. And on page 29 of the Punch paper, Osun Kingmakers reject move to the throne jailed monarch. And speaking of vehicle theft, 3 Nigerians jailed for 96 years in Ghana. On page 4 and 5.
What?
That's a long time. That's a life sentence, and because people don't even live to 96 years.
Isn't the death sentence even better
than this?
Because we don't even live for 96 years. So what? 96 years? That's crazy. Then on page 18, PDP and SANS, the protest as Senate blocks Natasha's return. I don't know what this whole charade is about.
Natasha is back
a popular person once said, a famous man once said, let the poor breathe. Can they just let Natasha be? I don't know why. Look at the amount of people, PDP, SANS, protesting for one person. It says a lot.
I mean, you decide which one wants to fire on first. Let me now pour out.
Let me start with Natasha first.
Natasha?
I mean, you're already there.
You're not wrong. So see, the truth of the matter is this. You see, it is said that no publicity is worse than bad publicity.
No publicity is worse than bad, but is that it? Or no publicity
is bad publicity.
No publicity is bad publicity.
I will tell you why I said what I said.
Okay, sure.
Both of them, right, basically are not really, really good, right? But that nobody talks about you at all is worse. In this case, right, we already understand the whole story that led to this point. If they stop talking about her, do you think she'll become that relevant?
But it's not in her power. It's not like she comes out to say, talk about me.
I know.
Exactly.
What I'm heading to is this, is that, look, we are here complaining, oh, why Natasha, let her breathe. She's enjoying the spotlight. That's what I'm saying. Yes. Let me tell you, have you seen an Instagram page we have recently?
Oh my God.
When this whole thing started, she was shy of about, say, 30,000. Now she has more than 50,000 added to her Instagram page.
Are you joking? She has about 200K, I think.
Well, let's go check it out and see. Maybe not Instagram, maybe LinkedIn or whatever.
You know what?
So, but the good thing is,
you're very sentimental when it comes to the Natasha's.
So the good thing is this: is that is it good for her based on publicity? She's a politician. This might come as a surprise. She's enjoying this publicity.
I don't think
Now, hold on, because I will tell you, for you to have gone to that level as a politician, you don't think you have crossed hurdles. She has seen a lot of things, so these things will not shape her. For you to come on national TV to now say, look, you accuse this man of doing that. She was ready for the outcome. So this one now, they're now coming together to say, look, we want to combine our strength, to against her and all that stuff. Look, they're only giving her, they're fanning the flames of war, you want to call it so, because at the end of the day, what I mean war is more people will lean more towards her to gain more sentiment locally and internationally. I'm just saying, look, one of the best ways to allow this to fizzle up is not to talk about it. Right?
But let's be honest, away from publicity or that, I think I don't want us to be sentimental. You are mentioning that she likes the publicity. Okay. Yes, your opinion. But March, it was supposed to be a 6 month. It was supposed to be a 6 month suspension, and it was for March, April, May, June, July, August. It's already time. So what's the problem?
So, understanding how the Nigerian political system is designed, do you think that 6 months is 6 months? In the country that is really that bad.
I don't think that's even a...
I think the situation here is they don't only use 6 months, right, to slow her down before they start designing what else to throw at her. Again, I think they should let her breathe.
That's why we have indefinite suspension.
Which is
exactly.
You can't
give a time frame. You can't say this thing and then
tell me I'm still suspended.
Which is why they use the word system to frustrate her even more. And at the other point, look, like I told you, if I tell you indefinite, I bet you at some point people will forget about it. And it's all over. Because look, you get tired of it, but already you were counting your fingers. In other words, it has what time limit. I'm saying, truth be told, let's do just say, okay, you know what, Natasha, come back and do what you need to do and allow her follow through. Or better still, don't talk about it.
I think for Natasha's case, it's just men being men. I'm just going to leave it as that.
Okay, I was hoping you were not going to pull that card, but since you pulled that card,
because that's it.
Right.
It's very simple. You place me on 6 months suspension. It's 6 months, going over 6 months already, and then you are still claiming that I'm still under the 6 months suspension.
Just on the legal side, on the legal side of things, the from what we are seeing here, the Court of Appeal, according to them, it said that in a letter dating September 4. The acting clerk to the National Assembly, who is Dr. Yaya, says that until the Court of Appeal delivers judgment in her suit against the Senate, she will remain there. The matter remains, so we probably need to get a legal practitioner to also join us on the show to speak on this, just give us more insight. So just understand legally what this actually really means, because it says the matter remains sub judice, and until the judicial process is concluded, no administrative action can be taken to facilitate her resumption.
Have you heard of this powerful?
She'll be duly notified of the Senate decision.
Have you heard of this powerful legal term called adjournment?
So, but in this case, this is not adjourned.
Yes,
this is not adjourned.
When that time comes, right? So you know what? We've heard about something else again. You know what? Let us push this in further. Okay, you know what? Let's put, and it will end up being that indefinite.
Looks like you're the court.
I'm not in love.
I'm beginning to suspect
But
you. I feel like you're the one that is buying these things. Maybe you're somewhere that is telling them, "Oh, please, no, let's now." No, there's also this thing. Maybe you're telling them. I'm beginning to suspect you because you feel very strongly about this issue. But let's talk about the doctor strike, which is to start today. Right now, it's already looking like what will you call this thing? It's like
they're warming up.
What they call that thing? Is it a broken record or something?
It's a broken record, of course.
So when you say something over and over and over again,
and the same action keeps
and the
happening,
same action
over
and the
over
same
again.
result,
Yeah.
and you don't move forward, look, you are stuck in status quo. If they want to go on strike, permit me to say this. I know some people might not find it funny, but I will say it anyways. Look, some people might lose their lives because of the strike. Some people might fall, even use this word, move from being sick to being ill. Things will go haywire. But I tell you, if you want omelette, break the egg. So the question now is, will this strike be the mother of all strikes that will enable, or rather push, right, the hand of the government to give them what they deserve?
I can't say for sure.
If that is the answer, that we are not sure, then this strike should not even hold. Because as far as I'm concerned, what use is a strike if it doesn't bring out meaning? You know, I said it here before that, look, enough of some people going behind to collect small change or whatever, to now say, okay, you know what, we've now had conversation with the governments, and so this strike is now being called off. We don't want to hear that. This is healthcare we're talking about. This is not something else. Healthcare is like the most important sector that cannot be toyed with. Anyone at any point in time can fall sick. And so, what if it happens when if you're a billionaire, your flight is not ready to fly you abroad, and you have to go to the nearest health center, and the doctor who's supposed to answer you turned off his phone just because he's observing the strike? What does that mean? It means you as a billionaire, your money will not save you.
So who's to be blamed now, the doctors or the government?
I mean, truth be told, you cannot blame the doctors because they have worked, they need what it is that is due to them. But you can also blame the government because you realize that government is in continuum.
Never.
What does this mean? When the government is in continuum, which means the previous administration before them, right, had this thing on their table, had doctors' welfare as something to listen to on their table. So why are they not treating it with exigency? Why are they not answering? Why are they not making move? Why didn't they make move at that time? And now we have new people in power. How come they didn't put it there as their priority? Because the amount of money or whatever they're asking for, if you look at it, it dates back a few months or maybe years. And so the question now is, why are we sleeping on this matter? Why are we not taking it seriously? Until we answer that question, it's until then that we cannot have a headway. As far as I'm concerned.
Let me ask you, who is the egg that we are going to break?
I think we need to know who we want to.
So that would be.
Let's all understand. No. It should be today because the nationwide strike starts today. So we need to know.
So since we will talk about it, let's talk about it. Break the egg to make the omelette.
What's the egg?
Right? If this strike must hold, let it hold. And let us finally say, okay, some people passed away, we are sorry. Okay, this happened, we are sorry. But let the doctors get what they want. Even if possible, say sack some doctors, yes. But you sack them so that way.
Sack
to what end?
Hold on. Let me shock you.
To what end?
Let me shock you. You see, this strike cannot be observed 100%. That's why I said you sack some doctors. How? Some doctors will still have to come to work because of some people who are in ICU. Intensive health care, as an intensive care unit, I mean, right? Intensive care unit. Some people are there, and so those doctors have to work on shift and cannot even blink their eyes. This is a serious matter now. No jokes now.
No, we're not joking. No one is joking. It's a serious matter.
Those who are depending on the doctor's shift to stay alive, you need to tell me that they will not observe this strike. They will not observe the strike. And so if the medical guild now says, if you go to work, right, it will affect you, blah 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 blah, what will not happen? In fact, I take back my word. You can't even sack any doctor.
You know, doctors have an oath to save lives no matter what. So what makes this very sad is the fact that they would come out to say they're on strike, but they are still doing their work diligently.
Guess what?
That's what makes this very, very sad.
I will tell you something, David.
And I think that's why the government does not take them seriously, because obviously no doctor would leave their patients dying. Even if they don't give you the full care, they'll still do the normal first aid that you're supposed to do. So
Absolutely.
why would you take me seriously
Absolutely.
when I'm still doing my work and then I'm saying, oh, I'm going on strike because you're not giving me what I'm due?
Now, great point you've made now, which means in this matter, because it's a serious matter. See, this has to tell you why we should bring the end.
Yes.
If we must have a way forward, and this strike will hold, and we must get long-lasting results from this strike, right? Then we will have no sacred cow. The medical doctor that is stationed in Asu Rock will not go to work. I can go on and on. Those doctors and health officers who are put in place to take care of some key people, right, should not go to work. No sacred cow. And let us now see if it's going to work.
All right.
Just to hit the nail on the head, right? This strike should go ahead.
Okay.
Let's now turn our focus to another conversation on the punch. Or should we move to the bank?
Still on the punch. Let's talk about 2027 presidency. Jonathan splits South PDP. Apparently, the whole conversation around him deciding to throw his hat in the ring on something. Obviously, some members of PDP are of the opinion that, oh no, you don't contest against President Tinubu. It's politics. Some members are drumming their support for him, and then ahead of the 2027 presidency, there's lots of conversation around this one. Do you think that, Debbie, do you think President Jonathan or former President Jonathan should throw his hat in the ring and contest for 2027 elections?
Somebody that I know would say, "Make Jonathan go sit down. Wait till they find
who's this person you know?"
On the contrary,
and I agree. I think Jonathan, I would say, was actually in the history of Nigeria presidency, he was the most humiliated president. Yes,
humiliated. Why do you say so?
We knew how Jonathan's time actually ran. Everybody had an opinion about everything that actually was going on during Jonathan's regime, unlike the previous ones, if I do say so. Yes, of course. So for me, you can't go through that and then still decide that, okay, I can fix Nigeria. No, you can't fix Nigeria because no one is going to listen to you. I was saying something the other day. I think Nigeria actually deserves Tinubu. Not because Tinubu is doing anything bad. To be honest, all the policies that Tinubu has actually brought out since he started has been amazing. The issue we have is implementation because we have a failed system. So you bring an amazing policy in a failed system. It's difficult for you to implement it. So I don't think with everything Jonathan actually went through, and during Jonathan's time, all he tried to do was please the North. He wasn't caring about the necessary things that he would have put in place.
If there's one thing I know, Debbie, I know that even if President Goodluck, I keep saying former President Goodluck Jonathan decides to run for office, I know one thing, that his chief, what's it called, opponent or his chief non-supporter, guess who that is? It's his wife, because she said it. Did you see that video where she says, "You have gone there before. Why do you want to go there again?"
If I must weigh into this, right? I'll pick 2 points. First and foremost, Nigeria is not a failed state.
Okay.
I will explain to you why. You see, a failed state is a state that no longer has the ear of the people. If they didn't have the ear of the people, I bet you will probably not be doing this program. So we're not a failed state. What we are facing right now is that we are in a bottleneck. And that bottleneck is the fact that we have leadership that is not meeting up to 100%.
So what comprises a failed state?
Which is why, because a failed state means institutions don't work. A failed state means that the judiciary will not work. A failed state means that the Senate will not work. The new Senate sitting, meaning to say that the military will take over. That's a failed state. In this case, we're not there. So just help us use the right one. Now, this is the sweetest part of it. Is this. Let me sit up a little bit now.
Sit up.
If Jonathan decides to run, but before I would go there, everyone who's a Nigerian right, who is of sound mind and body, has right to run.
Okay.
But the seat is nobody's best right.
Absolutely.
Now, I know you will ask me, so what did Jonathan forget in Aso Rock? The question is that, what didn't he finish in Aso Rock? Which is why I will say this. If we run statistics, because I don't like to talk with my emotions, I like to talk with statistics and fact. If we run statistics and fact, how much was $1 to a naira during his tenure? How much is it now? What was the average income of a Nigerian, and how well could he use that, the common Nigerian use that to take care of his family compared to now? This is how you run statistics, right? You know, stay again. Look at insecurity now and then. Are you telling me that time is what has increased insecurity? No. It is either we decide to say some people are not doing their work properly, which is why insecurity is on the rise. What about the issue of what do you call it again? What's what I'm looking for? Healthcare we're talking about right now. So if you look at all these major, angles, you can now tell yourself that where we are is either better or worse than where we're coming from.
Is it better?
And let's don't forget in a hurry, right? Let's forget in a hurry. Every government has something they are known for. So my question now is, what was Jonathan known for, and what is President Bola Ahmed Tinubu right now? Was it being known for? If you notice, I said being known for. In other words, you see the progress. Jonathan, known, past. I will tell you, yes, no nation is stagnant. Things can either get better or worse. But are things getting worse now? Answer is yes. Okay. And so, but has it failed? No, because if it has failed, then we could have tanked. But we've not tanked. So which means there's still hope. So if that hope,
we're still standing.
Yeah, if that hope is going to be renewed hope, then it should be now. Because they say they are in a renewed hope era. It's now. And if they're not going to renew it, then let us have fresh one. And as far as I'm concerned, just the way Donald Trump came back and ran again and won, if Jonathan thinks that he can fix Nigeria, with or without his wife's approval, there are bigger players there than even his wife. I tell you, there's a whole barrage of people and kingmakers behind him that are not going to listen to what his wife is even saying. She's not the one that's the president. She's the president's wife. The man would have sat back and said, look, he wants to run for this because they've seen the future. Remember, politics is what it is. No permanent friend, no permanent enemy. He hasn't said anything bad about Tinubu. He has only said that, I don't like the way you run the government. It doesn't mean you're personally you're a bad person.
Can I just say something? Yeah.
I'm almost okay. So just so that I land this thing very well, I will say this. Should Jonathan run? If he thinks that he can salvage the country, good and fine. Should Tinubu also run next 2027? If he thinks that he would undo what's happening right now, good and fine. But no one should be relegated to the back.
Freedom to run. Debbie wanted to say something.
Yes, I just want to tell Valentine that he just mentioned everything that makes up a failed state. So when you say a failed state, it doesn't mean the state is not running. Now, what makes a failed state? Security challenges, bad governance.
No, that's not what makes a failed state.
What makes it failed state?
Oh my God. No,
corruption, infrastructural deficit.
Okay,
we're talking education now. Doctors are on strike. Hospital will come tomorrow. There's no transparency in the government. Insecurity today, this person is dying tomorrow. That person,
if there's no transparency in the government, why are we not using the paper?
There's no transparency. Come on,
there's bound to be news.
So you can argue that Nigeria is not fully a failed state, but we're a failed state. Absolutely, I will stand and say that.
So you said Nigeria is not fully a failed state. So are you on the left or on the right?
You can argue.
She's on the part where she says
you can say
Nigeria
it's not fully, but don't tell me it is not a
failed state. So I will tell you this. The reason why I would want to rule out the word failed state is this: every country in this world.
Don't look at the word. Just look at the facts.
So I brought the facts point of view now.
No, you didn't.
I did. I mentioned the 4 cardinal points. I said insecurity. I mentioned healthcare, right? I mentioned cost of living.
Right.
Okay. I also mentioned other areas.
And in all of that, it's a working state.
Hold on. So good and fine now. You see that you shot yourself in the foot now. If you say it's a failed state, which is why Jonathan should run. Are you seeing now? That's what it means.
No.
But because you just said that you said that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is doing what he needs to do and he's doing well. That's what he said.
No, that wasn't what I said.
So which means that if it's a
I
failed
said
state,
don't misquote me.
Okay, you know what? Now, can we go to the next story?
Let me repeat what I said.
Okay.
I said President Bola Tinubu is actually bringing policies that are good, prim and proper. But because Nigeria is not
the system is not working.
That is why these policies cannot work.
And the system has to work.
So I have a question. I have a question to ask you now. If we're a failed state, how come our Senate is still sitting? How come? Hold on. Let us stop with facts.
It doesn't say no governance. It says weak governance. There's a difference between no
governance. But you're
the point. A failed state means they will now create some. Have you ever been in a failed state before?
No, hold on. Failed state, no failed state. We've been on this conversation for a long time. Can we move to the next conversation? We can take this out of camera. Let's go.
Vanguard newspaper.
Right.
The big story on the Vanguard says world leaders envoy condemns Israel's attack on Qatar. And the writers there says attack reactions to Monday's Jerusalem shooting. Netanyahu and UK Prime Minister distances self from attack. Experts call for de-escalation of crisis. And the Pope, that's Pope Leo, said it's a serious situation. And another headline says gridlock as flash floods take over Lagos roads, paralyze businesses. I think we should talk about that.
Yes.
Because every year it's flood.
Although it's overemphasized though.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay, and one more headline. NUPEC suspend strike after DSS broker truce with Dangote.
Let's talk about the flood because it affects every one of us, especially those of us in Lagos. We know how you just have some rain and then you're stuck in traffic for 4 hours. I've been seeing people complaining and ranting. By the way, just for our viewers, if you have no business being on the road, I'll just advise you to just stay at home. Do what you have to do.
Are you already calling for emergency?
No, it's not a state of emergency. It's just if you have nothing to do on the road, what are you even doing on the road? By the way, you're just adding to the traffic. So for your own good,
we're making so much.
Stay at home. Those of us that need to be at work, we will come to work.
For somebody who comes here and the first thing he says every day is thank God it didn't rain today. It's so much.
Exactly. He still complained about yesterday and being half drenched.
So I think this also you mentioned something today. It's like we're just eating an empty container, right? Because every year that it's the rainy season, this is what we get to see. At this point, I don't even know if there's a redemption for this.
I mentioned something earlier on.
Yeah,
I said it here about 2 to 3 weeks ago. Sorry, I'm cutting you because it's quite dear to me. I said, look, who builds a mega city and decides and chooses to say, nature, relax, we'll win you. No one wins the war against nature, which is what I've said before. If we are pushing further, right, pushing Barbage, sorry, bad word, no more Barbage.
But we are above sea level. I don't think it has to do with that.
Hold on, I'm coming somewhere.
Okay.
Look, let us say this thing and take with facts.
Okay.
When you claim the sea, inch by inch, do you think the sea will not find its way across?
No, when you're above sea level.
Even if you're above sea level,
I think one of our problems is also our drainage system.
So I was coming there now. So now what's happening right now is this. There is, have you read the recent report about the effect of the Atlantic and the ripple effect it has on the axis of the bridge that's beside what's called Bonica? There's a report I read online. After we're going to check it out and see.
Okay, we need to
look. The water now is moving at a fast rate with the current flowing through that axis and going towards people who live in Lekki area. And so already, which I will agree with you, our drainage system is not all that. So this is the part that's now more of a concern. If the drainage system are not being fixed year in, year out, why am I paying 5 million for a 2-bedroom in Lekki? Why? Because I'm thinking it's close proximity to my office, right? But this is the sad part of everything, is that money you are spending there, those who are in charge of environmental sanitation, even in the ministry, they come and they collect levies every now and then. Why not put that money together and fix the drainage? And they told us that you know what? Even if you fix this drainage, it used to be flooded again. Why? Because the same sea level you're talking about has now risen on the banks of that VI area.
Okay.
Because not the same water level any longer. It has increased a little bit now. If you want to know, go to the beach and look at it. You will see the mark. It has increased a little bit. What does it mean? You will see the mark there. What does it mean? It means that the current now and the water level has come up. So small, tiny rain, we were complaining. God loves us in this country.
The problem.
He loves us. Because if he sends us heavy rain, we will not be in this studio. We'll probably come in here with our life jackets.
So there are people we call town planners, right? That plan cities. You get. If you notice, Abuja does not go through this issue of flood or no flood.
Properly planned.
The issue with Lagos
you
is
can't
the
compare
fact that
Abuja,
because
Tableland, and
properly,
Lagos.
I'm not comparing. I'm trying to explain to you, give you an example of two cities that were probably one that was properly planned and one that was not. Before the whole Eco Atlantic, before the whole filling the sea, Lekki, especially Agungi area, Jakonde, they go through flood.
Before
yes,
it's not true.
Oh my God! At least I stayed in Agungi. I stayed in Agungi from the period of 2010 to 2020.
So let me tell you, in the 80s,
most
of us went to this Barbage, and after that, if you like, you can go to what they call Eleko Beach back in the that was in the 90s. Sorry, let me tell you, at that time, if you ever experienced Barbage was wonderful.
No, but let's be honest, Valentine. The truth is, we have a state, Lagos State. Debbie mentioned something talking about putting it side by side, Abuja and Lagos. Firstly, Lagos State is quite small in landmass, but we are overly populated. And then you also know that Lagos State is also, when we talk about planning is poor.
I disagree.
And that's why we have a poor drainage system.
Lagos planning is not zero, but
poor drainage system.
I would defend Lagos State.
No problem, it's fine, but we have a poor drainage system.
Right.
And this drainage system is also one of the problems that we have. So you'd see that it rains, especially in the flood-prone areas. It rains, and then you see those what's it called? They are filled. The drainage, the gutters, they are filled. You're seeing waste. You're seeing bottles. You're seeing all of those things. Nothing has been done. When Governor Ambode that came, when he came, as at that time when he came, they tried the cleaner Lagos thing, and it made things better for a bit. But unfortunately, it wasn't sustained. The powers that be, or I don't know for sure, but the powers that be didn't allow it didn't allow it to be sustained, and we're back to where we were. At that time, we were able still trying to just get things together. It would have, if it was sustained, we would have been having a better story to tell now.
Okay.
But don't say Lagos doesn't have an improper, let me put it that way, bad drainage system and planning system. Lagos doesn't have that.
Right. We have to move now. Let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day this morning on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Speaking of failed states, let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day.
So, it says, ladies and gentlemen, we are flying over 40,000 feet. Literally, they are 40,000 feet there.
And figuratively.
Figuratively is not. I'm trying for the way to, throw in my normal sense of humor. But
no, I think you should just say it how it is. You don't have to say with a sense of humor.
So the picture shows people's feet. Yes, people's feet, and then in something sort of like a deserted area, and then there's a signpost there that says victims of insecurity, and those are the feet that we're seeing. And then you see flying Air Force One, and then someone in the pilot says, "Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, we're flying over 44,000 feet," and that's literally and figuratively. It just shows the situation that we are right now.
The people up there are flying 40,000 feet, while the people down there are 40,000 feet. Yeah.
How said so? May we not see an additional indices to that? Because these are families who have lost loved ones or who
Absolutely.
are losing loved ones. But as we speak right now, another crime is being perpetrated somewhere. And we just wonder, when will we stop, when we ever come to the studio, open our newspapers and not see killings or people being abducted?
I don't think that will ever happen.
Because you see, I'm very passionate about Nigeria. Anyone
on page 18 of the Punch says 5 soldiers and terrorists feared killed in Zamfara
I wasn't even done talking.
every
now
day.
We're talking about killings again. This is not natural disaster. It's not caused by act of God. It's caused by human beings. And the question is, whatever happened to our humanity?
Okay, that's where we wrap it up this morning on the newspaper review segment. We hope you enjoyed it. Up next is Business Morning with Deborah. Please stay with us.
Welcome to Today in History, right here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Noma Owona. On this day in 1846, the patent for sewing machine was awarded. The United States Patent Office awarded a patent for the first sewing machine with a lock-stitch design to Elias Howe from Spencer, Massachusetts. While he had little success marketing his machine in the US, machines similar to his design became very successful, especially among women. The similarity of the machine sold by Isaac Singer, founder of the Singer Sewing Machine Company, to Howie's machine prompted Howie to take Singer to court, and he won the case. On this day in 1946, Jack Ma was born. Originally born as Ma Yun in Hangzhou, Zhejiang Province, China, he rose to become one of the country's most prominent entrepreneurs as founder of the Alibaba Group. Fascinated by English from a young age, he practiced by guiding foreign tourists in Hangzhou, yet he failed twice the entrance exam to Hangzhou Teachers College before gaining admission on his third attempt in 1984 and graduating with a degree in English in 1988. He then taught at the Hangzhou Institute of Electronics and Engineering until 1993, after which he founded Haibo Translation Agency in 1994. A US trip in 1995 introduced him to the internet, inspiring him to create China Pages, one of China's first web development firms. Though he left after fierce competition from Hangzhou Telecom. By 1998, he led an internet company in Beijing under the Ministry of Foreign Trade, but in 1999, he returned to Hangzhou to found Alibaba, focused on small businesses to small business trade. To build trust, Alibaba charged membership fees and in 2003 launched Alipay as a secure third-party payment service. Its success attracted eBay, which failed to acquire it, and Yahoo, which bought 40% in 2005, followed by a $1.7 billion Hong Kong IPO in 2007. Meanwhile, Ma launched Taobao in 2003 to counter eBay EachNet. Unlike eBay, it charged no fees, relying on ads and extra services, and by 2007, it claimed 67% of the market, forcing eBay to retreat. In 2011, Taobao split into Marketplace, Mall, and eTao. While in 2014, Alibaba made history with a $21.8 billion IPO on the New York Stock Exchange, valuing it at $168 billion. Ma later announced in 2018 that he would step down as chairman in 2019 but stayed on the board. He had also overseen the 2014 creation of Ant Group, Alipay's parent, whose 2020 IPO was suspended amid regulatory demands and a broader antitrust probe. In 2021, Alibaba was fined $2.8 billion for monopoly violations, a modest sum compared with its vast revenues, marking both mass triumph and the challenges of navigating China's digital economy. And that is how far we can take you today in history, right here on BDTV. Welcome to Today in History, right here on BDTV.
And it's that time of the morning when we talk business. Hello and welcome to Business Morning on the Breakfast Show here on Business Day Television, broadcasting to you live from our studio here in Lagos, the nation's commercial capital. I am Deborah Eze. Now let's begin with the top news stories making the rounds in the world of business. A statement by the Ministry of Labour and Employment on Tuesday showed that an agreement had cleared the way for the unionization of Dangote Group workers within 2 weeks from 9th to 22nd of September 2025. The statement also noted that none of the Dangote workers would be victimized as a result of the trade dispute. Recall that the National Union of Petroleum and Natural Gas Workers had embarked on strike over the refusal of Dangote Group to allow its workers to unionize by the registered labor unions. The federal government, through Mohammed Dinyadi, Minister of Labour and Employment, however, called both parties for a reconciliation, resolving the issue at a marathon meeting, which started on Monday night and could not end until Tuesday evening. And moving on, the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, and the Chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform, Taiwo Oyedele, has declared that there was no immediate plan to implement the 5% fuel tax now or January 1st, 2026. The Trade Union Congress of Nigeria had on Monday issued a 14-day ultimatum to the federal government to rescind any plan to introduce any tax surcharge or risk a total shutdown of the economy. Edu, who addressed a press conference in Abuja, admitted that while the Tax Administration Act will become operational on January 1st, 2026, the 5% fuel surcharge, which is captured in the Act, will not automatically come into effect. And still on, revenue generation at the Rivers Port has witnessed a 32% hike, with the Area 1 Command of the Nigeria Customs Service raking in 187 billion naira in the first 8 months of 2025. The Nigeria Customs Service, led by Bashir Adewale Adeni, Comptroller General of Customs, had initially proposed a revenue target of 6.584 trillion naira for 2025, later raised to 10 trillion naira by Nigerian Senate. Agency reports, however, suggest that the NCS may have already surpassed their initial target projection for the first half of 2025. Comptroller of Customs and outgoing Area Controller of Area 1 Command, YM Ashim, while handing over to his successor, Salamutu Atuluku, on September 4th, say the feat was made possible through the collaborative efforts of officers and men of the command. And to end the news, Mali's military revealed that it had carried out airstrike in the gold-rich western region of Kais after Al-Qaeda-linked militants took steps to impose a blockade on fuel imports to the landlocked West African country capital, Bamako. The operations are the latest attempt by Mali's military rulers who took power after coups in 2020 and 2021 to ease growing pressure from militant groups. A spokesperson for Jamaat Narusat Al-Islam wal Muslimin on Thursday announced a blockade, insisting it would also restrict the movement of residents of the western town of Kais and Nioro, near the border with Senegal and Mauritania. And still to come after this break, navigating post-oil diversification and SME resilience. Just stay with us.
Insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
We are financing that helps you expand expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
Attention business division ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning on the Breakfast Show here on Business Day Television. Now let's move to our first conversation for today. Small and medium enterprises, SMEs, are widely recognized as the backbone of Nigeria's economy. They account for nearly half of the country's GDP, employ millions of people, and drive innovation across sectors from agriculture to retail, manufacturing, and technology. Yet, despite their immense potential, SMEs in Nigeria continue to face a daunting challenge: access to finance. According to the International Finance Corporation, Nigeria faces a staggering $158 billion SME financing gap. This gap not only stifles growth and expansion for small businesses, but also limits their ability to create jobs, compete globally, and contribute meaningfully to economic development. For many entrepreneurs, the barrier include high interest rate, lack of collateral, limited access to credit information, and inadequate government support. But what can be done to close this gap? How can financial institutions, policymakers, investors, and entrepreneurs themselves work together to unlock the needed capital? And more importantly, what innovative model of financing, such as fintech solution, venture capital, impact investing, and government-backed credit guarantees can be leveraged to support the growth of SMEs? Joining us today to shed light on this pressing issue is David Adeoye. He's the Director of Quarters Economics. He's also an expert with deep insight into SME financing and economic growth. Good morning and thank you for joining us, Mr. David Adeoye.
Good morning, madam. Nice to be with you this morning.
Thank you so much for joining us. Now let's go straight into it. Now let's set the scene. Nigeria's SMEs, they contribute significantly to the economy, and yet the financing gap remains really huge. So why do you think this challenge persists despite the sector's importance?
Okay, well, so where we stand today as a nation, we have an economy that is largely informal, and the financing gap we see is not limited to SMEs in isolation. It's something that we have to look at the entire economy, look at the other players. Now, there are two major reasons why SMEs find it hard to get the kind of financing they need. The first reason is the risk profile. Most financial institutions are not able to cope with the risk profile of many SMEs. Now, when the economy itself presents a lot of macro risks, like we've had until recently when stability began to return to the economy, it is normal for financial institutions who are custodians of other people's funds to be careful in terms of the risk profile that they assume. Now, that is something we cannot shy away from. The other fact we also cannot ignore is the cost of financing. When you have a situation where even a number of established borrowers are getting funding at 25% or more, SMEs are literally consigned to the group of those who will borrow at 30% or more. And the question to ask is, what is the profit margins that these small and medium scale enterprises are getting? If the profit margin is low, then affordability of credit becomes an issue. So one can say that except for those few SMEs that are quite strong in terms of their operating performance, in terms of their margins, in terms of velocity, it will be difficult for most SMEs to access funding at the current rates that we are having. But in addition to that is the issue of risk profile. Financial institutions, lenders in particular, are very comfortable with stable cash flows. And when we talk about risk, it's about variability. When the variability in returns is quite high, lenders naturally shy away. So this situation will persist, or has persisted, and will still persist as long as these two factors are in place.
Right.
So long as we have high costs, and low and the high risk profile of SMEs. Yeah.
Okay. So the IFC, they estimated that the gap is at 158 billion US dollars. So what do you think this figure mean in practical terms for the Nigeria's economic growth?
Now, that's an interesting statistic. If we put that side by side with the size of our GDP, we find we are having an SME funding gap that is something in the region of 60% of our GDP. And by the way, most analysts have estimated Nigeria's GDP at $243 billion. At Quotas Economics, we take a different view. Our GDP is actually about $252 billion. And I'll explain to you why. The $243 billion was arrived at by applying an exchange rate of 1,600 or 1,580 to Nigeria's Naira GDP, as if it were an account balance. We should understand that the GDP is what we call in economics a flow variable. It's not a stock variable. So the GDP is produced over the course of a period from January to December. If that is the case, the right approach to compute the GDP will be to convert the Naira GDP at the average exchange rate during the year. And we used that, and we arrived at a figure of $252 billion. Now, having said that, if we divide 158 by 252, that means we have a funding gap that is about nearly 63% of our GDP. That is quite huge. So in terms of our economic growth, it suggests that we cannot in any way come close to our aspirations, whether in terms of the size of the economy or in terms of poverty alleviation, so long as this funding gap remains. Now, businesses have to be profitable. Margins have to improve for them to be able to afford the available capital that we have. And you see, even while I mentioned the bank rates, the truth is that many SMEs even borrow at a higher cost. You have those that borrow at close to 5% per month. There are those that borrow at 3.5%, 4% per month to do their business. Now, if the funding is available, if we can unlock, let's even say half of this funding, if we can unlock simply even let's say $50 billion of SME funding, it can have massive effect on Nigerian SMEs. But again, it's not just the quantum, the cost matters. At what cost does this funding come? So we need to think about that as well. So we have growth that is trapped because of the lack of SME funding.
Speaking about SME funding, now let's move to the challenges that these SMEs face. So from your perspective, what are the main reasons SMEs struggle to access financing and also funding in Nigeria?
Okay, good. Now, when we talk about business or businesses, there is the issue of formality or informality, but there's also the issue of size. So SMEs are categorized based on size. And when we look at the threshold, before now, we used to say that an SME is a company or is a business that generates annual revenues of less than 500 million naira per annum. That's annual revenues of 500 million naira or less. But it's important that we get dynamic with some of these classifications. If we are using 500 million naira as the threshold for SME classification, when we had an exchange rate of 413 or 443 naira to a dollar, are we still using the same benchmark today at an exchange rate that is about a third of that? So it's important to be clear on the threshold. But when we come back to the issue of financing, why do SMEs struggle? Number one, there is the issue of stability, which again comes to risk profile. Has the business operated with stable results over time? Second, we have the issue of structure. Third, we have the issue, and when I talk about structure, does the company have appropriate divisions that takes care of specific aspects of operations and functions. Some companies will require that, some may not. Still talking about structure is the related issue of governance. Now, what you find is the lending criteria or the lending framework that most financial institutions use have to do with formal organizations and company organizations with a level of size, a level of formality, a level of structure. So usually an SME will not qualify. But we've seen a number of financial institutions, from deposit money banks to microfinance banks, who are actually pushing. There's a particular tier 2 bank that has been pushing hard for SME advisory and pushing hard in terms of SME assistance. So the institutions are doing quite a lot, but the issues of variability in performance, which is tied to the risk profile, still persists. And of course, the costs, then the matters of structure. When lenders are giving out money, they are looking at capacity, they are looking at character, they are looking at collateral, which is an issue we'll come to quickly. They are looking at covenants. How enforceable are some of the covenants that you have in loan agreements with an SME business, especially when the SME company is asset light and does not have physical or real collateral, like we will say. Yeah, so these are issues that most SMEs still struggle. And one aspect we cannot overlook is the issue of credit risk. Large companies can survive when customers default or clients default on payments. For SMEs, it becomes an issue when you operate in a weak credit system. If customers or clients are not paying, it affects the operations of the business. Now, this is even a bigger issue for SMEs that operate in the service industry. For those that operate in physical goods, it's somewhat easier to insist on cash and carry. But for SMEs that sell services, I can assure you it can be a struggle getting clients or customers to pay as and when due. It's a major issue. And if lenders don't have the assurance that your customers will pay on time, it raises your risk profile. It makes lenders quite uncomfortable.
Okay, now speaking about the lenders and these financial institutions, how do you think the banks especially and other financial institutions can redesign their lending practices to better support these small, medium enterprises?
Okay, now, so for a start, it's important to understand that the banking sector in particular is a highly regulated sector. So a bank typically has limited discretion on what it can do. And like I mentioned earlier, our traditional lending template or framework favors large established organizations. They are able to borrow cheaper because their credit profile is quite lower compared to SMEs. So if we are going to start thinking or having a discussion on how banks can assist SMEs with access to funding, we have to begin with the regulatory framework. And this is something that will require deliberate conversations between or among banks, their regulators, and the SMEs themselves. There is need to come to a consensus on what can work. Now, I use this analogy or this metaphor. It's difficult sometimes for people who wear tie and suits and who sit in air-conditioned offices to, on their own, simply create policies for businesses that sweat under the sun. For people that struggle from warehouse to warehouse, who are doing delivery. So if we are coming up with the right policies, first thing we need to do is to sit down and secure a proper diagnosis we need to go beyond analysis. We need to ask ourselves, what are the real issues? We see everyone sees the symptoms, but what are the real issues? What causes variability? Now, one of the things that I know that some institutions have tried to do is, okay, if an SME supplies an established business, the risk profile of that SME can be, in a way, linked with that of the established business that it works with. So we need to also look at the entire ecosystem, but our policies must be embracing in terms of consultation, in terms of addressing the real issues. Then it's quite important that we also look at the growth of SMEs. An SME should not remain an SME after 10 years, as it were. Yes, some businesses may not scale to become multi-billion naira business, but it's also important to see what hinders the growth, because things that hinder growth will naturally hinder access to financing. So we can say also, what incentives can the regulators and lenders create? How do we encourage SMEs? There are plenty of companies that even do multi-billion naira in turnover, but are not as formal. How do we encourage them to become formal businesses and so on?
Okay, now let's quickly wrap it up, because you've said so many amazing things concerning this conversation today. So for the sake of SMEs listening today, what steps do you think they can take to actually make themselves more investment ready? Because in as much as we bring the government into this, are these SMEs ready for whatever change that we are actually clamoring for today? So what do you think they can actually take to make more themselves more investment ready?
Well, so number one, investment in an existing business will be based on records. So SMEs need to be careful to maintain adequate and proper records, not just financial, of what goes on, how goods move in, how they move out, prices, cost, margin. Yes, it's important to maintain the right financial records of a company's operations, have audits from time to time. That is fundamental, because from both a legal, a regulatory, and a banking relationship perspective, records speak for a business, and the records of a business speak for themselves. Secondly, is beyond records, it's important for SMEs to engage in formal planning. What is the strategy of the business? So records deal with the past and give a picture of where the business is at the moment. But looking forward, what is the plan? What are the opportunities the business will need to unlock? Where can it create value? What are the issues it is facing? What are the plans to address those issues? So first thing I will say is records, and SME should not joke with records, because by default, SMEs focus on performance and survival in most cases. And if you are not careful, it's easy to get overwhelmed with the day-to-day challenge of keeping the business going. But records are critical. No one can unlock the future without a clear plan. We can't depend on just good fortune. And in our office, there's something we talk about, method over magic. So it's also important to understand, how does this organization plan, or how does this business plan to position itself over the next 5 years, over the next 3 years, and so on. So those will be my two key takeaways. And from time to time, I will say regular diagnosis. Check what is working, check what is not working, and find practical solutions for what needs to be fixed.
So finally, now let's look ahead. Do you believe that Nigeria can realistically close the 158 billion US dollar financing gap? And what's the roadmap?
Can we close this? The answer in my mind will be yes. Nothing is impossible. We can close the gap. How? Which I believe you are talking about the roadmap. In looking at the roadmap, we need to consider two things. We shouldn't constrain ourselves about thinking linearly. Our roadmap should be guided by a proper diagnosis. What ails the business? If a business is not profitable and we are pumping funding into it, we probably will have a black hole. So it's important to check where are the areas of highest and best use of this funding. Then beyond that, how do we feed the growth of the economy on the demand side so that the funding can be meaningful? So I will say that, yes, we can close the gap, but to close the gap requires us to look beyond the gap, to ask ourselves certain questions. What is the revenue profile of our SMEs? How can we enhance that revenue profile? How can we help SMEs improve their margins? If revenues grow and margins improve, funding becomes meaningful, funding becomes safe, funding becomes lower risk, as it were. So I will say the things that ail our SME group, they actually go beyond the SME sector. As a country, we need to promote enterprise over establishment, as it were. Let's promote the culture of trade, the culture of making things. Thank you.
All right. So before I actually let you go, I want to know, do you think the partnership between government, banks, and also fintech, and I can actually say international investors, do you think it can accelerate SME growth?
Yes, it can. Now, it can definitely accelerate SME growth. I talked about the issues we need to look at, but it's also important to look at this from a process perspective. So what are fintechs looking for? Fintechs want scale and they want results in terms of profit. So a fintechs will assist to provide access to funding. They can simplify the funding process, they can simplify risk profiling and so on. On the part of government, I think the interest of government, for one, should go beyond revenue generation. The interest of government should primarily be on economic growth. When the economy grows adequately, the government gets revenues and we can reduce poverty. So government needs to be clear about its objectives and which of those objectives take precedence. Now, beyond that, for international organizations, they call the international investors, they come in two or three categories. You have donor agencies, you have multilateral funding, and you have the investors, plain vanilla investors. They just want returns on their money. All those three, now the development financiers or donor agencies want to be sure that you can provide, that your investment environment is good, and where it's not, they look at what can be fixed, they assist. The plain vanilla investors, they want returns on their money, so they are not coming around to help us improve our business environment and so on. So the partnership so government needs to look at the requirements of each of these categories and position to address the issues, and where necessary, empower our institutions to do certain things differently. Not just to do new things, but to do some things differently. That will help as we try to close this gap.
Thank you so much for your insight on Business Morning Show at Adeoye David. We really appreciate your time.
Thank you too.
All right. Still to come after the break, gap, making technology accessible for African entrepreneurs. Just stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
All right, welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning on the Breakfast Show. Now let's move on to our second conversation for today. Across Africa today, the conversation around entrepreneurship is incomplete without technology. From retail to agriculture, healthcare to logistics, digital tools are redefining how businesses operate. Yet, while technology presents immense opportunities, many entrepreneurs continue to struggle with access, whether it's high cost of digital adoption, limited technical expertise, or even the simple belief that technology is only for people with a background in coding. The good news is that innovation is catching up with these challenges. The rise of no-code platforms and artificial intelligence is reshaping the entrepreneurial landscape, allowing business owners, even those without technical backgrounds, to build, scale, and automate their businesses. These solutions are not only breaking barriers, but also creating a more inclusive ecosystem where anyone with an idea can bring it on to life. Joining us today is Deborah Omotara, a dynamic professional whose career bridges communication, client relationship management, and technology-driven innovation. She currently serves as a community manager at No Code Africa, where she trains and mentors young people to embrace digital tools, and as a senior client relationship manager at Checklist Support Services, where she helps businesses solve challenges through innovative tech solutions. Good morning, Deborah Omotara. It's good to have you on the show.
Hi, good morning. How are you doing? So great to be here.
I'm very well. It's good to have you again. All right, let's go straight into it. Deborah, you started your career in communication and client relationship management. What inspired your transition into tech ecosystem, and how has that shaped your perspective?
Oh, well, I will start by saying tech is for everyone and tech is the future. What actually inspired my transition into tech started when I was contracted to work on the project, and that's the project was tech inclined, and I didn't have any knowledge in tech, so I actually lost, that project. So I felt very bad because I felt tech is accessible. I could have gone to YouTube, check on videos, and see how I can, master the craft. But losing that opportunity gave me the passion to say, oh no, I want to be in this tech space. I want to start something. And so far, after taking self-learning, courses, and also reaching out to people who are already in the tech space, I was able to get access to mentorship, and this helped me to start my tech journey. So I transitioned from just being a client relationship officer to being a tech enthusiast, and also helping others to navigate the tech space. So it's easy for me to say, yes, it has actually changed how I see the world entirely. I usually use this, tech is the magic wand, and it just helps you just do bididi magadabu, and everything works perfectly. So it has shaped my perspective to say the world can actually be better when we create more solutions using technology. So we can see the likes of all the technology things that we use currently in Nigeria and even outside the country. We'll see that the world is becoming easy, better with technology. Yeah, that's what I have to say regarding that. My perspective has really changed.
Yeah, in your line of work, how have you seen entrepreneurs' mindsets around technology evolve over the years?
I think I posted something on my LinkedIn page some weeks back. How I was making a comparison between a project, like a business plan I wrote some 3, 4, 5 years ago, and it was just a business that didn't involve technology. It was a traditional business, no technology involved. Just maybe I plan to actually use WhatsApp as my major response. That's the biggest technology there, for businesses. But this year, when I wanted to write that business plan again, it has totally changed in the sense that as an entrepreneur, I now know how to use tech, and I have to put it in my business for me to stay forward, for me to be better, and for me to be, on the top of the list for competitors. So if I'm coming on board to say, oh, I want to be using WhatsApp as a means of getting responses, look at the time, look at the labor force you have to employ, because using WhatsApp requires you to employ someone who will be active 24/7, which is not possible. But with tech, we have the invention of applications, websites, where you can just be sleeping and people are making orders, without the intervention of human beings. So entrepreneurship has really changed with the innovation of tech. Now that business is taking a different turn, because technology is now involved. So over the years, I believe that most entrepreneurs have been able to transition, evolve from just being traditional business owners who barely have a website, because most businesses in Africa, they don't consider having a website as a compulsory thing for their business. Maybe if they have a social media platform, they just use that as a means of publicity. But with technology, entrepreneurs are shifting towards creating products that actually solve problems without a lot of labor capital invested in it. So entrepreneurs are seeing that you need tech. For this business to try, you need tech, you need AI, you need a lot of technological solutions to make your business stand out among many. And that's why today we have a lot of tech products. We have fintechs, we have edutechs, we have even entrepreneurship tech, we have e-commerce. And e-commerce, because of technology, is projected to actually skyrocket into a very booming business, because most people are online and most people are using technology. So there's a need as entrepreneurs to actually be in the tech space. Your business has to speak tech every day, every time.
All right, let's take a look at the accessibility challenge. What do you think are the most common barriers that this African entrepreneurs face in trying to adopt technology, especially at the grassroots levels?
Yes, coming from my very strong experience in people starting tech businesses, the major issue is actually getting talent to actually work, to create this solution. Because first, we must know that as much as tech is the magic wand, someone is doing the magic, someone is doing the background work. So one of the major things I believe that entrepreneurs face is actually having to hire or get people to work with them, and then to also pay, for such services. In a situation where the entrepreneur is not a developer or does not have any knowledge in tech, they have to pay heavily, for any tech developer they're actually going to bring on board to help them create a solution. So it's a major problem in the entrepreneurial tech space. So if as an entrepreneur, if you don't have access to maybe your brother who is a developer, your sister who is a product designer, you have to pay for individual of those services, and it costs a lot of money for someone just trying to start up a business. So it's a major constraint for entrepreneurs. They struggle a lot with that. That's why most entrepreneurs, I do advise them that you can, put out flyers for volunteers. We have quite a number of people who are willing to volunteer, but the challenge to that is that most volunteers cannot give you 100% deliverables, especially when it comes to building your business, because they also have other things they are doing. They have other projects they're working on. So it might actually affect, the growth, the stability of your tech project or your tech business you're working on. So it's a major challenge. It's a major challenge because sometimes it's not even about access to network or something. For entrepreneurs, getting the right talent and even being able to pay the right talent to develop technological solutions for your business can be a lot of money, lots of time, it's a major challenge. It's a really major challenge. And we are also looking at how to resolve that at local.
Okay, so still on the accessibility challenge, many small businesses, they feel like technology is expensive and out of reach. So how can this perception be changed?
Oh, well, I believe first it has to start from the mindset of the entrepreneur, because if you believe something is unreachable, it will continually be unreachable. Without any doubt, tech to small entrepreneurs can actually have a limit. There's a limitation as to what entrepreneurs who don't have a lot of funding can get from the tech market. But so it's being unaccessible, we would not want to put that tag. We will not want to put that tag. So people are not discouraged. But to look at the lighter side, at the brighter side rather, is that if you are able to first convince yourself that I can access tech, then your journey to reaching the right people begins. The second step is also knowing that, yes, tech costs a lot of money, but there are other ways in which a business can actually access tech without, paying quite a huge sum of money. And one of it is recruiting volunteers. When you recruit volunteers to help you build on your project, you can pay them, maybe half the price that you are initially supposed to pay maybe a full-time developer working on that project. So yes, tech is very expensive because building an app today is not just about having $100. You need more than $100 to build an app, to scale an app, to even keep it running on Play Store. Because most of our cloud services are not in Nigeria, so you have to pay for cloud services, you have to pay for this, you have to pay for developers. If you count the cost, it goes, higher and higher every day. But when you want to start something like this, you have to have the right knowledge and take your time to also search the internet. There are a lot of young developers out there who are open to take up roles. So that is where your search should start from as an entrepreneur looking to launch your business using tech. So don't look at it as, oh no, tech is expensive. If I need to get a developer, I need 500,000. I don't have 500,000 at the moment. No, don't, as entrepreneurs, we shouldn't see it as an off limit. We shouldn't see it as an impossible thing. There are a lot of young tech enthusiasts, tech experts who are on the social media platform looking forward to taking up projects. It now depends on you as an entrepreneur to convince them to come on your project. So yes, it is expensive, but there's a way and ways around it.
Pressed for time. So for an entrepreneur watching today who feels really overwhelmed by technology, because believe me, I know you said it's a mindset thing, but technology can be really overwhelming. Now, what's the very first step they should take?
The very first step you should take is, I know that running a business can be very difficult. It can be very taxing. You have to attend to so many issues at the same time. But the first thing is knowledge. Knowledge helps you to scale better in the tech space. If you are able to devote an hour or 30 minutes in a day out of your busy schedule to say, oh, I want to learn about tech. Now, learning about tech doesn't have to be coding. There are other aspects of technology that you can learn on the surface, and this will help you, transition better into tech. Because the truth is, if you don't have the knowledge as an entrepreneur, you can get scammed. You can get scammed because people realize that, oh, you don't have knowledge about it, and they just want to take advantage of that, to charge you and to even call minor things as buggers. So you already have a lot of stress, solving your business problems. So the best thing to do is to have a little knowledge about how tech works. You can search online. You can do a little search online, take videos, check out videos. That is the best step. Once you have knowledge about technology, it's easier to navigate. So you then know, oh, who do I need on my project right now? Who do I need for my business right now? You know the difference between a web app, you know the difference between a website, know those little terminologies. Yeah, I just feel like like in secondary school, we used to have this registry. If you can go through a tech registry, it helps you to know and understand technology. That is the first step. Then other steps like sourcing for who to bring on your project, sourcing for funding, they begin to happen. And lastly, join communities. Tech communities for founders, for businesses. You might not be building a tech product at that time, but search for tech communities for founders that can help you, scale better in the tech space. That's what I would actually say.
Finally, if you have to leave our audience with one message, I know that No Code is actually doing so much when it comes to mentorship and network. But if you have to leave our audience with one message about technology and entrepreneurship in Africa, what would it be?
What I would say is tech is actually the future. So the earlier you put technology in your business, the better visibility you get. And that starts from it doesn't matter how small or how long your business has been existing, you need to put tech in whatever way. You need to simplify. You can start for as low as automations. Automate your tasks. Maybe the way you respond to messages is through WhatsApp, and then someone has to respond every day, wake up every morning, and that is what they do every day. You need to start moving towards automating that process. So as an entrepreneur, what I will leave with you is automate your process so that your customers won't leave you because they have to wait 4 hours to receive a response from you. Once you automate your process, you are on the right track to making your business scale and become a global brand.
Thank you so much, Deborah Omotara, for your insights on Business Morning this morning. It was really an insightful section with you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be here.
All right, that has been our focus on Business Morning. This morning, I remain Deborah Eze, and thank you for watching. And just stay with us as the Breakfast Show continues with the big story after the short break. Have a good morning.
Okay now. Dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, don't jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Come to the triumph power is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was plenty of demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
watching Business Day Television.
Big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. This morning, we're turning our focus to Nigeria's new 5% fossil fuel tax, recently introduced by the federal government as part of the latest tax reforms. On paper, the government says it's a bold move to raise revenue and cut reliance on borrowing and even nudge Nigeria towards cleaner energy. But on the flip side, critics argue that it could further drive up the cost.
To see any specific provision in the NTA that deals with the issues that the FEMA Act had as to implementation, as to use, and as to benefit. I haven't seen that yet, and I'm not sure that the NTA has really dealt with it. What the law has also said is that the NRS, which is currently still the FIRS, will be responsible for administering it and will be responsible for making regulations. So maybe when those regulations eventually come out, made pursuant to the NTA, we will then have more clarity and specifics on how it will be actually implemented and used. But at the moment, that's still not clear, and it's a bit unfortunate in my opinion, because the NTA was supposed to deal with a lot of these uncertainties and lack of clarity and all that. It seems they just basically took the provision from FEMA, put it here without adapting it to current realities.
Right, and currently our situation right now as Nigerians is that we are struggling with high energy costs. You see the ripple effect. People are talking about the ripple effect that something like this could have on businesses and even households. Do you foresee it worsening inflation?
Well, I mean, it's going to increase costs.
Certainly.
Yeah, that's the reality. It's going to increase costs. And I, for one, don't see why we need to add another kind of charge or fee or tax on fossil fuel, in my opinion. I mean, carbon tax and all those other categories are there that deals with this. The VATs and all those things are already there. So you give an exemption, then you add a charge to it. So it's like you give with one hand and then you take
with the other hand.
So for me, I'm not sure this helps, in my opinion. And like I said, what is critical is that place of social contract, which is if I'm paying X in charges, in levies, in taxes, what is the benefit that comes to me? What's the effect on microeconomy? What's the effect on the ordinary Nigerian on the street? To the ordinary Nigerian, he's going to pay more for fuel. So if you buy 100 liters of PMS, reality is if this is eventually implemented, you are going to pay an extra 5% on what you're paying for 100 liters or 10 liters or any amount of fuel you choose to buy.
Right, and the federal government is also framing this as part of a push towards, renewable energy. A tax like this, is it really an effective way to encourage this transition, or does Nigeria need a different strategy?
Well, so let me speak from what I think the government is thinking. Is what they've tried to do is, if you look at the Nigerian Tax Act, it has exempted this surcharge from renewable energies. So renewable energies, kerosene for household use,
right,
cooking gas, CNG are all exempted from this 5% surcharge, basically. So I guess the idea is you have a charge on people dealing with fossil fuel, and then anyone investing or operating or in the business of renewable energy does not have that surcharge. So basically, you could, in one way, say it's an incentive. But in my opinion, what is the infrastructure today for renewable energies in Nigeria? What is the level of investment for renewable energies in Nigeria? Where are we today in our development as it has to do with renewable energies? If you remove fossil fuel today, can we survive as a country? So the reality is, we have fossil fuel. Fossil fuel is not going away anytime soon in Nigeria, right? So if you begin to put a surcharge on that for the purpose to say you want to encourage investment in renewable energy, I'm not sure you'll be biting your nose to spite your face, because the reality is we are not yet there in transiting from fossil fuel to renewable energies. So you can give incentives to renewable energies, but I don't think you should add additional charges or levies for fossil fuel, because that's all we have at the moment.
Well said. And we've also seen that tax policies in Nigeria sometimes fail at implementation. What challenges are you foreseeing? I mean, I can hear from some of the things you're saying already, but really, what challenges do you see ahead, with enforcing this new fossil fuel tax?
Well, reality is, the key challenge I see is, number one, under the FEMA Act, right, it was pretty clear on what is to be used for. In the NTA, that is not very clear yet at the moment. The other issue which is critical is collection, right? What the NTA has just said is, the minister will decide when it will take effect, and then the revenue service, the FIRS, will then give regulations. So as it is today, we have to wait, because we don't know. We have to wait till those regulations actually come into effect. We see those regulations, and then we'll then begin to decipher, okay, this is how implementation will be done, this is how it will be done, this is how deductions will be done, this is how remittances will be made. Reality is, if you look at the FEMA Act, there was a provision that the board would make monthly publications of its collections and its utilization, for transparency sake. They're supposed to, those which, to the best of my knowledge, we never saw that happen, right? So I guess maybe in the regulation that the National Revenue Service will come up with, we would have something like that, so that Nigerians can actually see that if and when this is eventually implemented, if they say maybe in a month, 1 billion, 2 billion, 100 billion is generated from this surcharge, you can see this is how much is actually generated, and this is how it has been shared between the national and subnational, and then this is how it has been utilized. But again, for me, I think what is critical worldwide, right, in other jurisdictions, everybody paying taxes is like visiting the dentist. People, it's not something that people are excited about doing.
Right.
But what makes the effect, the burden less burdensome, is if you pay 10 naira in taxes or in charges, you are able to see direct effect that revenue has on the life of the ordinary Nigerian. If that can be done, then the burden of making this paying these surcharges would be far less, because you can see, my roads are maintained. I don't have to contribute within my estate, within my area, to make a road, to do a drainage. Drainages are not blocked. You don't have flood because of bad roads. You don't have traffic because of bad road. Bridges are built. Bridges are not in bad conditions. Schools, hospitals, you don't have to travel abroad to go to the hospital. All these things are done. Then you can say, you know what, I'm ready to pay more. I'm even willing to pay more than the 5%, because you are seeing what it's being used for. And I think that is the key problem here, in my opinion. That place of social contract between the people and the government.
Speaking of the people and the government, we see that in a country like Nigeria, we have a population that is really an economy, that we have the informal economy as a larger population. How do you think this might also undermine this?
Well, like I said, if and when it's eventually implemented, it's going to be just another additional burden, in my opinion, because down to the person who has the salon that has to pay for fuel to run his generator for that place, it's just going to lead to additional cost, both to the household and small businesses. I see the attempt to make it a bit less burdensome with the exemptions on kerosene, cooking gas, and all that. But there are a lot of other things, small businesses, corner shops that rely on fossil fuel use. It will mean that they would have to pay more. That's the reality. They would definitely have to pay more, and this will then have an effect on the cost of running their business. It will have an effect on what they are selling, what they are producing, and then eventually to have an effect on everybody that has to pay for these services.
All right, because we have to go right now, do you have any final submissions on this conversation?
What I would say is, because I was listening to the news and I hear that some of the labor unions are considering taking action against this, that it's a new charge. I think it's important that they are well informed that it's not a new charge. It has always been there since 2007 when the FEMA Act was amended. So it's not new, right? The issue is, I mean, everyone has had opportunity to look at this bill when the draft was there to make inputs, to look at it, to raise issues. And that was the time to have raised these issues, if at all. The other thing is, it's not taking effect yet. It will depend on when the minister gazettes and says it is time to take effect. What I would say again to the authorities is we have to have clarity on how this will be administered. And I guess that's where the NRS at the time will come in to provide regulations, to provide this clarity.
All right. Thank you very much, Samuel Esuga from the New Practice. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Thank you. This has been The Big Story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us.
The National Health Financing Dialogue, held in Abuja with the theme Reimagining the Future of Health Financing in Nigeria, had in attendance government officials, private sector leaders, and health experts to discuss how to fund healthcare better and cut down what Nigerians pay. Kelechi Ohiri, Director General of the National Health Insurance Authority, said reforms are underway to expand insurance and protect vulnerable Nigerians.
For the obstetric emergencies, over 200 hospitals in Nigeria participating, and we're still enrolling more and more of them because we believe that equity is important. And through the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund, where the Honorable Minister mentioned, the federal government commits 1% of its consolidated revenue for that. About 2.7 million Nigerians who are poor and vulnerable are currently enrolled under the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund so far. So those are just some of the reforms that we have undertaken in the last 18 months to 2 years to make sure that we begin to reverse the trend and reduce out-of-pocket expenditure, especially for the poor.
Minister of State for Health, Isiaq Salako, announced plans to enroll 44 million Nigerians into the National Health Insurance Scheme by 2030 and called for more support from states and the private sector.
A key deliverable of the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare under the Presidential Performance Bond that we signed is to enroll at least 44 million Nigerians into the National Health Insurance by 2030 so that we can reduce out-of-pocket expenditure on health.
Frank Aigbogun, publisher of BusinessDay, described healthcare as part of national security and urged local governments to take bigger responsibilities for delivering services.
But health financing is key. We can't go anywhere in terms of looking after our people. I believe personally that healthcare is a very good part of national security. You can't talk about national security when you have sick people all over a country. It's a critical part of national security, and I hope that governments in Nigeria, from federal to local governments and the states, will take the matter of healthcare more seriously than we have done so far. As I said, it appears people think that everything will be provided by government. It is not true. It is not done. It will not happen. Nigerians themselves must rise up to play their own part as well.
Private sector leaders also called for better policies and long-term financing to expand services and reduce costs for citizens.
It is very obvious that there's a lot happening in healthcare now. That the environment and the temperament for finance and investment is shifting favorably. That there are a lot of players now who are trying to aggregate demand. And so increasingly the conversations are shifting to supply. And where conversations shift to supply, then there's a question about where will the financing come from. And on that note, there's a lot of opportunities now opening up for financing. This dialogue has been a long time coming, but we are glad it has happened. We are glad that the National Council, working with the Honorable Coordinating Minister for Health, as well as the DG NHIA, have come together to put together these discussions. The expectation is that these discussions then lead to tangible action, which we'll be happy to have.
I represent the private sector, and we feel that private sector has a major role to play supporting the government. So what we're asking is, what can we do to create an enabling environment for investments to come in to support private sector to increase the quality and the scale and scope of their services in order to support government, not just for those at the top of the pyramid, but the masses at the bottom of the pyramid. So I think we've had some really good discussions today. We can really put all this together into actionable, when I mean actionable activities, because we've been talking for a long time, years and years and years, but I think now is the time, and I think we have the government who has the will to do the right thing.
So I think today we came up with a lot of innovative ideas, some disruptive thinking that is required to change the narrative for healthcare. We need to unlock the potentials of the private sector and the public sector, and that can only be done by strategic partnership. But we need to have the enabling policies, the enabling law, and the government today under the current administration is providing the enabling environment for private sector. However, we need to step it up. We have some fundamental challenges. 70% of healthcare in this country is provided by the private sector. However, it's very fragmented. Now, for the private sector to scale, we need to get long-term patient capital. That is in Naira. We don't want dollar loans. We want long-term financing that is in between 7 to 10 years. And it should be single digit. It needs to be patient capital for the patient. A lot of us are paying out of pocket, which is impoverishing Nigerians. So we also need to get this, the demand side also sorted out. So we need off-takers. We need more people to take on health insurance. We need to give people who are vulnerable that do not have access to health insurance access to that. And then we need to find also guarantees so that we can have strategic public-private partnerships with government guaranteeing these. Finally, we need to think about health sovereignty. That can only be done with the Nigerian First policies, how we get local industries to be able to start to manufacture pharmaceuticals and other healthcare, health tech, rapid diagnostics and so on, so we become self-sufficient. So several MOUs have been signed through the Presidential Unlocking Value Initiative, and I think this is one of the major achievements of Mr. President that will really change the outlook of healthcare in our country.
The dialogue ended with a clear message. Governments, private sector and citizens must work together to build a stronger health system for Nigerians' future. Ifunanya Indigwe reporting for Business Day Television. The National Health Financing Dialogue held in Abuja
You are watching Business Day Television.
Listening right here on the show where we bring to you some of the stories making the rounds on social media. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and with me this morning is Valentine.
Yes, Onyeka.
Valentine Onyeka. A lot of things are happening on the social media space, but we'll start off with, we'll go to Benin and then come back to Lagos. In Benin, the Oba of Benin, Oba Iware II, has declared a 2-week fasting and prayer for the land of Edo State. The exercise will run from September 15th to September 28th with daily fasting from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. According to the palace, the call is to ward off all evil and seek peace for the land and the upcoming New Yam Festival. The monarch, who urged all Benin sons and daughters at home and abroad, as well as other residents of Edo State, to take part in the spiritual exercise. We'll see some of the reactions, but first let me get your reaction on this conversation.
How do we decide to fight physical issues that we know that we haven't, so we've not exhausted our option, and so we are pushing the remaining one to to the creator to handle?
Yeah, I mean, why not? The creator is always is always the first point of call, if you ask me.
So why I've said what I've said is just simple, so that whoever wants to listen will hear and watch. Let us leave the divine area for the divine, and let us deal with what we need to deal with, which we know that we have answers to. Insecurity of a state, right? Consistent, call it as you may, criminal activity, killings, and even worse, kidnapping and all that stuff. It is not God-made. He has no business with the creator. Rather, he has business with security personnel and those who are in the line of offices that are supposed to do their job. It's a very simple thing. Edo State is not the whole world. I don't know the length and breadth of it. We have well-equipped police force. We have well-equipped military. We have well-equipped armed forces to not just deal, but deal decisively with those who are perpetrating this crime. So when you now say, let us have 2 weeks, is it 2 weeks? He said 2 weeks,
2
right?
weeks for prayer.
2 weeks.
To ward off all evil and seek peace for the land. Also, it's
Yes.
also in preparations for the New Yam Festival.
Okay, so I might agree if it's a normal thing before the New Year festival. But to say this is an answer to insecurity of the state, I'm not saying people should not pray. I'm not saying people shouldn't go to church or go to mosque or do their traditional thing. But I'm saying that this is something that we have answer to. And the answer we have is for proper, well-detailed strategy, right? To deal with these people and deal with them decisively. These criminal elements, fish them out. We have what it takes. Intelligence, we have it. They know the length and breadth of Edo State. Is it arms? We have all those things. Or are we lacking personnel? No, we're not. We have what needs to be, right, to be in place to deal with these things. Intelligent men of the police force, we have them. There are some very smart men there who know exactly how to gather information and move and deploy people there to go deal with these people or look for them or fish them out.
You know, let's see how Nigerians are reacting to this conversation. I mean, I'm also from that place, so I probably also go on that fast.
Okay.
But let's see some of the reactions on social media. Youth in Process says, the Oba's call for prayer shows the desire for peace and progress in Edo State, but lasting solutions come when citizens take responsibility at the ballot. Only mass participation ensures leaders who protect lives and build prosperity.
My point.
When turnout is low, thugs thrive, and when united, we are the government. Protecting the vote starts with voting first. Get your PVC.
Most definitely.
Dumped says, everything calls for prayers. Government borrow money and squander.
Prayer.
Kidnappers and armed robbers.
Prayer.
Bad roads.
Prayer.
Hunger.
Prayer.
No accountability.
I'm sure prayer too.
Let's see some of the more reactions on social media.
Now become like
Imbuya Media says it will solve nothing, and I would like to think the Oba knows this. There's never a time when fasting and prayers are not. It's not going on in Nigeria. I agree. We're always fasting and praying across board. La Vida Mercy says while prayer and fasting are good, it's good. Edo people also need concrete action, better security, infrastructure, jobs, and governance. Spiritual intervention should go hand in hand with practical solutions to fight evil effectively.
Most and highly and well, properly said. Look, again, for the first time, I mean, everyone who has commented, they're speaking my mind clearly. Normally, I like to, go against what
So all of them are your people.
In fact,
did you send them? You sure you didn't give them
I'm
those
thinking they are beginning to.
tell them
I'm sure they're checking
pray.
on social media. Said, this man, let us just agree with him today. To do with peace.
Yes.
I mean, look, prayers have it does have its own place, right? They say even the Bible says, watch and pray. That what means stay vigilant. Make sure you follow through things. Be tactical in nature. Observe. Even if you trust, verify. Be willing to ask questions that will ask questions and give answers to the answers that you don't have the answers to. When that happens, guess what? You might have done the physical area that is within your confines and the power within the ambience of your dissemination of what strength and ability. With that, now what now happens? You leave the rest for what? The creator. But have we exhausted our options? Of course not. We've not even gone to the threshold. Let alone saying, let's go and fast and pray. Unless maybe he meant to say this is a regular thing before the so-called festival that will come afterwards. If that be the case, then I can rest my horses. But if the latter is the case, then I will sit up and now say, can we expunge that from this matter and focus on what's on ground? Can we sit back with our intelligence community, intelligence, ecosystem, use that word, intelligence unit and agent, and say, look, guys, let us intensify our partnership. Let us be able to speak to the people around those areas, like I've said before, on our shows, right? Our security personnel are not witches and witchcraft, and witches and wizards. They don't practice witchcraft. Although I don't know about some of them personally.
You can't say for sure. Like I was actually looking at you and wondering how are you sure about it?
I leave it at that. But professionally, right? That doesn't come in as one of their criteria to use. They are well trained. Most of them, all of them, or most of them, go to police college. They train you well, so you know how to, get information from people. They have different units. You have the CID unit. You have the investigative unit. You have, it is well thought of, and has been working for a while. What they now need to do is call several stakeholder meetings with local vigilantes. Call those who are responsible in different sectors, different wards, and say, look, this is your ward. You should know who's perpetrating crime. You should know who's harboring crime. You should know who's harboring criminals. You should know who's housing them. Let's begin to talk, right? Understand how Nigeria is designed. This country, because of the level of hunger, we are an incentive-driven nation. And I tell you, I don't have to be a police officer to know this thing, because I'm not anyways. But as a broadcaster and someone who understands how reports are done, I would say, throw out incentives out there. Boom! With the incentive, you will have people talking. People will talk. When you say, look, so people, XYZ people are now wanted, right? Proper information about these people will attract this amount of money. 1 million, 5 million, 500,000 naira. See, unless those people move out of that state, right? It's only a matter of time they will catch up to them. They'll catch them. And those people who are purchasing crime will be brought to book. And those who are trying to plan other things, whether they're within the government, whether the politicians are using them or not, all that will come out to the light. Why? Because Nigeria is an incentive-driven nation. Even in America, they do it, right? You hear, so person there's a bounce on this person's head, okay? And that is put out in the media. So everybody wants to look out for such person. They have nothing to lose. It's a win-win. You expunge such person from the society is safe, and you're making money. What are we talking about?
Well, let's move to our next story now, where a review of government spending records has revealed that the Nigerian police spent over 22 million naira to buy 85 cartons of cream crackers biscuit.
I want to believe that.
Me completely shocked. Now, they bought 85 cartons of cream cracker biscuit for a whopping sum of 22 million naira for personnel on operations. Each carton cost over 280,000 naira. The report also shows that the police spent 13.3 million naira on just 24 packs of toilet rolls last year, items that cost far less in the open market. This one, like we say in local balance, this one weak me, really. But let's see some of the reactions on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting to this conversation before we come back to the studio. Obviously, Nigerians will have a lot to say. Tempulo De Mario says, 85 cartons of biscuits for 22 million naira. That's either the most expensive snack in history or something deeper is going on. Serious question. Should every government agency start publishing receipts so Nigerians can actually see the breakdown? It's a big question. I agree. 22. Okay, I'm still shocked. Gilby says Nigeria is the root and birthplace of corruption. It won't end now, because tell me why security agencies who are supposed to be making sure that things like this never happen are the ones far deeply rooted in crime and theft. You see why me, I'm all for prayer and fasting. Let's see more reactions. King Mike says, let's be honest with ourselves. Cracker biscuits are very expensive. Who is this person? We don't have to see fault in this person. You know when you know what they say, Oraimo code. The Nigerian police are many in number, and this amount can't even cater for all of them. That's from Oluwama.
So
Let's
this
see if we have more
is the
reactions.
funniest contributor I've ever seen.
Honestly, Sarkimi Daraja says only in Nigeria will police bosses eat millions on biscuits, while their men don't even have fuel for petrol. Look, if they say they spend this 22 million naira on overall upkeep, welfare, and whatnot, I'm not going to complain. But firstly, cracker biscuits in itself is, it's not food.
It's a snack.
So I can't even see, I'm picturing a policeman, I'm thinking, if this really happened, firstly, these people are complaining of not even getting paid, not getting paid well enough. If this really happened, even the policemen will be angry. Because why are you guys buying us cracker biscuits worth 22 million naira? They themselves will be angry.
So again, it's important that we see from this angle also. While we are all raging about the fact that they expensive amount of money buying cracker biscuits or whichever brand of biscuits, let's now ask ourselves a question. Please, can this biscuit go around the whole country? Let each and every one of us have a taste of it, because that's the only way I can get it. Make them get up. If it's not going to get to me, get to everybody here in this studio, get to those who are on the street, then we'll have reason to roll out our canes to begin to flog whoever it is that's in charge of that logistic.
So you are crying for your biscuit now.
Yes.
You're advocating for your own biscuit. Can this biscuit go
It
around?
must get to all of us.
So
because right now we can't ask them to bring back the money. They won't bring back the money. But the fact they spend that amount of money on the biscuit, then let each and every Nigerian, right, 200 and something million of us, have one piece each. That's my own.
Can this biscuit go around?
If it doesn't get to me, I will not find it. I will not be happy at all.
Honestly, I don't want the biscuit.
It must, because if you look at it, how outrageous, how I'm trying to look for the right word. What's that word again that the other guy used the other day? Conundrum of a sin. It doesn't make any sense. Whatsoever, the sense it is making is actually no sense. Now, you spend about that amount of money buying biscuits. Let us even ask those who manufacture the biscuit. Please, how much do you guys make in a year?
85 cartons. Oh, yeah,
So,
you can't go
okay, so wait, 85 cartons. How many biscuits do you have in one carton? How many police officers do we have in the unit? 400,000 plus more. I don't know, I might be wrong. I don't know the numbers. So let us assume that you're buying for all senior officers. So what is making it jump that high cost? Is it transporting of the biscuits? Is it putting the biscuits in a shelf? Are they taking pictures of it? Are they doing documentary on the biscuit?
Absurd. I'm just here thinking, and I'm just curious. I'm asking myself. Yeah, I get cracker biscuit anyway. It's healthy, so
Is the
maybe that's
made of
why
gold?
it's healthy. It's healthy. Cracker biscuits are healthy, and I agree with that guy that cracker biscuits are expensive.
I don't want to run down their brand
The
anyway.
good ones. No, we didn't mention any brand.
Okay.
Crackers.
As a whole.
It's healthy. It's dry, less sugar. It's good for adults.
It's healthy.
So it's understandable
Processed.
why. Yeah, they'll take cracker biscuit and maybe just a cup of tea. So it's understandable that they're eating crackers.
I have a question. That cracker biscuit, did they put a tint of gold on it?
You've already asked me that the cracker biscuit should go around.
If I don't get my own, then I know that this thing is just wasting our time, right? If each and every Nigerian doesn't get one piece of that cracker biscuit,
it can't go around.
then we'll hold them
22 million
responsible.
naira is too small to get cracker biscuit for every Nigerian.
Do you know what 22 million naira could have done for striking doctors? 20 million naira could have done for teachers, or 22 million naira could have done for primary school pupils to give them lunch.
It's little money, let's be honest.
Little money, wow. If that money was too little, then why are they throwing tires of people's necks in markets for stealing just 100 naira?
At least not $22 million.
Well, well, even at that, at least 22 million naira would be able to send one or two children on scholarship to go learn how to manufacture biscuit or produce biscuit. That's the point. Or spend amount of money. I'm being sarcastic, but if I don't get my own cream cracker, I'll probably
if
be
you don't get
happier.
your cracker
Yes.
biscuits,
You
let this cracker biscuit.
And I personally, after the show, I'm going to go to the next police station nearby and knock. Please, can I get my cracker biscuit, please? And that's why. So you guys spent 22 million naira. I'm sure there's a lot of it. I mean, we actually have. I'm also one of the influential, Nigerians. I should have one. We are doing what we can, right, to support the government by sending information, proper information. We do our research, don't we? We do our research to inform the public. So we deserve to have our biscuit on. Matter of fact, I could have brought some crackers and put on the table. I should have done that. I should have done that.
Yeah. All right, that's where we wrap it up this morning. This was good, quite hilarious.
On a serious note, Nigerian police, please look into those who are responsible for logistics.
For eating this cracker.
Please, can we just ask them a question? If truly they spend the amount of money on that biscuit,
it's
can
5 cartons.
Can the children of the police force actually also enjoy it too? I mean,
do you know each carton?
Right.
Do you know how much a carton of cracker biscuit? I mean, again, that's why we don't know if it's the imported type, because there are different types. They're the imported ones.
Wow, it makes it even worse.
Yes.
So as big as Nigeria is, as uniquely, this one as well productive as we are, we're saying that to give government work, or they actually work for the government, give them a taste of nice treats. We go and import foreign biscuits.
Yes.
And then what we have produced here, we will not bring up money and then buy our own local produce. Wow. Even puts more insult upon injury. So they took our money, and then they now, converted to dollars and bought foreign biscuits. Instead of patronizing our local.
Because that's the only thing I can say that it's an imported one. Because if it's the locally made ones, it's 5 cartons.
This is where
you won't even spend.
This is where I will get even more angrier, because if that money was taken abroad to go buy foreign biscuits,
imported crackers,
which means, look, we are even worse than we would. It's to be told. If we spend that money buying our own local biscuit, I'll say, okay, I can let them have a hook a little. But you now buy foreign biscuits. All I can say is, where is our own cream cracker?
It will go around. It will go around, but let's wrap it up this morning on the social listening segment. You've been with us from the start of the show, where we looked at the newspapers from BusinessDay to The Punch to the Vanguard newspaper this morning, and then we went to Business Morning with Deborah Eze, and of course the big story focusing on the 5% fossil fuel tax.
Most
and then social listening segment today, we've spoken about the 2 weeks fast declared in Edo State to ward off evil, and also ahead of the New Yam Festival.
Which is hilarious, by the way.
Yeah, more hilarious for you was the 22 million naira for cracker biscuits. But the good thing is it will go round.
Before we go
Hopefully.
Let's see the economic value of that, which means that we are telling the international world, our biscuit tastes nicer than you can ever think. Come and buy from us. That's also another way to say, people can spend amount of money, right, in buying I hope it's local biscuits. In buying our own local biscuits, right? Again, I hope it's local biscuit, which means that we're telling the foreigners and people who care to know, come to Nigeria, right? And come buy our biscuits. So we want to export biscuits. That's another good to look at it. That could be another good marketing strategy to say our biscuit tastes so nice that it actually costs that much.
I agree. That's a good way to see it. Honestly, maybe this is a good sell for the cracker industry.
So
now.
It's a good business. It's a good business
deal.
Good
business. Cracker industry.
Start your day with BusinessDay.
Tomorrow, you'd see us with a cup of tea and crackers.
I will personally make sure that we have it on the stage.
It will definitely go around. Well, that's where we wrap it up this morning. Thank you for joining us on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Thank you for joining us. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
I'm on your Valentine.
See you tomorrow.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
When we talk about the diversification of reserves of the central bank, the role of our diaspora has been phenomenal. You know, when we started that journey, we spoke about the fact that at a point in time, we were $250 million per month. And we said we would double that to 500. And now we are 600. And by next year, our projection will be $1 billion a month.
Banking and finance remain the engine of growth. There's no gainsaying about that. The channel through which savings are turned into investment and capital flows to the household, businesses, and government. Without a strong and innovative banking and finance sector, our economy cannot grow fast enough to lift millions out of the poverty and achieve the shared prosperity. But I am quite sure that at the end of this meeting, new ideas, new innovations will come forth that will go a long way in the repositioning on the path of sustainable growth.
When we talk about the diversification of reserves,
Good morning and welcome to another edition of Economy and Market on Business Day TV, and where we give you a comprehensive breakdown of happenings in the economy as well as on the market. However, before we get into that, let's go through some of the news headlines making the rounds. So we'll start off with PZ Cussons that has swung back to a 10 billion naira profit as Naira pain eases. PZ Cussons Nigeria PLC staged a remarkable return to profitability, reversing a 90.3 billion naira loss last year into a net income of 10.07 billion as its audited financials show. The turnaround was largely driven by the relative stability of the naira in 2025, which sharply reduced foreign exchange losses to 7.8 billion from 157.9 billion a year earlier. Revenue surged by 40% to 212.6 billion, supported by price adjustments and resilient consumer demand, while gross profit rose modestly to 57.7 billion naira. Operating profit stood at 18.9 billion, compared with a record 124.5 billion loss in 2024, as we saw selling and administrative expenses climb on the back of inflationary pressures. Finance income fell to 1.4 billion from 6.1 billion, while its cost moderated slightly to 3.6 billion naira. Profit before tax reached 16.7 billion, compared with a 122.5 billion pre-tax loss last year. However, the balance sheet remains quite pressured. We see liabilities of 186 billion still outstrip its assets, its total asset of 168 billion, as its shareholder equity is still in the negative position at 15.6 billion. Its net debt improved to 30.6 billion, supported by stronger cash balances, though borrowing still remains high at 71.3 billion, largely owed to its UK parent. With inflation above 20% and currency volatility persisting, risks to sustainability still linger. The management is aiming to sustain revenue growth while controlling costs, but investors remain watchful of the company's narrow path to long-term resilience. Okomu oil profit is set to, or is projected to, hit 5.46 billion in the second half of 2025, which is around 89% decline from the first half of the year. Okomu Oil, one of Nigeria's leading producers, has projected a combined net profit of 5.46 billion for the third and fourth quarters of 2025. This is after the company delivered a record-breaking first half earnings. The Edo-based oil company expects Q3 profit of 1.99 billion and Q4 profit of 3.47 billion, which is far below the 47.5 billion it achieved in the first 6 months of 2025. Revenue forecast for July to December is forecast at 44.83 billion, which is a 65% decline from the 129.8 billion recorded in the first half of the year. Costs are also expected to rise as its expenses is projected to hit around 37 billion naira, which is going to eat into margins as consumer prices are slowing in Nigeria. If projections hold, then Okomu's oil full year profit will hit 52.96 billion, which is its highest in history, while turnover will hit 174.7 billion, which is well above the 130 billion recorded in 2024. The strong performance is supported by crude palm oil prices that are forecast to hit $1,200 per ton by the end of 2025. Analysts are noting that a more stable macroeconomic environment, including cooling inflation and predictable exchange rates, is fueling growth in Nigeria's oil palm sector. Investors are piling in as global crude palm oil demand remains strong and imports from Indonesia are tapering off. According to our first source, the Yang, the president of the Palm Produce Association of Nigeria, the industry is now the darling of investors seeking generational wealth. He added that the boom will persist as long as food, chemical, and renewable energy industries thrive. Year to date, Okomu oil has surged by over 130% to a whopping 1,020 naira per share, and is now the 31st in terms of market cap on the Nigerian exchange. Nupeng has suspended its strike as the federal government has brokered deal with Labour and Dangote Refinery. The National Union of Petroleum and Natural Gas Workers, Nupeng, has suspended its strike after the federal government brokered an agreement with the Dangote Group. According to a statement by the Ministry of Labour and Employment on Tuesday, it was confirmed that the deal clears the way for the unionization of Dangote workers within 2 weeks, from September 9 to September 22. It is further assured that no worker will be victimized as a result of the dispute. The strike had been prompted by Dangote's group refusal to allow employees join registered labor unions. Following a marathon reconciliation meeting convened by the Labour Minister Mohammed Dingyadi, both parties reached a consensus. Dangote Group acknowledged the right of its workers to unionize, while organized labor reiterated that unionization is a legal entitlement under extant laws. According to the communique, workers at Dangote Refinery and Petrochemicals who wish to join unions are free to do so. Sayu Dantata signed on behalf of the Dangote Group, while Benson Upa of the NLC and N. Toro of the TUC signed for the organized labor. Then we move on to the American exchange, where Nebius stock has risen by nearly 50% following the AI deal the group signed with Microsoft. Shares of Nebius Group surged by nearly 50% on Tuesday after the Amsterdam-based artificial intelligence infrastructure firm announced the landmark multi-year deal with Microsoft. The agreement, valued at up to $19.4 billion, will see Nebius provide cloud computing power for AI workloads using its high-performance graphic processing unit, a core component in training advanced AI models. Spun out from Russian internet giant Yandex in 2023, Nebius has quickly positioned itself as a major player in the rapidly expanding AI infrastructure market. Under the terms of the deal, Nebius is guaranteed $17.4 billion in revenue through 2031, with Microsoft retaining the option to purchase additional capacity, potentially lifting the contract's total value to $19.4 billion. The announcement triggered a wave of investor optimism, driving Nebius shares up 60% in extended trading Monday and continuing into Tuesday. Rival AI infrastructure provider CoreWeave also saw an 8% boost as enthusiasm rippled across the sector. The agreement highlights enduring demand for AI infrastructure, even as concerns grow over inflated valuation. NVIDIA, the industry leader, recently reported stronger than expected June quarter results and forecast sales growth of more than 50% in the current quarter, citing robust AI chip demand. The CFO of NVIDIA, Colette Kress, projected between $3 trillion and $4 trillion in AI infrastructure spending by the end of the decade. However, warnings of a potential bubble persist, with OpenAI's valuation reportedly nearing $500 billion and Anthropic securing a $13 billion at a $183 billion valuation. When we return from the break, we are going to be taking market updates from yesterday. Stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Oladabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs
So we're back. Yesterday in the NGX, we saw the market continue its bullish run as the all-share index rose by 401.36 points. We saw it rise on Monday, and we saw it rise yesterday, continue to settle at 139,000 points. For most of September, we've seen the market basically do a dip. Last week, it went down by 0.9 percentage points. So as you can see on the screen, it's 0.29% percentage gain. So far this year, the market has returned year to date 35.82%. Recall that in 2024, all of 2024, we saw the market return around 37%, and in 2023, the market returned 40%. Trading activity saw a total of 659 million shares exchanged at 12 billion, exchange in deals worth around 12.51 billion naira, market capitalization 88.45 trillion naira. Now let's look at the top gainers for the day. Top gainer number 1, Regency Alliance Insurance, that gained 10%. It went up fully to hit a new share price of 1 naira 43 kobo. Micure also been doing some significant numbers in the last 1 month. Now Micure is now trading at 21.6%. It's now more than 60% up from its initial listing price of 14 naira. eTransact up 9.73%. eTransact was majorly up due to the information that got out yesterday that the federal government is going to be using, or FIRS is going to be adopting eTransact as its e-invoicing platform. So investors hopped on that one yesterday, and we saw its share price go to 12 naira 40 kobo. Dark Communications up 9.57% to hit a share price of 1 naira 3 kobo. Deep Capital Management up by 9.52% to close at the share price of 1 naira 84 kobo. On the flip side, we see Unilever down by 9.79% to hit a share price of 63 naira 15 kobo. On Unilever side, we probably would very well attribute it to profit taking, as we saw that stock hit 70 naira. As that stock was initially trading at 17 naira but closed yesterday at 63 naira. FTN Cocoa down by 9.40% to hit a share price of 5 naira 40 kobo. Elalix down by 8.76% to hit a share price of 13 naira and 2 kobo. Linkage Assurance down by 6.85%, also profit taking, to hit a share price of 2 naira 4 kobo. Then to round up our top 5 losers of yesterday, Beggar Paints down by 6.33% to close at the share price of 35 naira 50 kobo. Our most actively traded stocks by volume, number 1 was FCMB Bank, as we saw over 202 million FCMB shares traded in deals worth around 2.1 billion naira. Billion with a B. Universal Insurance 63.14 million shares traded in deals worth 79 million naira. One of our, call them penny stocks kind of. Then First Bank Holding, or First Hold Co, we saw 44.23 million shares traded in deals worth around 1.34 billion naira. Then Regency Alliance Insurance, our top gainer for yesterday, we saw around 31 million of that company's shares exchanged in deals worth around 43.84 million naira. Access Holdings 26.13 million shares in deals worth 676 million naira. Now let's go to the global markets. Yesterday in the US, all of what we read in what was said in the news around Nebius and some AI. We saw Nebius gain almost 60% yesterday. We saw Nvidia gain over 1.6% yesterday. However, we saw stocks like Apple go down, as what happened yesterday in the US market was more of investors sticking to the AI playbook. Basically, the Dow Jones rose by 0.54% to close at 45,758 points. The S&P now firmly edging towards the 7,000 mark. because some weeks ago it was edging. We're saying, will the S&P cross 6,000 to hit a record high? Now the S&P has comfortably crossed 6,500 to reach 6,510 points. Then Nasdaq Composite, the index that tracks majorly tech stocks, also up by 0.2%, as the Nasdaq Composite is edging closer to 22,000 points. In Asia, mixed trading was observed yesterday. Japan's Nikkei 225 slipped by 0.42% to 43,459 points. The Kospi index gained 1.28% to close at 3,260 points, and the Hang Seng index advanced by 1.19% to close at 25,938 points. However, trading data from today in Asia, because Asia is on a different time zone with us, so trading has already happened. Nikkei 225 has advanced by 0.87 points to 43,837 points. The Kospi index continued its rally from yesterday by 1.67% to 3,314 points, and Hang Seng also continued its rally to 26,200 points. From yesterday's data in Europe, mostly flat closing. From England, from the London Stock Exchange, FTSE was up 0.23%. The CAC 40 was up by 0.19%. It also corresponds. We are yet to see the impact of the resignation of the French Prime Minister on the markets in France. And the DAX index in Germany fell by 0.37% to 23,718 points. After the break, we're going to be returning with a conversation on Africa's first digital special economic zone. Stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
So moving on, we're going to talk about special economic zones. A special economic zone is essentially a designated area within a country where, say, business and trade laws are quite different from those that apply to the rest of the country. And it's not a new thing to other parts of the world. In Nigeria, these zones is similar in Nigeria, or is the same factor, or is the same play we have in Nigeria. These zones are regulated by the Nigeria Export Promotion Zones Authority, NEBZA, and for quite a number of years we've had a number of these zones that essentially cater to the manufacturing sector, basically. A more recent example being the Lekki Free Trade Zone, that is partly owned by Tolaram and the Lagos State government, and Lekki and Lagos Free Zone, all of that. Basically, some serial investors in Nigeria now thought about something in 2018. Now they thought about tailoring a special economic zone, this time not for manufacturing or its ilks. Now they thought about a special economic zone, but for the digital economy in Nigeria. Let's look at the fact. The ICT sector contributes around 16% to Nigeria's GDP, and it makes this initiative even more juicy. Now this zone is known as Itana. Whilst the digital community is active in Itana, the physical space is still under construction in Lagos State. And on the show today, we're going to be exploring how things are going and how things have been in Itana. On the show this morning, we have Nkechi Oguchi, who is the Chief Community and Marketing Officer at Itana. Good morning, Nkechi.
Good morning. Lovely to be here.
Okay, that's wonderful. So we're getting started right away. What was the core motivation behind the establishment of Itana?
First, I really love your intro. I think you gave a pretty good overview of special economic zone, and then to what we're discussing today as well. So to your question now, Itana was founded to remove the friction that makes it hard to do business and just to set up and to scale across Africa. Today, many African startups are actually domiciled in Delaware. So they are African founders, but when you actually go behind to see the setup for the company, you'd find that they are either domiciled in Delaware or in UK or somewhere else. So there's always been the debate of, are they really African startups to say? And they do this because the process is easier and investors are more familiar with those jurisdictions. So these jurisdictions have years of precedent, they have more regulatory stability. So, you understand why the startups would go there. So we asked ourselves, why not create the same level of ease here in Africa? And doing this, the outcome we're hoping for is that more companies would want to be domiciled here. And that would also attract more FDI into the country. So Itana was designed as a favorable jurisdiction for 21st century business, the service-based, the startups, those digital businesses. So it's offering regulatory certainty, seamless setup process, one-stop shop for compliance. And being a special economic zone, this also then allows us to provide incentives to these companies, incentives that they would access if they were in a traditional SCZ, so the tax benefits, immigration support, and the rest. So Itana is basically that local operating system for companies that want to enter and scale in Nigeria and across the continent without getting stuck in bureaucracy and those infrastructure gaps.
Okay, so thank you so much for that response. How does Itana now differ from the traditional free trade zones? We know that this is channeled towards more, is channeled towards Nigeria's or Africa's digital economy in a sense, but it's still under regulation by NEPSA. So how does it differ from the traditional free trade zones that we have in Nigeria?
Awesome. I think you gave some context even in the beginning. So traditional zones in Nigeria were built for the traditional sector. So you usually find them for manufacturing, oil and gas. So when you think of traditional zones, you think of imports, you think of warehouse, you think of factories, you think of physical and hard goods and the movement of these goods. So these zones are designed to optimize those processes. Itana, by contrast, is a digital special economic zone. So you think then of digital services, right? You think of tech businesses, you think of companies that have very light goods, light physical products, if at all any, but really more service-based companies. So we combine that selective physical infrastructure. We do have a physical district for companies that want to be physically located, but this is not a necessity for them. So a company can set up its entity in Nigeria from anywhere in the world and to be able to operate that and scale remotely. So unlike traditional zones where you need a huge real estate investment and you need to be physically present to access those incentives, for companies in our zone, they do not need that. You can set up from anywhere in the world and you can operate and you can scale, right? So the structure we designed, it suits those kinds of businesses that we support, those digital and service-based businesses that should not be limited by borders. Then the similarity we have with them is that with the traditional zones is that we're still able to offer those core incentives, those tax benefits, immigration benefits to these companies, thereby giving them a competitive advantage to be able to scale. I don't know if I lost you.
Okay, yeah, no, you didn't lose me, you didn't lose me. I got your question, okay. I got your answer. So now the question I want to ask is around the regulatory framework guiding the operations for the startups and the tech companies that operate in Itana. Basically, how does Itana's framework now simplify operations for them compared to other companies that are operating outside of the Itana framework? Like, let's just say, what's the competitive advantage that Itana gives to its member companies?
Okay, I think those are two questions in one. So one is on the regulatory framework. So we work closely with our government partner and regulator, that is the Nigerian Export Processing Zone Authorities, NEPSA, which already has a mandate to govern free zones. So there's some frameworks that already exist on the governance of free zones, and these are over 30 years old. So rather than pushing for brand new laws, we leveraged the existing free zone framework, and then we adapted it for digital economy instead of traditional manufacturing. And the amazing thing is that as we have more companies in our zone, the more we're able to tailor this and create new frameworks and policies that will benefit the companies, these digital companies. And this sort of acts as a policy sandbox to test run some policies and potentially even scale some of them across Nigeria, creating a more favorable environment to do business overall in the country. So this means that instead of startups dealing with multiple ministries and agencies separately, Itana becomes that one-stop shop. So Itana coordinates the process for them. We standardize and streamline like the key pain points that a company would experience. Like if you look at registration, having to move a lot of paperwork and having to be physically present and interact with these agencies, they don't need to do that anymore. They can do it all through, they can do it through Itana, and they can do it digitally through an actual app that we've created. Even if you look at visa and work permits, they don't need to interface with so many agencies. They only need to interface with Itana, even setting up their banking, all of this. So this streamlines their process so they can focus on doing their core business, and lots of these bottlenecks are taken away from them. So in practice, this reduces the friction dramatically, and founders can stay compliant and set up the necessary infrastructure and operational back end that is needed for them to do their business. They can move their talent and develop their talent in the country using whether experts or whatever tools that they need, and they can do this with fewer steps.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. What tax incentives basically is there any tax incentive or tax exemptions that, or let's say government regulatory advantages? No, we've talked about the business side of it. Now, are there any tax incentives that they enjoy, that companies basically enjoy?
Yes. So Itana is structured to deliver the same benefits as a special economic zone. And this covers some of the tax incentives that you've mentioned. So traditionally, that would be 0% CIT, 0% VAT, and this gives them increased cash flow back into their business. So even with the changing policy around this, lots of these incentives would still remain or still be more favorable than the customs territory. They also enjoy the streamlined company registration that I mentioned. So this is more simplified, this is faster. And there's also duty-free import. So for companies that have physical goods that they're dealing with, so this could be laptops and things that they use for their work, they enjoy duty exemption on those capital goods, equipment, and raw materials that are needed for their business operation in the zone. They also enjoy immigration flexibility. So there's no export quota requirement, and they have a more simplified visa and work permit process, which I think it's really, really valuable, because some of these companies that are entering into the Nigerian market, they've never been to the country. So knowing that there's an easy way for them to be able to come in, or even to bring investors in, which is what some companies in the zone have done, to be able to bring investors in, to be able to understand the ecosystem, educate them on investing in this climate, I think that is really remarkable. They also enjoy 100% capital repatriation, and this gives investor confidence. This allows them to freely move their funds in and out of the country, move their profit, their dividends without the traditional restrictions. They enjoy foreign exchange access. So they have a special bank account that allows them to be able to operate in FX if they wish to. They are able to generate revenue and recognize revenue in FX as well. They're able to hold that FX in whatever limits that they want and in perpetuity if they wish. And this is not usually available in the customs territory. They also enjoy operational support, access to support for compliance, guidance, and work tools. So this package gives companies regulatory certainty and practical relief. So that helps them to focus on growth instead of a lot of the bureaucracy. But beyond these formal incentives that exist, and these incentives you would find in traditional zones, what truly also makes Itana different is the community ecosystem that we are building. So these are people that are intentional about building a network. We're intentional about building a network where companies can find collaborators, co-investors, and business partners, because access to people is very critical for doing business. Access to information, access to that support. We find a lot of people that want to actually do business in Nigeria, lots of founders that are building here, they feel it's a very lonely journey. So having people that support you, that points you in the right direction, that is very critical. So that ecosystem that we're building helps provide that. So today our broader community includes over 20,000 people, and our core base digital residency itself is about 350 people who are actively building remarkable solutions and doing business together. So that sense of support, I believe, is just as valuable as all the incentives that exist.
So, what you've described. So what you described basically, it almost feels like every tech startup in the country, everybody who is involved in the tech ecosystem, it almost feels like everybody should be part of Itana. But like, how many sectors?
I agree. Yes.
It sounds so nice. You're talking about 0% CIT. You're talking about duty-free imports on laptops and stuff like that. But how much investment has flowed into Itana since inception, and what sectors do you think are the most represented?
Great question. So right now, we do not require the companies in our zone to disclose the exact amount of investment. We find that there are different stages, from pre-seed all the way to Series A. And some of them have domiciled entities, maybe in Delaware and the UK, and this is their first Nigerian setup. And some of them are, fresh companies that are just setting up for the first time, Nigerian companies that are just setting up for the first time. So as we continue to evolve, that is a metric that we will begin to track. So I can't share a headline figure on the amount that they have raised, but what I can say is that the strongest interest has come from remote services, SaaS, and AI companies. This year, we saw a very high growth interest from AI companies, which isn't surprising considering that lots of AI companies came to the forefront just this year. So businesses that are naturally borderless and that would thrive in a jurisdiction for digital trade, lots of them are gravitating towards Etana. We're also seeing growing engagement from funds and institutional partners because they want the right vehicle that allows them to invest in Nigerian companies, right? So they want to support the African scale up. So we're developing frameworks that make it easier for them to operate within our zone. Our expectation is that we would play a meaningful role in enabling more FDI in the country and in creating opportunities for local talent development. Now, for Etana itself, we have very strong backing. One is from the Africa Finance Corporation, AFC, that has committed $100 million to support the development of our district, our technology, and our accelerator. And we are supported by other partners like Future Africa, Local Globe, Chronomos Capital, who share our vision of enabling Africa's digital economy.
Okay. What role do you see Etana playing in helping in positioning Nigeria as a hub for digital trade and services in Africa? What role do you see Nigeria
Etana's
playing?
role.
Okay. Yeah, go on.
Yes, yes, I got that. Yeah. Okay. Etana's role is practical and catalytic. We create lower friction pathways for global companies to operate in Nigeria and for Nigerian startups to service global customers. So for local companies, we make it easier for them to be able to set up and operate. And that allows them the ability to scale, right? And for and to also service global customers as well. And for regional talent to be able to connect with global opportunities, because there are some companies in our zone that literally just set up so they can use that vehicle to hire local talent. They've seen that we have great quality people here, and hiring local talent actually makes them more competitive because we're better priced. So we're seeing a lot of that, and that is a contribution to the talent ecosystem and to the talent development, right? So by solving lots of the restrictions around banking and setup, all these pain points at scale, we make Nigeria a more predictable place to base digital operations and to run regional teams, right? And to transact across borders. Over time, that predictability is what turns interest to investment and scale. We imagine a world where it becomes less uncertain to invest in a Nigerian company. It becomes clearer what scale in Nigeria and across Africa would look like. And we believe that with this built in, we'll be able to see more FDI into the country and possibly GDP growth. So we want Nigeria to become the obvious operational headquarters for digital businesses that are targeting Africa. And we want to build a runway for that.
Okay, thank you. Physical infrastructure. So we've spoken about the fact that there's some physical infrastructure presently under development in Etana. What are some of this physical infrastructure that people should expect from Etana?
Yes, so Etana has we are designed to be digital first, but we do have a physical district. In fact, if I back it up to when we started in 2018, we actually started with the idea of creating this amazing place where people could live and work. We're thinking a lot of people are trying to leave the country because they're trying to find better opportunities. Can we create a place where people would want to stay, they would want to build, and then provide all the incentives for them to be able to do so? So the idea for that physical infrastructure was that, the Etana district. We are still developing it. We've started with the phase 1, and that should be ready by 2027. It's a very long-term project, but this district, which is at Alaro City in Lagos, is going to be a live, work, build environment, and it will be equipped with reliable infrastructure. So imagine everything that the companies we support would need, though they don't need to be physically present. But for the ones that do, this would be the most ideal place to be able to build. So this place would provide great and secure space, both to live, to do great work, co-working infrastructure, leisure infrastructure, with constant electricity. It's going to be secure. They would feel safe. They would have high-speed internet so they can build really amazing things. It would have modern utilities. It would give them access to other infrastructure, like maybe data infrastructure, where they can have their storage, especially for AI companies, right? So it's designed to enable productivity and innovation. So imagine what that place would look like. And that is what Etana is building. And then beyond the infrastructure itself, the district will foster a vibrant community of like-minded entrepreneurs, investors, professionals. So you're surrounded by really remarkable people where you can just walk down to a cafe and you are seated across an investor, right? We want to create a perfect environment for this serendipity to happen. So that is our district that we are building.
Okay. So now, one question I want to ask is, how can, let's say you have a startup in Kano, Port Harcourt, Abuja, I don't know, Asaba, Warri, you just have this company you're trying to start up with, and your plans is global, and your plan is, say, global domination. How can you plug into Etana's ecosystem?
That's amazing. I always like seeing the local hubs, because I really believe that they do a great work in getting access to opportunities everywhere. People are talented, even down to Sokoto and the West. People are talented, but what they don't have access to is that opportunity. So for these local hubs, it's very practical for them. The startup that they support can join digitally and be a part of Etana through our digital residency. And that would give them access to some support and also give them access to the community. Or they can also choose to set up their entity in our zone, and that gives them access to the broader SCZ benefits. So once onboarded, they will gain access to the suite of business incentives that would allow them to be able to build and scale more feasibly, right? So they don't necessarily need to move their headquarters. They can actually plug in remotely and still access the same services and the network.
Thank you so much for your time talking to us about Etana. It's a great work that the team is trying to achieve with Etana. So thank you for staying with us in Kechi.
My pleasure. Been my pleasure.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I said thank you for staying with us on the show this morning, and it's a great work that you guys are doing at Etana.
Amazing. Thank you for having me. It's been lovely speaking with you.
Good morning. So that's all we can take on Economy and Market on Business Day TV. We'll see you again next time, and always stay jaded up. Have a wonderful day. I'm David Olujimi.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
The National Health Financing Dialogue, held in Abuja with the theme Reimagining the Future of Health Financing in Nigeria, had in attendance government officials, private sector leaders, and health experts to discuss how to fund healthcare better and cut down what Nigerians pay. Kelechi Ohiri, Director General of the National Health Insurance Authority, said reforms are underway to expand insurance and protect vulnerable Nigerians.
For the obstetric emergencies, over 200 hospitals in Nigeria are participating, and we're still enrolling more and more of them because we believe that equity is important. And through the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund, where the Honorable Minister mentioned, the federal government commits 1% of its consolidated revenue for that. About 2.7 million Nigerians who are poor and vulnerable are currently enrolled under the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund so far. So those are just some of the reforms that we have undertaken in the last 18 months to 2 years to make sure that we begin to reverse the trend and reduce out-of-pocket expenditure, especially for the poor.
Minister of State for Health, Isiaq Salako, announced plans to enroll 44 million Nigerians into the National Health Insurance Scheme by 2030 and called for more support from states and the private sector.
The key deliverable of the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare under the Presidential Performance Bond that we signed is to enroll at least 44 million Nigerians into the National Health Insurance by 2030 so that we can reduce out-of-pocket expenditure on health.
Frank Aigbogun, publisher of BusinessDay, described healthcare as part of national security and urged local governments to take bigger responsibilities for delivering services.
But health financing is key. We can't go anywhere in terms of looking after our people. I believe personally that healthcare is a very good part of national security. You can't talk about national security when you have sick people all over a country. It's a critical part of national security, and I hope that governments in Nigeria, from federal to local governments and the states, will take the matter of healthcare more seriously than we have done so far. As I said, it appears people think that everything will be provided by government. It is not true. It is not done. It will not happen. Nigerians themselves must rise up to play their own part as well.
Private sector leaders also called for better policies and long-term financing to expand services and reduce costs for citizens.
It is very obvious that there's a lot happening in healthcare now, that the environment and the temperament for finance and investment is shifting favorably, that there are a lot of players now who are trying to aggregate demand, and so increasingly the conversations are shifting to supply. And where conversations shift to supply, then there's a question about where will the financing come from. And on that note, there's a lot of opportunities now opening up for financing. This dialogue has been a long time coming, but we are glad it has happened. We are glad that the National Council, working with the Honorable Coordinating Minister for Health, as well as the DG NHIA, have come together to put together these discussions. The expectation is that these discussions then lead to tangible action, which we'll be happy to have.
I represent the private sector, and we feel that private sector has a major role to play supporting the government. So what we're asking is, what can we do to create an enabling environment for investments to come in to support private sector to increase the quality and the scale and scope of their services in order to support government, not just for those at the top of the pyramid, but the masses at the bottom of the pyramid. So I think we've had some really good discussions today. We can really put all this together into actionable, when I mean actionable activities, because we've been talking for a long time, years and years and years, but I think now is the time, and I think we have the government who has the will to do the right thing.
So I think today we came up with a lot of innovative ideas, some disruptive thinking that is required to change the narrative for healthcare. We need to unlock the potentials of the private sector and the public sector, and that can only be done by strategic partnership. But we need to have the enabling policies, the enabling law, and the government today under the current administration is providing the enabling environment for private sector. However, we need to step it up. We have some fundamental challenges. 70% of healthcare in this country is provided by the private sector. However, it's very fragmented. Now, for the private sector to scale, we need to get long-term patient capital that is in Naira. We don't want dollar loans. We want long-term financing that is in between 7 to 10 years. And it should be single digit. It needs to be patient capital for the patient. A lot of us are paying out of pocket, which is impoverishing Nigerians. So we also need to get this, the demand side also sorted out. So we need off-takers. We need more people to take on health insurance. We need to give people who are vulnerable that do not have access to health insurance access to that. And then we need to find also guarantees so that we can have strategic public-private partnerships with government guaranteeing these. Finally, we need to think about health sovereignty. That can only be done with the Nigerian First policies, how we get local industries to be able to start to manufacture pharmaceuticals and other healthcare, health tech and rapid diagnostics and so on, so we become self-sufficient. So several MOUs have been signed through the Presidential Unlocking Value Initiative, and I think this is one of the major achievements of Mr. President that will really change the outlook of healthcare in our country.
The dialogue ended with a clear message. Governments, private sector and citizens must work together to build a stronger health system for Nigerians' future. Ifunanya Indigwe reporting for Business Day Television. The National Health Financing Dialogue held in Abuja with the
today for us to really discuss esteemed as stakeholders. Who are stakeholders in this? Essentially, managers, social companies, and halls that are involved with social waste operations.
On the 26th of August 2025, the Lagos Waste Management Authority, in collaboration with Waste Care, held a stakeholders forum on construction, demolition and disaster waste management with the theme, Building Responsibly and Driving Efficiency, Strengthening Stakeholder Collaboration in Construction, Demolition and Disaster Waste Management in Lagos State. The event brought together government officials, royal fathers, private sector leaders, real estate developers, and other professionals in similar fields.
The message is this. One, what we are trying to propagate is advocacy. We're trying to enlighten the people and we're trying to educate. Because one of the problems that we have seen in the management of construction waste, demolition waste, and disaster waste is ignorance. People have to be educated. People have to be educated on the right way to handle this waste, to process it and to get it off their sites to the appropriate locations. So that is what we are advocating. Because of the impact of this waste, don't forget that some of these wastes are also classified as hazardous waste, like asbestos. They are hazardous to humans, and so that's why there's a need for it to be properly handled, collected, and transported. So that is the message. The first point of call is one, people have to be educated, one, that is to be generated when you are constructing. We say construction waste. While you are building from scratch, you have waste generated. That is number one. Two, when you are demolishing an old site to construct a new one, you will have generation of waste. So the first thing is to understand what these wastes are, how to handle them, and then take them to the professionals that would now process them to reuse them into other valuable, because like we are emphasizing circularity. We are saying that resources should be reused and reused and reused, not taking new raw materials and starting from scratch. So when you bring down the old materials, let us take them back to where they'll be recycled and where they'll be reused, rather than harnessing new raw materials all the time. But it's a field that you have to employ the professionals, those that understand the composition of this waste and they know how to recycle them back to other useful products. That is what we're emphasizing, because the layman cannot say, like it was emphasized during the lecture, some people used to fill potholes and roads and what have you. So that's what we're trying to emphasize, that this should be used properly because of the constituents of some of this waste. There's no taxation, there's no transition. What we are emphasizing now is this. Normally your waste will be carted away. And when your waste is carted away, you pay for carting away your waste. And the volume of waste that generated on construction is quite high. And these are, peculiar waste that have to be, you can't put the construction in a compactor truck. It won't work. You probably need an open truck that is also covered so that as it's been transported, it is not spilled on the road. So you have to pay. When you generate waste, don't forget that construction sites are, they are very the high-end high cost sites. You pay a lot of money to put up a construction. So paying a little amount for it to be, the waste to be managed, it's not too much. What we are just saying is that you pay for your waste to be, you register with LOMA, and then LOMA has the technicalities to, collect the waste and take it away from your site. So it's not too much if you pay a little token to have it evacuated. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about resort tax, heavy taxation. No. That's what we're talking about. You inform Loma that you're constructing a site. When you generate your waste, you get them, you collaborate with them so that they can pick up your waste and take it away. So we're just paying for the waste to be evacuated, collected and evacuated. That's all.
The Executive Director Loma Finance, Mr. Kunle Adebiyi, representing Chief Dr. Muyiwa Gbadegesin, MD and CEO Loma, kicked off the event with an opening address and the roadmap and overview on CDDW.
Business is writing, it's all still about collaboration and partnership. And that's why I said all of you to be in this room today. The essence of this meeting is more or less what we call stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder is very key in any policy making by the government. We are aware that there's quite a lot of rapid growth in Lagos State in terms of building. And we know quite all right that waste handling is very key. In as much as people are interacting, there's potential to generate waste. What do we do to this waste? It's what is a critical concern, not only to us as an agency, to the government as a public health will also be in jeopardy. So the exercise is to bring them together, give them a kind of capacity, enlightening them, and how to properly manage construction, disposal, and disaster waste in Lagos State. This is to bridge the gap, because we knew quite all right that a lot of construction industry out there, they don't know what to do with their waste. And also we're in the era of circularity, which means that those things they are regarding as waste, they are not but a resource. So for us today is to expose them, creating that awareness, widening their horizon on the proper waste to conduct the activities at their various sites. Getting the planning approval is one thing. Other things is what do you do with your waste during the construction period? And that's where Loma Roast is very critical. For us, our plan is to ensure that, yes, while you are doing your construction, we register you, we monitor your activity closely, and we ensure that we provide adequate infrastructure to evacuate your waste during that time period. So for us, as a government, we are interested not only in business entity, in overall public interest, which is very critical for us. Well, generally, there is a perception that, which we all also see, that Greater Lagos is rising. It's not only by individual, it's a collective responsibility. That's why we bring a partner, we call Mrs. Wastecare, to collaborate with government driving this initiative down. We also ensure that, yes, we create a system in such a way they can register theirs at the convenience of their homes and offices. You don't need to come to Loma. You just go to loma.com, register the kind of waste you want to evacuate, and ensure that proper management plan is put in place for you at your construction site. It's we are deliberate about it, and we ensure that we put everything possible to make sure it's convenient for them to operate. So we don't need to be everywhere. The system is there, and it's auto drive. There is no doubt. In as much as solid waste, we have that capacity. Aside from all other waste which we are also managing, the construction industry is big and large. I agree with you. But for us, it's also a key component of the waste which must be disposed properly and safely, because these wastes are hazardous. For example, asbestos, it can affect human health. And also the so-called robust and all that, they have secondary use. We are all driving towards circularity. It means all this with their the resource for another usage can be also repurposed. So the capacity why there is no doubt. And that's why we are very keen in ensuring we do a lot of stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder is very key because people are out there. They don't know what they do with this waste. So I don't have any challenges in ensuring that, yes, we put a proper perspective to it and ensure that people do the right thing in the right environment, not to really safeguard their personal interest, for overall general interest of the public.
The guest speaker at the event, Engineer Tijani Ajibola, the CEO of Aqua Green Consulting and Construction Company Limited, urged on strengthening compliance in construction and demolition waste management and the need for its utilization.
We continue to extract
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at Noon. I am Amanda Emosigbue. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Now the headlines. Cardoso rallies banks to meet $1 billion monthly diaspora remittance. CBN announces interest rate decisions meeting to hold September 22nd. Doctors to decide on nationwide strike today. Zelensky urges Europe to build joint air defense. South Africa dent Eagles World Cup hope still after stalemate. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the central bank governor Olayemi Cardoso has urged Nigerian banks to intensify support for the Apex Bank's efforts to grow diaspora remittances to $1 billion monthly, describing the inflow as a strategic lever for foreign exchange stability and broader economic transformation. Cardoso is speaking at the 18th Annual Banking and Finance Conference of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria in Abuja, says Nigeria has made significant progress with monthly diaspora remittance inflow rising from $250 million to $600 million. The CBN governor credited the improvement to collaborative international outreach missions where Nigerian banks worked closely with the CBN to engage diaspora communities, adding that meeting the $1 billion target by 2026 will now depend on the commercial banks. Cardoso commended the CIBN for its consistency in convening strategic dialogue, describing the event as a key platform for aligning on reforms to stabilize the economy and building investor confidence. Moving on, the CBN has also announced that the 302nd meeting of its Monetary Policy Committee will take place later this month at the CBN head office in Abuja. The announcement published on its website stated that the meeting is scheduled to begin on Monday, September 22nd, 2025 at 10 a.m. and will continue on Tuesday, September 23rd, 2025 at the MPC meeting room on the 11th floor of bank headquarters. According to reports, the MPC will review recent economic and financial developments both within and outside the country, while key decisions on interest rate, inflation control, and overall economic direction are expected to emerge from the session. Still on, the Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors will hold its National Executive Council meeting to determine its next line of action on a pending ultimatum to the federal government. The association had earlier issued a 10-day ultimatum to relevant government agencies, warning that members would embark on a nationwide strike if their demands were not met. The threat repeatedly comes amid mounting pressure on Nigeria's fragile public health system, which already grappling with a shortage of doctors, poor infrastructure, and overcrowded hospitals. The doctor, in a communique issued on September 1st, 2025, demanded immediate payment of the outstanding 2025 Medical Residency Training Fund, settlement of 5 months arrears from 25 to 35%, consolidated medical salary structure review, and other long-standing salary backlogs. To end the local news, a new Google search trend has revealed on Tuesday, 9th of September, that Nigerian students are increasingly relying on artificial intelligence to support their studies as schools reopen across the country. Google revealed that searches combining AI plus studying rose by more than 200% compared to 2024, showing that learners are not only curious about AI, but are actively using it as a study companion. The company explained that students were seeking out AI tutors, free tools, and prompts to guide their works across a variety of subjects. Google's West Africa director Olumide Balogun also revealed that the trend showed that students were embracing AI as a way to deepen their learning. On the foreign scene, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has pushed for a common air defense system with Kyiv's European allies, as he accused Russia of deliberately targeting neighboring Poland by flying drones through its airspace in an overnight attack. Poland revealed that it shot down several Russian drones that Moscow had fired towards Ukraine in its latest overnight barrage, which had drawn widespread condemnation and warnings from the NATO members alike. Zelensky revealed that the attack shows the need for a combined Ukraine-Europe air defense shield, insisting that Ukraine has long proposed the creation of a joint air defense system to ensure the guaranteed downing of Shaheds, other drones and missiles through the combined strength of their combat aviation and air defenses. Also, Poland's prime minister says 19 Russian drones entered the country's airspace overnight during strikes on western Ukraine. According to reports, up to 4 drones were shot down by Polish and NATO aircraft, marking the first time Russian drones have been downed over by Poland. The report, however, cited a Russian diplomat in Poland who rejected the claims that drones entered the Polish airspace, describing it as groundless. Ukraine's President Zelensky also revealed that at least 8 strike drones were aimed towards Poland, calling an escalation an extremely dangerous precedent for Europe. Now to sports. Nigeria's hope of reaching the 7th FIFA World Cup tournament are in tatters after a 1-1 draw against group leaders South Africa at the Free State Stadium in Bloemfontein on Tuesday. The Super Eagles came into the fixture needing to claim all 3 points in a bid to resurrect their dwindling hopes of reaching next summer's showpiece in North America, while the South Africans were hoping for a positive outcome in bid to retain their healthy points advantage against the chasing pack in Group C. Head coach Eric Schell reinstated Captain Williams Truce Ekong back into the heart of defense after the former Park centre-back had sat out the slim 1-0 win over Rwanda in Uyo last week. The Eagles suffered an early setback within the opening 8 minutes as fullback Ola Aina had to be subbed off after picking up an injury and replaced by Bright Osayi Samuel. To end the news, Terence Crawford has revealed that he's embracing the magnitude of his upcoming showdown with Canelo Alvarez on Saturday in Las Vegas, calling it the biggest fight in boxing in probably a decade, as he bids to become the first male boxer to be undisputed in 3 weight classes. Crawford, who faces Alvarez for the super middleweight title, says his preparation has remained consistent despite having to move up 2 weight classes to challenge the Mexican superstar in a bout that will be streamed live on Netflix. The 37-year-old American praised Alvarez's experience while backing his own tools to carry the night. Crawford also dismissed concerns about a potential pro-Alvarez crowd at the 65,000 capacity Allegiant Stadium, which is home to the NFL's Las Vegas Raiders. This is where we wrap it up this afternoon on Business Day Television News at Noon. I am Amanda Emosibue. Keep watching Business Day Television.
In the Federal Capital Territory, a growing humanitarian crisis continues to unfold as thousands of Amajiri children roam the streets, trapped in a cycle of poverty, neglect, and exploitation. A visit by Business Day to areas like Gwarimpa and Jabi reveals the silent suffering of these children, young boys sent from northern Nigeria to study the Quran, now left to fend for themselves in harsh urban environments. The Amajiri system, which dates back centuries, was originally a community-based Islamic educational practice in northern Nigeria. Under this system, young boys known as Amajirai were sent to study under Islamic scholars, often far from home. Traditionally, the local community supported the scholars and their students, but over time, economic pressures and the erosion of social safety nets have transformed this once respected institution.
Today, many Amajiru children end up begging on the streets to survive. Ahmed, a 15-year-old Amajiri from Zaria, Kaduna State, shared his story with Business Day television.
Sunana Ahmad.
Shekaran ka nawa?
15.
15.
Yes.
Ina kake zama?
Ni nan gidan Bolan Daji.
Gidan
Bolan Daji.
Okay, kai da wa kake zama?
Ga su nan tare da yan uwana da ogana.
Amma iyayenka suna nan?
Eh, babana bi nan. Ya rasu.
Suna Abuja nan?
A'a.
Ina suke?
Zaria.
To ya ka zo nan Abuja?
Kudi na ne ma na zo nan.
Okay, daga Zaria ka zo nan?
Eh.
Kwana nawa kake Abuja nan? Kai shekara nawa Abuja?
Ko rabin shekara ban yi ba nan.
To in kai ciwo ya kake yi? Kana zuwa asibiti ne? Ko kuma kana zuwa ina ne ka samu ajiya? Kai kaman kai ciwon shawura.
Yare kemis nake zuwa. In je in sai magani. Na saya sai in sha.
Me kake yi?
Ni bola.
Eh?
Bola.
Okay. Nawa kake samu a rana?
A wannan sai sati muke auna.
Okay. Nawa kake samu?
10,000.
10,000 a rana?
A sati.
Okay, a sati. Kai ne kake da biro din? Ko kana haya ne?
Ina bugu ne wannan.
Oh, okay. To ya kake yi?
Bola muke bi.
Sai ka je ka sai da shi.
To
me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ta taimake mu daina wannan abin da muke yi. Mu koma wajen iyayen mu lafiya.
Okay. Kana zuwa makaranta?
A'a.
Kana sana'a ne? In an ce ka je makaranta yanzu za ka je? Ka taba zuwa makaranta?
Allura Islamiya ba.
His experience is all too common. Without proper supervision, education, or welfare, many Amajirai become vulnerable to exploitation and abuse. The FCT administration acknowledged the crisis in 2022, announcing plans to engage at least 1,000 street children in vocational training programs aimed at economic empowerment. However, progress has been slow, and many children remain outside the reach of any meaningful support. In November 2024, the federal government launched a back-to-school initiative targeting Amajiri and out-of-school children in the FCT for enrollment into formal education. While the initiative marks a positive step, gaps remain in quality education, consistent funding, and holistic support. We want to learn skills, said Salisu, a 14-year-old from Kaduna. With skills, we can earn a living and not have to beg.
Gwamnati suna su taimake ka, me kake so a yi maka? A kalle ni mana. Ko kana jin kunya ne? Ko me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ina so barbara, in samu aikin yi.
Wani irin aiki kake so ka yi?
Aikin hannu. Aikin hannu.
Allo.
Abdulaziz.
Shekaran ka nawa?
13.
Okay, kana zuwa makaranta?
Ba na zuwa makaranta.
Okay. Ina kake kwana?
Masallaci.
A masallaci. In kai ciwo ko ba kai rashin lafiya, ya kake shan magani? Wa yake kai ka asibiti?
Ni da kaka ta muke nan.
Okay, kai da kakan. So, me ka kawo ka Abuja?
Neman kuɗi.
Neman kuɗi. Kana da ƴan wannan garin ko? Waye kakanka?
Da kawuna.
Kawunka.
Karan babana.
Ya kuka zo Abuja? Ya kuka shigo Abuja? Ta yaya kuka shigo? Kun shiga mota ne ko
mun shiga mota.
Okay, daga Abuja
daga Kano zuwa.
Daga Kano
zuwa garin nan.
Okay. Daga me kake so ka zama a gaba?
Ni. Likita.
Likita? Ko ba ka zuwa kana so ka zama likita? Daga ina ka fito?
Jigawa.
To me ne kake yi?
Bola nake bi.
Me kake so gwamnati ya yi maka?
Ne nake so ta mun talla ko ta kai ni gida.
What these children need is not just access to classroom, but also training in employable skills and economic inclusion. As the nation's capital grapples with the consequences of a broken system, the voices of these children demand attention, not just pity, but policy. Their future depends not on charity, but on a coordinated effort to restore dignity, education, and opportunity. Haruna Ibrahim, a respected Islamic scholar, emphasizes that the Almajiri system was never intended to involve street begging. Traditionally, Almajiri children were supported by their communities while receiving religious education. However, due to current economic challenges, many now beg out of necessity rather than as part of their education. Ibrahim advocates for urgent reform by integrating Islamic and Western education to improve their future. He also acknowledges positive initiatives such as efforts by the National Commission for Almajiri and State Programs in Kano, which aim to combine spiritual learning with practical skills.
You know, in Islam, our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the first revelation he got was Iqra, means read, seek for knowledge. So the Almajiri school can be traced to that history. It is in the pursuit of Islamic education that whoever is going to seek Islamic knowledge is called Almajiri. But in the Nigerian context, it has been divided into two categories, I can say, because those who are beggars on the street, most especially from those who are at poverty level, that is those who are adult, you cannot categorize them as Almajiri because they are just beggars, because they are not seeking Western Islamic education. But when you talk about Almajiri, it's just teenagers who are very young and their parents send them out in the communities to seek for Islamic education. That's what we call Almajiri. And it dated back even pre-independence. So people seeking for Islamic knowledge, even if you are at your home, you are called Almajiri, because begging is not part of being Almajiri. Begging is different matter at all. But seeking knowledge is what is called Almajiri. And it started from the younger age, when while unfortunately, some of those small children doesn't pursue the Western education at an early stage. But in no shell, seeking for Islamic knowledge is what is called Almajiri, who is doing that. You know, when in the olden days, it was not a problem because of economic factor. That time everybody is well-to-do. You can go to any place, you will be sure of where you will eat, where you will drink, where you will sleep. But because of the economic condition we found ourselves in, the system of sending small children outside their immediate families to go and seek for that knowledge become very difficult. And unfortunately, most of our parents, some may not like to adapt to the changing situations. Because if the economy changes, it means you have to change your style of living. You cannot send your child now outside where you are not sure of his clothing, you are not sure of his health, you are not sure of his basic need. That's where the problem comes in. I can personally say it is an economic problem from the parent, but not seeking the knowledge itself. And the federal government has introduced what we call the Western education. And instead of those guys, small children, to combine the Western education and the Islamic education, most parents, maybe out of ignorance, ignores that and send them to only Islamic education without combining it. And the society is changing. As the society changes, we have to adapt and make sure that as you are privileged to get the Islamic education, which is al-Majri, you also have another privilege to combine it with Western education. Yes, we, all of us, have a role to play. Like you said, the federal government has established a national commission for al-Majri and the out-of-school system to improve or to remove small children from the streets and give them skills acquisition, give them Western education, and at the same time give them the Islamic education, which is better. I think the most important thing is awareness. We need to create awareness for both government, for the society, and for the parents themselves. Because all the time, those children need to be accepted, not rejected and totally condemned. They are part of the society. The media, they are supposed to educate public that a federal government has now established the commission, which is good. So the parent can leverage on that to remove our al-Majri from streets. But like I told you, it's not all the al-Majris, even the other al-Majris, those at the poverty line, that is adolescent, the federal government has, the government at various sub-nationals also established social system where you don't need to go and beg. You can go and enjoy those social systems the government provides. So it is my work, it is your work as journalists, it is everybody's work, and we have to continue to create awareness for both the scholars, for the parents, that there is nothing bad in acquiring the Islamic education, but let us combine it with Western education, because if you do that, you have two double advantage. You know, that's what we call, you can write from left to right and right from left. So it means you are getting advantage. And you know, because of that is what we call exchange of knowledge. If you are doing Western education, it will assist you in Islamic education and vice versa. So it's everybody's role. And we cannot say we can totally remove it at once. It is a gradual process. It is a gradual with education, with commitment from government, with public awareness, with parental awareness, with time. By government establishing this, I think the problem of al-Majri may be a thing of the past with time. But it will take some time to do it, because we need to educate the parents themselves on why they have to combine it and get certificates, so they can be employed after the school. Then we have to educate the parents themselves, and the government empowers them also. And even like in Kano, where they have a lot of those schools, I know that government at the state level, government is supporting those al-Majri schools, maybe with uniforms, with this, and they are trying to collaborate with at the national level with the National Commission for al-Majri and out of school children to better the system.
right, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us on Inside Politics for this week. I'm in your Bongi work. The race towards the 2027 general election have intensified with the zoning of presidential ticket of the main opposition, the People's Democratic Party, to the south. This is coming against the backdrop of President Bola Tinubu's another southerner being backed by a critical bloc of the ruling All Progressive Congress, the APC, to stand for election on the ruling party's platform. It means another northerner vying for PDP or APC's presidential ticket is on his own. But there's also the emerging African Democratic Congress, the ADC, which was strengthened by the coalition of opposition politicians, which fused into it recently. However, many Nigerians are of the view that existing political parties have no solution to the country's woes amid criticism and widespread public discontent of the Bola Tinubu's administration performance in office in the last two years or so. Joining me to discuss the state of the nation, opposition politics, and to assess the Tinubu's administration is Tungi Shele, a former Lagos PDP chairman and the chieftain of the ADC in Lagos. Chief of the ADC. Good afternoon, sir, and welcome to Inside Politics. Good to have you in our studios.
Thank you very much.
Let's start with the event of the 26th of last month in Lagos State, where several members of defective members of the PDP, the Labour Party, were welcomed. Maybe few APC were welcomed into the ADC fully by the National Secretary, Ralph Aregbesola. I was there in Victoria Island. So, what was the main reason for that event, and how has it been able to shape ADC in Lagos State?
Thank you very much. I think Nigerians have lost confidence in both APC and PDP. You find out that majority of the stakeholders in APC today are inherited from PDP. At least 70% of the leaders in APC today are from PDP. Whenever they have a problem, either in terms of corruption or any other tendency, they quickly move over to APC for cover. Nigerians are the ones that are suffering from this kind of effect. So there should be a new lease of life, a fresh approach to politics, a people-centered approach to politics, so that Nigeria can be a better place for everyone. And that's why ADC now becomes a baby of necessity. It's a party that's come out boldly out of necessity. ADC has been on ground for quite some time, and they were doing things at their own pace. Yes. That's what it should be. If you're a small party, you start winning from 2 constituencies to 4 to 6. Sometimes you drop. Let there be level playing field. But with the trend of events in Nigeria today, it's like we are moving towards a one-party state. Everybody is just jumping ship
to the ruling party. To the
ruling party. They are attracted for one reason or the other. Some of them are manipulated, some of them are influenced, some of them are promised a lot of things so that they can cross over to APC. Some of us have found it necessary to look in another direction and look for an alternative platform. And to the major stakeholders, people like Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, Rotimi Amechi, and of course, Aregbesola that came to Lagos to receive us into ADC. They did their own work, and I'm sure at the appropriate time, Nigerians will feel the impact of ADC
in Nigeria?
Many people are actually so because people have known you to be a PDP man right from a very long time. You were the PDP chairman in Lagos for some years, and your supporters, those that have followed you politically, will probably be surprised that why you are jumping ship to the ADC now. And of course, everybody know the crisis the PDP is probably facing. But maybe some will have felt maybe couldn't you have stayed behind to maybe resolve the issues within the PDP? Does it mean the issues are unresolved, or you probably felt you had to chart your own political career forward?
Those who are very close to me know the kind of person I am, that I'm principled to a fault. I want to do things rightly. I want to defend the position of anything I'm doing. I should be able to defend it. I've defended PDP enough, and I couldn't continue. There's a lot of indiscipline in the party. People are doing anti-party, and nobody is doing anything about it. So it gives some of us a lot of concern. So my supporters and my followers will not be surprised at all, because they have seen my body language. I've appeared on so many television programs before trying to defend that PDP had an internal mechanism of resolving its problems. But unfortunately, for a very long time, this has not been achieved. Somebody is sitting there dictating pace. He's the only one that knows everything. He's the only one that can choose chairman for you today, choose chairman for you tomorrow, choose chairman for you in the future. So, and he feels he's in control of the party. If he had moved to APC to go and work with them, let him focus. I mean, I'm talking about the former governor of Rivers State and, of course, the FCT minister. If you wanted to leave a party, leave it honorably. Go, focus on the job at the national level as the FCT minister. But unfortunately, he's influencing a lot of things, drawing PDP back. And PDP found it difficult to do the needful.
To suspend him.
And suspend. I've been advocating for this on several fora before, and nothing changed. So I had to take my own destiny in my own hands, and I took time to arrive at this position. I even waited until the last local government election in Lagos took place, so that nobody will say I've derailed the progress PDP could have made in Lagos during the local government election. I knew they were not going anywhere. Just like what happened in Rivers State's local government election. It was a selection. They just selected 3 local governments for PDP, and the rest
more like a dash
to APC, so that when the governor eventually returns, he will be
like a figurehead.
It will be an APC agent.
But now you are in ADC now. Many people are worried that they are still coming back to PDP later.
Who told you I will come back?
No. I mean, I'm still coming back to discuss the issue within the PDP later in the program. But now the ADC, people may argue with you. A lot of people may argue with you that the ADC in Lagos State, they need to do more in terms of building grassroots structures.
Yes.
In the last election in 2023. They had a governorship candidate, but across the state, I think they came out 4th or 5th. They didn't do more. They didn't do well.
Yes.
And this is like a big work for your team, the ADC chieftain in Lagos State, the leaders in Lagos State. They need to do more in terms of building structures. Many people are still not aware. Go to the grassroots. The party is virtually non-existent.
Yes.
How are you people building structures across the state?
Well, during the last general election, I think they had a wonderful governorship candidate.
Yeah.
Wonderful man. And I watched his interviews. And up till date, he's still working hard to ensure that Nigeria and Lagos survive from bad governance, that good governance is brought to the grassroots. He's always intervening. It's just like a shadow.
He's playing the role of opposition politics.
Main opposition politics. You don't necessarily have to be in power. We all work towards winning elections. But when you lose, be a good opposition and pursue it vigorously so that Nigerians can benefit from it. But most people don't understand this. They want to be in office and continue to dominate, whether they give good governance or not. Unfortunately, democracy is being endangered as a result. So some of us have to do something and start looking for alternative. Now, in this alternative, you are, like you rightly identified, ADC is still a small party in Lagos State. And that was why we did what we did.
To welcome new members.
We see ourselves as new members too. And in ADC, everybody is equal. And women, youth, and everybody is given the opportunity. So what we are trying to do now is to build the party, give it the semblance of a good opposition that can win election and that can make a difference in the
2027.
In 2027, which I believe will happen because the people behind it are dynamic, they are focused, and they have experience. They must have made mistakes in the past. They are ready to learn from their mistakes. If PDP had problems, made mistakes, APC has come to even further worsen the situation. So that's why ADC will be a fresh alternative, a viable alternative, and we shall ensure that we mobilize people. We are monitoring people like the top for now. They are trying to resolve one issue or the other before going out fully to states and ensure that everybody.
I think that's the concern, or the concern among Nigerians is that these people are moving from PDP or Labour Party to ADC. It's like putting the same people that have actually failed us, the same people that have actually they were in government in the past. They didn't do much. What hope do we have? What confidence do we have that when these people gain power, if we vote for ADC 2027, that they will change the narrative, they will do things differently? I think that's the question people have been asking. That what make ADC? Oh, people are defecting from ADC, from PDP to Labour Party to ADC. Is it not the same people that have failed us in the past? What would they do different this time around? So I think the question is left for you.
I'm not one of those people that failed Nigerians in the past, and many other people like that are now in ADC to ensure that ADC is properly structured and properly guided in the affairs of running the affairs of the nation. Like I said, people must have made mistakes in the past. I am aware that everybody is now ready to correct the mistakes of the past and give Nigeria a new lease of life.
I think the concern now is, the party have come together they are building. But at the national level, we've seen Amechi have set up branch in Rivers State. Other El-Rufai was able to set up a branch. He had a meeting last week that was disrupted in Kaduna. And Kaduna's Adamawa Atiku is doing his best. But the issue of presidential ticket of the party now, a lot of people are afraid that ambition of this politician, of these key leaders, Atiku, Obi, Amechi, these are people who have shown interest. Amechi said some days ago that he's not willing to step down for anybody in 2027. People are afraid that the ADC, if this one don't get the ticket, that Atiku don't get the ticket, I mean that the issue of who get the presidential ticket may actually derail the party in 2027 if care is not taken.
What do you think? Behind the scene, they are working together as a team behind the scene. And they've set a rule among themselves that all of them will go for a primary, for the primaries, and then whoever emerges as the presidential candidate, all others will support. That's the consensus as at today. And I believe it's going to help the party grow. It's going to help the party to progress and help the party to to make progress.
Would the party be zoned the presidential candidate? There's so much talk that they do not have ruled 8 years. There is now the turn of the South. Would the party be zoning to other? We have two other parties have actually zoned.
I wouldn't think so. I wouldn't think so. Even PDP that said it zoned the
presidential ticket
to the South. Yesterday they made a moderation of it that whoever wants to contest on the platform of the PDP could come from anywhere. But they have decided as a party to zone it to the South and support a Southern candidate. And where is the Southern candidate they want to present?
A Southern candidate, they've said they are wooing former President Jonathan. They also they went to meet him.
Jonathan is ready to go back to a party that is not doing well.
He said Jonathan never resigned in PDP.
He doesn't have to resign, but I think he's a focused person. He's an elder statesman. He's now playing the role of an international peacemaker and trying to build image for himself and for the country. I don't think he will be interested in going to partisan politics, contesting for the office he has held once or partially half of what he inherited.
I think the PDP is saying that they realized the mistake that Jonathan they made in 2015 by not backing him, and that they feel he's the one that probably can save the country now. Knowing the fact that the zone has come to the South, they feel he's the rightful person to challenge the incumbent. Being the fact that considering the way the APC is trying to take over most states by making them look at most states in the south now. I mean, either you are in APC or you are nowhere. So they feel that Jonathan is the one that can give the incumbent president run for his money. And Jonathan himself have not come out to say I'm not contesting. He still probably said his cousin said on Sunday that he's still consulting.
His cousin cannot speak for him. Even his wife cannot speak for him. He is the one that is the center of this team. So definitely, I see him as a very responsible and well-mannered and matured person who will know what's good for him. How can one now stay in a safe lane where people respect you, and then you go and mix with people who don't have decorum or who don't believe in democracy? Democracy, like I said, is endangered. So if somebody who had earned the respect of Nigerians, who willingly accepted defeat, and then you expect him to go back to...
So you'll be disappointed just decide to contest?
Definitely, I will be disappointed. But if it's going to be the saving grace, I don't mind. But is it PDP that can project him and get things sorted out? PDP cannot project and get good results.
With the way the party
because some people are right there working for the opposition. Some people are right in PDP today working for APC. So Jonathan shouldn't, former president.
Many people say the crisis within the PDP started when they refused to hand over when the issue of the presidential tickets happened in 2023. Wike didn't. I don't want to overflog this issue, but isn't there? It's unfortunate that the party have not been able to resolve it. We saw the next meeting some days ago. Many founding members of the party, even Nwobodu, former Enugu State, Imo State Governor, the one that ruled 1999 to 2007 was there. They were all there to salvage this party. And
I don't think the major stakeholders were there, especially from the southeast and the south-south. The majority of the people you find there, maybe from the southwest, and people who are ready to tolerate the excesses of.
They say they're having a convention.
They are supposed to have a convention in Ibadan.
Yes.
And somebody is planning his own for Abuja. So let's see how it works. The party is in a disarray. They are only trying to mend fences, and I don't think it will work.
What we have been seeing is defection of opposition to the ruling party. And some of them say, we saw that Kwame State governor moved We saw the Delta State governor move, and these are people who are elected under the PDP. And some people say we have been coerced to join the APC. What is your take on the recent defection of opposition
I'm
politicians?
so disappointed in the governor of Akwa
Ibom
State and also of Delta State. What else do they want? They are in opposition and they are in power in their states. They are supposed to stay behind and fight, not run away. They have the followership, the people voted for them, and they disappointed the people, moved to another party. I don't know what they stand to benefit. It can be embarrassing. I was embarrassed to see them at that level.
You say it's for selfish interest.
It's for personal. They know that the party in power can make things difficult for them. They may not return. So the best thing is to join the ruling party, which is unfortunate. If the ruling party is doing well today, definitely I will be in support. We will only be in opposition to challenge what they are doing wrong, so that Nigeria can be a better place. But when you deliberately, you are in opposition, you are supposed to challenge what's going wrong in the ruling party, and you decided to follow them when they are not doing well. It's just unfortunate.
Some people have called for the amendment of the constitution to, if you have been elected under this party platform, if you are cross carpeting, you should lose your seat.
Well, I don't know why the judiciary is not doing the right thing. Judiciary is also part of the problem, because when you take a genuine case to court, it is thrown out on technicalities and frivolities. So I hope new things will start happening. If ADC comes to power, there should be an electoral reform.
Yes.
And then the judicial reform too should take place, so that somebody who took the 4th place in Imo State the other time during the general election,
yes,
now became
the governor.
The governor. It's unheard of. What kind of law? What kind of rule?
What kind of electoral reform would you love to see ahead of 2027? The president, do you have confidence in President INEC to conduct a free and fair election? There have been criticism about the voters as voter register. We saw your party raised an issue about the people that were registered in those Osun State.
It's unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. I don't have any confidence. Not even now. Way back, I've lost my confidence in INEC. When I was chairman PDP, I had cause, or even when I was the secretary, I had cause to write so many letters to them. Even when we won elections, they will upturn it. So I had to write letters, and when they are manipulating the voters register, I will write and follow it up. So they even had to change the director of
information.
Not information, director of operations, because I insisted that they were doing the wrong thing. Some of them were already compromised. They gave them houses in Ikeja. Those people in INEC, they gave them cars. The ruling party in Lagos gave them cars.
Really?
They gave them houses.
It happened.
It happened. So I followed it up. They had to remove the director of operation, took him to, but yet they still ensure that it was serving that purpose.
Many people have raised concern about the appointment of INEC chairman. That they said that there need to be, the Yaga Africa raised the issue some days ago. There need to be an independent body that should appoint INEC chairman. That the part appointment of INEC chairman should be taken away from the president. The position should be advertised, just like we have seen in Kenya, South Africa. What is your take?
That's what it should be. But I don't expect the current government in power to do it, because it's not in their culture. It's not in their character. So we want people of character to be at position of responsibility. They can advertise it. People that have canvassing for electoral reform, they are not sleeping. They will go out, and some of us will support them to achieve this goal at the end of the day. There should be an electoral reform. What you have just cited is a good example. Let them advertise. Let them go before the Senate for screening. I know this, even the Senate we have is a rubber stamp war, but all the same, let Nigerians themselves determine who becomes the INEC chairman. It's possible.
All right. The Tinubu administration is with reform. What is your take on this reform?
The reform.
The government said this morning that they meet their revenue target for the year.
Well, it's good to do reform. The reform, everybody will do one reform or the other just to ensure that things are perfect. But unfortunately, APC leadership doesn't set its priorities right.
What do you mean?
Well, where they are supposed to build roads to ensure that food are evenly distributed around the country, that people can move freely and go about their business, those roads are not done. Yet, we can embark on coastal road and put a cost of maybe in trillions on it. We should not be a priority project for now. They can do it in phases. That road can be done in phases. It's a good gesture. It's a good policy. But it's something that is not a priority.
All right.
Whatever you do today should impact on the people.
All right. Our time is up. Finally, what is your take on the attempt to amend the Constitution by the National Assembly?
The National Assembly will not amend the Constitution because it favors them not to do so. So the people should continue to engage them and ensure that they do it. The present composition of the National Assembly will not
amend the Constitution.
They will do amendment, but they won't do the one that will not allow them to win elections.
The agitation for state creation everywhere. People are calling for new state, and Neoma state, and the rest.
Well, that can be done administratively. But some of us are canvassing for regional governments.
Restructuring.
Yes,
I know you have always been an advocate of
restructuring so that people can lead.
All right. Our time is up. I've been speaking with Tungi Shele. Tungi Shele is a former PDP chairman in Lagos. So I know a chieftain of the ADC, and now he just defected from the PDP to the ACs. Thanks for joining us on the program for today.
You're welcome.
Good to have you on the studios. My name is. All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon and welcome to BDTV Roundtable. This is where we discuss issues that affect us in our economy, be they political, social, or economy issues. Today we'll be looking at two issues, and these are the ongoing disputes between the Dangote Group and Nupeng. Nupeng is the Nigerian Union of Petroleum Workers, and of course it's getting larger. I mean, because other union in that sector are also coming into side Nupeng, and that's Pengasan, and even other transport unions. What are the issues? We'll get to know. And of course, we also touch on the demand by the Nigerian Labour Congress, which is another issue that is also coming up for a review of the 70,000 national minimum wage that was that came into force last year. These are the two issues we are going to discuss today, and with me in the studio to do justice to this are two gentlemen, the deputy editor of BusinessDay, Mr. Odinaka Anudu, and of course I also have with me Dikbo Oladeinde, who is an assistant editor here at BusinessDay. Of course, Dikbo, we're going to have a lot. We're going to have a lot of you this today because the issues that one of the issues we want to discuss today has to do with the oil and gas sector where you actually cover. And so let's get to it. We speak. There was a meeting that was called yesterday by the Minister of Labour and Employment in Abuja, just to see how the dispute between the Dangote Group and the New Pen can be resolved so that Nigeria will not run into a situation where we begin to go queue or begin to go here and they're looking for fuel. Because as we speak, fuel supply could be threatened if the issue is not resolved as quickly as possible. Well, we will discuss that today. Perhaps I will start with Dipo. What's your take on the issues that New Pen is taking up with the Dangote? What your take on that is really, because New Pen actually is accusing Dangote of anti-union recruitment, in the anti-union activity of not allowing those being recruited as the drivers of the truck that Dangote is bringing in to join labor union. Of course, really, there's also allegation of not trying to monopolize, so to say, fuel distribution. But Dipo, one would have expected one would have expected that what the Dangote is trying to do, the Dangote refinery is trying to do. I mean, just telling people, look, if you have a filling station, just don't bother yourself about buying trucks, engaging drivers. Just buy, and I'm bringing in trucks to be able to distribute, bring fuel to you directly. And so one would have expected that such a move will actually be welcomed by Nigerians. But of course, we are seeing a situation where it looks as if some people are saying, look, we're going to take our job, something like that. I don't know. So, but I would have thought that should actually be a welcome development, where you don't have to just bother yourself. Just get a filling station, just go by, and then you get fuel supplied to you directly. And so that takes the burden of you buying tanker, of you engaging drivers, and all of the other risks associated with moving a truck and moving fuel along the route. That takes all of what Dangote is trying to do. It takes all of that burden away. But here, there's opposition. Dipo, how do you see this?
Yeah, thanks. Thank you once again for having me. And so my view is, look, if these unions they've been around for a long time, and so there would always anything that threatens any union, you'll find them coming out and trying to air their view or try to air their opinions about, 10,000 trucks. We are looking at 10,000 trucks. We are looking at 10,000 drivers.
Yeah.
Onboarding a new truck into any of these union, of course, it costs money. You pay levies to these unions. You pay dues. A friend of mine was doing the math, and the estimate that was being shared with me was it cost about ₦1 million to onboard a brand new truck into a NUPENG association. So probably the NUPENG officials are looking at the scale of, adding 10,000 members to us is, it will boost the coffers of...
It should actually be more than 10, because each truck will have a driver and a motorboy.
And a motorboy, yeah. Exactly. So, of course, it will strengthen the union, make them more visible, give them more authority, because if the members of Dangote's refinery are also a member of the union, it means they have a stronger voice, a stronger role to play in the economy, and as the case may be. But we'll see a Dangote resisting, probably because he doesn't want any sort of external interference into the operations of the refinery. Let's not forget that this is a $20 billion refinery. Yeah. This is a refinery that can't afford any form of strike, which is pertinent to unions like NUPENG, where they are either aligning with the NLC when it comes to, so the Nigerian Labour Congress, for instance, might want to go on strike, and you find officials of NUPENG just showing solidarity with them, even if the issues concerned are not affected. And so you find the refinery just trying to protect their interest and just trying to protect how they would make sure the refinery is up and running, as the case may be. But I think that's where the bone of contention is. And then towards yesterday's meeting, what we gathered was the fact that, when the minister summoned the meeting, you would expect there should be some element of ground shifting from both parties. So what we do here is Dangote has really allowed for his members to be a part of the union. But I think the bottleneck still remains on drafting of the communique or drafting of the memorandum of understanding between what was agreed. I think that was where the major challenge would be. And so, issues like this are not, petroleum products are very significant to the economy, because once there's no efficiency in terms of supplying of these products, you're not just looking at transportation sector alone, you're also looking at banks who are reliant on diesel, you're looking at industries who are relying on diesel to run their operation. All of this is going to be affected if the strike really it's hit the ground running. So you would expect the government to interfere and be more proactive, rather than us wait till we get to this bridge before they start trying to solve the issues. But hopefully before the end of the week, we hope this can be solved.
Okay, Odinaka, let's have your take.
No, my point is that shutting down an economy like Nigeria's will cost us some more than $1 trillion, because our GDP is about 370 something trillion. So if you look at that, if you shut down an economy like Nigeria's a day, you're going to lose like over $1 trillion naira. So that means that you have to do everything possible to ensure that you do not shut down the economy. So my own take here is that, in the first place, Dangote is trying to protect itself. Dangote refinery is trying to protect itself. Peng, on the other hand, is also trying to ensure that his right to freedom of association is not limited or restricted by Dangote. There is this concept of the bourgeois. Bourgeois are the proletariat. If you look at stories about those who understand Marxists, they believe so much that there is the bourgeois. The bourgeois always try as much as possible, as much as they can, to trample upon the proletariat. So the unions have painted that picture, and unfortunately, we do not hear the Dangote side of the story, because they have not spoken. So what I think is that it's not correct, it's not right to stop members of the union members of the drivers from joining the union, because it tramples upon their right to freedom of association, which is constitutional. You know the way Indian constitution works. If there's any law, anything you do edict, whether it is edict or decree, that is made somewhere else, that actually contradicts the constitution supersedes. So that's number one. Not just Dangote, every businessman must understand they have a right to freedom of association. Negotiations, and when it comes to issues about company administration, negotiations are very important. Diplomacy is very important. But I do not support the fact that you stop drivers from joining the unions, because whether you like it or not, if the bourgeois actually do not allow drivers who are commoners, we look at the scale of things, they are commoners, to join unions, their interests will not be protected, because at some point, if I, the bourgeois, always doing one or two things to trample upon the rights of the drivers who are the proletariats, the workers. So you probably will not see it from the side of the union now until the future, when issues begin to come on. And then if you now belong to I hear that there's a new group Dangote came up with, in which they would belong.
Mhm.
So you will not understand when crisis now begins. When those crises now begin, you now begin to see a lot of things. You know, Nigeria is something starts small. Before you know what is happening, escalates.
Yeah.
So the unions know what they are fighting for. To avoid drivers' rights being trampled upon, someone telling you that if you're giving you conditions of driving that will even be detrimental to your health or service. So they know what they are doing. They are not blind. On the other hand, Dangote knows what he's doing. He's trying to protect himself. So, but the middle ground here is that what does the Constitution say? Femi Falana has explicitly explained that, Sam, that the Constitution is about freedom of association. Don't trample upon it, no matter who you think you are in the economy. So I think everybody's trying to be selfish on their own, which is very good. I think an economist said that's while we are being selfish at different points, there comes a point where the government intervenes to ensure that our selfishness does not become an obstruction to people's welfare.
Okay, but it must be emphasized actually here that under the new Labor Act that is operational now, the right to join union actually is not automatic. Actually, there's also a window for voluntary joining the union voluntarily. If you don't want to join, actually nobody can force you to join. If you choose to join, very good. If you say I am not going to be a member of any union, of course, so nobody shall actually force you to join. Maybe that sometimes actually employers of labor actually.
Have you heard that
employers of
PENC or Petro or any association is forcing people to join them? It's for the interest of those who belong to those associations, because what you get from those associations are enormous. So I'm not sure that anybody has come out. I've not seen it, and you know by position to say, when I say I have not seen it in the news where someone is complaining that he's being forced to join a union. That's exactly the argument that's coming here and there, but I have not seen where a driver is saying that he's being forced to join PENG or join any of the associations.
Now, I'm also saying that there's also nowhere.
I know that 1990 Constitution, all those acts you see, the Constitution supersedes. There is a right to freedom of association.
Exactly.
So that right to freedom of association supersedes those acts.
Exactly.
You must allow people to. If I decide to change my church now to another church, and then you're saying no, I can't join another church. You're trampling upon my rights.
Absolutely. But Dipo, there's been so much fear about Dangote's dominance, of the industry. Apart from labor, apart from New Pen, which is just coming up now, even ever before this one that we are discussing now. Even from industry players, there's this fear of the Dangote dominating. Is this fear really real? Is it real?
Well, my view is it's a legitimate concern, really. Whether what we are witnessing is a dominance of a monopoly, it's a different thing. But are the concerns legitimate? From my view, I think so, because over time people would look at his antecedents in other sectors in which he had played in and say, oh, why is it this, for instance, this act of just taking the risks completely on yourself to deliver products directly to the end user? Why are we not seeing sugar being delivered directly to people? Why are we not seeing cement being delivered directly to people? So that's a very legitimate concern, really. But the fact is, let's also give Dangote also as well deserves a lot of credit for putting that kind of investments. Let's not forget that for oftentimes Nigeria has often bear that cost of being an oil-producing country, but importing all of its petroleum needs. There's no other OPEC country in the world or oil-producing country in the world that doesn't have a form of refinery in his or her states or country. So he has been able to put his investments in that place and put it together, and we are beginning to see the benefits of it. Nigeria started being a net exporter, so he's trying to protect his investment by trying to put structures in place, control the retail end, control the supply chain, control the logistics behind it, just to make sure that that investment is protected. And I mean, the point is, let's around the world, people have often advocate for the fact that let's, in the process of trying to build a better country, let's not destroy what we have already. So around the world, what we've noticed is very, you can't have just one energy source where you have just one refinery, because anything can happen to the refinery. Refineries are prone to maintenance, they are prone to shut down, they are prone to, so all of these risks would always happen. So what happens? If you destroy all of the value chain that has been put in place prior before now, so what happens if the refinery, something happens and we need a plan B, or we need to diversify our source of getting energy? It's just check around the world. Either you are looking at Russia, you are looking at Saudi Arabia, you are looking at any of the OPEC countries. They all are not, everything is not dependent on just one stream of sourcing petroleum products. And I think that has always been the argument that, look, we need to diversify our energy source, just to make sure that, first, energy is also a very, very key thing. Whoever controls your energy has the ability to control you, or has the ability to control whatever you are doing. So it's always, countries around the world are always trying their best to diversify, to make sure that the economy is not dependent on one person. And so that's why people are clamoring that, look, let's still allow some element of importation just to compete. If it's not competing in terms of prices, it's to compete in terms of quality of the product, so that the consumer at the end of the day will be the king. Let the consumer say, look, I don't want to buy imported petrol because it's no longer cheap. I want to buy a locally made petrol from Dangote refinery. At the end of the day, let the consumer decide what he or she wants. Not we say, no, the consumer does not want imported petrol. The consumer wants refined petrol. Let the consumer decide. And if imported, if the locally refined petrol is cheaper and is more durable, of course, consumer would always move in line of where its pocket will be protected and where the quality is guaranteed. So the point I'm trying to make is the consumer should be the king, not we saying, look, let this person decide and let this person not decide.
Okay, thank you, Dipo. We'll go on a quick break now. When we return, we will continue with the conversation. Welcome back. This is still BDTV, the roundtable, where we discuss issues, and the issues we are discussing today actually are the dispute between the Dangote refinery, or the Dangote group, and New Pen, and of course we're also going to look at the demand, fresh demand by the Nigeria Labour Congress to have the 70,000 naira minimum wage review in light of inflation and all of that. But so Odinaka, let me come to you. I'm going to ask you two questions. You want to add to what Dipo has said, but let me ask you again. If you look at the level of investment that Dangote has put in place, the $20 billion refinery, and all of those things that he has put in, I think that will it not be right for him to look for every avenue to protect that business? Because oftentimes we've seen that tanker drivers, or New Pen, of this strike, they can just go on strike, and of course, going on strike means that they can't distribute, they can't take fuel to the final consumer. And then, of course, Dangote is producing. It's not like before where we were importing basically, and then you have this thing stored somewhere. And then, so this man the Dangote refinery is producing, and it's huge. Yes, of course, we know that he exports, but of course, Nigeria is also a very good market for him, local market for him. And so this man is producing, and then some guy will just suddenly decide not to lift, and then, because he has to store, and he's storing, he's paying, right? So it's not. So, isn't that a good reason for him to look for a way to making sure that, look, nobody stops me from distributing? And again, so that's one. And the additional question I also ask you, you take them together, is that what signal does this actually send to investors? And because we see our president, of course, going around the world, inviting investors to come to Nigeria and invest and all of that. And then suddenly you're seeing a union saying, look, we want to shut down. So what kind of signal does this send to investors who may want to come to Nigeria?
See, Dangote has a right to protect Dangote, when I mean by Dangote, I'm not talking about the president. Dangote refinery has a right to protect itself. So, enormous investment, $20 billion. And unions can disrupt production from time to time. So it's actually the ultimate thing for you to begin to look after yourself. However, my point is that you don't do that to the detriment of people's rights. People have a right to freedom of association. So remember that there are different things we don't hear in the media. So Dangote will also be doing some other things to protect itself.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's wrong for him to do that. However, I think where I am against that particular move is as long as it tramples upon people's rights.
Yeah.
Because the way dictatorship starts from one level and you overlook it, starts in the next level before you know what is happening. Dictator becomes so powerful.
Yeah.
So that's why things like this should be stopped from the outset.
Yeah.
Then so now coming to the issue of signal, there is no signal for any investor. If you go to the UK and US, there are unions. In fact, these are places. I went to the San Francisco one day. I was surprised. I saw Chinese guys who are company workers protesting. And what I told myself is, San Francisco is like, it's in California, right? Yes, California. So what I told myself is, California is if California were to be a country, California is state in America, it would probably be the sixth largest in the world. So it's like Lagos of Nigeria. If you do that, even though they are on equal comparison. So I'm sure that I was asking myself, if you do that in Lagos, issues like people begin to ask questions when you protest in Nigeria. So I'm simply saying that unions are stronger outside Nigeria. Unions can shut down factories, shut down firms. So it doesn't send any, that's my opinion, it doesn't send any signal to any investor, because an investor, in fact, what it even means is that an investor coming to Nigeria should know that there are unions. Unions, we checkmate them. Let's not always see unions as, I don't like unions, because I don't think I'm always against regular strikes. You disrupt the economy. Every day you disrupt this economy, we lose over ₦1 trillion. So you don't have to disrupt an economy, and you don't have to go on strike when you want to press home your demands. So the investor who comes into Nigeria should know that there are unions who will checkmate their activities. It will even give them confidence that they will not be acting unilaterally. Because in Nigeria and Africa, investors just come and do what they like, pick money, and then run away. I know some companies in Nigeria where investors came in, didn't produce enough. You can imagine, for instance, anyway, let me, for the sake of this interview, not mention some subs. There were some Nigerian government-owned companies that were sold to investors. Those investors were those things, they got them at cheap rates. They didn't develop those things. They even had to started playing games with Nigerian federal government, former federal government owned. Let me use a pepper mill so that you understand what I'm saying. Some of the pepper mills were sold to investors at very cheaper rates, scrap rates.
Almost like a giveaway.
If you look at them, some of them don't exist now. What some investors were doing was to go to their countries. They were using those things to they remove some of the parts, sell them. They were playing so many games, Chinese guys, Indians, but let me not mention nations so that people don't take offense. Then back to the question you asked Dipo, which is the third one. I'm very, very passionate about this. Dangote is an investment. It's an investor. It's a capitalist who needs return on investments. So we must do everything possible to protect Dangote. So we must not play games. This is not politics. It's economics. If Dangote remains if things remain the way they are, in the next 10 years, the economy will begin to stabilize, because it was the key to FX, it was the key to fuel stability, it was the key to so many things we are looking for. So let's not play games with that. However, where I have a problem is with the Nigerian government. The NMPC, for example, is supposed to be a competitor to Dangote. What's happening to our refineries? Yes, it's a small competitor. If you look at the capacities of those refineries, very small compared to Dangote. But they're actually supposed to be a competitor to Dangote. What are they doing? Is it Dangote that stopped them from producing? So another point is that all over the world, there is always, if a government tries to checkmate monopoly, in fact, companies go to court over monopolies and they lose a lot of money in courts. In the UK, in the US, so many examples. If you Google, you find that so many companies lost money because they were trying to antitrust laws. There are antitrust laws all over the world. How do we allow one person or one company to control who the leader of the Nigerian economy? A problem with that. However, it's not the fault of Dangote because nobody stopped others from going into the sector. So I'm not blaming him, but I'm saying that on our home part, why have we allowed one man to control virtually 95% of the petrol market? Now, what we are even doing is to stop imports, which is dangerous. Don't do that in an economy. People are protesting.
But what if you have the local capacity?
That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
Dangote
that was his point as well.
That's what Dangote has not stopped anybody from going into the industry. It's actually the laziness. And I will give you an example. I don't want to mention names. Before Dangote became controlling more than 70% of cement markets, Obasanjo, you remember what happened then? Obasanjo called all of them. It was not only Dangote. Called Ipeto. So many of them. They sat down and they said, I can only give you a license if you set up local plants. Some of them were not interested. I know one man who went to court and the court actually gave an order that will allow him to continue importing until 2017 or so. I know the man, I won't mention his name. So when you have this kind of mentality, and then Dangote becomes powerful in the cement industry, do you blame him? It's actually the system. Why do we allow one man? Because he can actually decide to stop production of petrol for 2 days. And you see crisis everywhere.
Yeah. Okay. Odinaka, thank you. Just so that our time, the producer is giving me a sign that our time is, winding down. Just so that we don't thanks so much, gentlemen, for the discussion so far on the dispute between the organized labor and the Dangote refinery. So far, we hope that the government's intervention will actually bring about a resolution such that we won't get to a point where this guy will go on strike, and then of course they won't lift product, and then Nigerians will begin to roam around the street looking for where to buy fuel, and that would be too bad, because so far, I mean, for a very long time now, we've not seen fuel distribution crisis, and we don't pray, we don't ever pray to see it, and that's why this government's intervention is very critical as far as this issue we have discussed here is concerned. But just before we wrap up, I want to ask you, the organized labor, NLC, of course, TUC is also involved, now saying, look, the 70,000 naira that 70,000 minimum wage that the president approved last year, which some state governors are still struggling to pay, is no longer worth anything, and in the face of inflation and the high cost of living and all of that, so they're asking government to review it. People, how do you see this?
I mean, I think you are very correct in terms of how many states are really implementing even the 70K we talked about now. So again, laborers are, majority of their views are always socialists in view, and they don't, sometimes laborers will make demands that are not market driven. They'll make demands that are not realistic in the true economic sense of it, because majority of it is always about appealing to their sentiments and the rest of it. But then we need to sit down and ask ourselves that how many states currently can afford to pay this 70K before we even talk about scaling up. Why do we even have a uniformity of
wage in the country. Shouldn't some states who are generating more money, who have more buoyant economy, be willing to pay more, while those who are struggling to up their game in terms of what they can pay and what they can't? Why do we want to yoke every state with a certain wage bill that is difficult to maintain? Let's not forget, if you look at our yearly budget, Nigeria is one of the only country in the world you've seen where our recurrent expenditure is taking a large chunk of our yearly budget. We don't
compared to capital expenditure.
So we are not investing in capital expenditure. I would expect the labor leaders to give a mandate to the government that let there be a quality world-class primary healthcare center in every local government in Nigeria. Can we afford it since we remove subsidy? Maybe yes, maybe not. But it's a conversation we can have. So the idea of increasing your wage bill, let's not forget that if you increase this wage bill, you are indirectly stroking inflation again because you have more money in the economy chasing fewer goods. And the last time the former CBN governor tried to do something like that, where we were pumping money into the economy, even when there was not enough economic activity that were going on, we saw the ripple effect of that, how we went down and how inflation was rising higher and higher on a daily or on a monthly basis. So we need to be careful not to stroke another round of inflation. We need to stimulate the economy. We need to prioritize the fact that, look, a lot of states can do more in terms of economic activity. Sometimes if you take away the Lagos, Port Harcourt, Abuja, or maybe Kano, this is like 4 or 5 out of 36. I'm not sure if a child brings 4 over 36, any parents will be proud. So we need to make sure we have more economically viable states in the country. And we need to make sure that they are all operating at their peak level. Then the wages would always come. But let's be very careful about it. That's my view.
Thank you so much. Odinaka, just your take on this. I mean, just in a few seconds.
So the truth of the matter is that the labor unions will always struggle, agitate over salaries, but the point, like people pointed out, how many states are even capable of, people are even agitating for more states. When I'm even asking for mergers of states, people are just trying to make sure they create fiefdoms where they can become powerful in those states.
Yeah.
So the truth of the matter is that many states in Nigeria even need to be merged. States like let people not get offended, but I know some states are not viable at all, and they should never have been created. So 70,000 naira, when you look at Nigeria's revenue, despite the fact that this
but isn't this demand justifiable? I mean, let me be frank. I mean, 70,000 naira.
When last was it increased?
That was last year now. It came into effect last year.
And then if you keep doing this thing annually.
No, actually, it's actually supposed to be every 5 years. So go for a review. But that's in light of inflation.
And you know,
cost of living.
Minimum. This is not their salary. It's just minimum. It means that the least person, the gatekeeper, is this. You can't earn less than this.
Exactly.
So it's not a problem. Some of them are going to be earning.
But is 70,000 naira enough for a gatekeeper?
There are in the private sector. I'm coming in the private sector. There are people who pay people up to the 40,000
and less.
So if you don't have money in the private sector, for example, are you going to start looking at? People don't look at minimum wages when they want to pay salaries. People only look at what they earn. So if at the end of the day, somebody is the problem. I have somebody I know somewhere who is working for it. His salary is just 30,000. Go to the markets. Open markets. Those sales ladies, girls that work there, they earn 30,000, 25, 40. Are you talking to them about minimum wage?
Yeah, exactly. I think his point is companies pay based on what they can afford. The governments are just free money.
Anyway, but actually, minimum wage is supposed to be the least you can pay. The minimum you can pay the least of the worker in the economy in the country.
It's too early. My opinion is.
And it applies both to formal and informal sector.
And again, it's too early. But raise it last year. The government is not. The economy is just recovering.
Yeah, I agree with you. But I think, like Deepak said, that there can be other ways, by which government can, augment what it is that just so that people don't spend all of that 70,000 naira on there.
Another thing that the level should be agitating for, like you said, is if there is low cost of living in the economy, that 70,000 naira will do a lot for you.
Exactly. All right. So this is where we're going to wrap wrap it up this afternoon on the BDTV Roundtable. And I want to say thank you so very much, viewers, for watching. Until we come your way again next week, Wednesday. Thanks. Remain blessed. My name is Joshua Bass.
Good afternoon and welcome to Industry Focus right here on BDTV as we pinpoint industries and, of course, those things that happen at home and abroad, bringing them to light, local and global. And many ways identify the economic values and how it affects the GDP of Nigeria, life of Nigerians, rather lives of Nigerians and Nigerians across the globe. So here we are. All will come your way in 4 segments. Segment number 1, we'll take our business quote of the day on beauty and cosmetics. You have to find out. Then also we'll take our second segment of the day called Captain's Opinion with our wonderful guest, Tarella. She's in the studio with us. Then right after that, we'll jump straight up into talking about deal or no deal. They say the Minister of Women Affairs said something sometime in May, talking about how we can support young beauticians around the world. But we'll start with Nigerians. And after that, I'll give you retrospect. You get to find out where cosmetic and beauty, or you want to say beauty and cosmetology, started from. There is a link to that, talking about far back in the era, golden age of Egypt. This and many more coming your way. I am Onyeka Valentine. Don't go away. Let's take a break. When we come back, let's jump into our quote of the day. Welcome back. The quote of the day, talking about beauty, goes this way. It says, if there is character, ugliness becomes beauty. But if there is none at all, however, beauty becomes ugliness. I don't think you heard that one. I take it again. It says, if there is character, ugliness becomes beauty. And if there is none, beauty becomes ugliness. Not my quote, but a famous Nigerian proverb, some will say, and of course by Miss Fire. The reason why we start with that is just to prepare your mind for what we want to talk about and how we want to add some value. Talking about the beauty industry in Nigeria, amidst all the challenges and all the problems, all right? So very quickly, in case you don't know, now you know. I have my guest in the building, and my guest, in many ways, understands the beauty industry. So I'll just read out her profile so you understand who she is. Miss Tarella Opomu is a charming and multi-talented serial entrepreneur, some call her philanthropist, and beauty expert whose impact has, in many ways, spread across Nigeria and beyond. She's a dynamic CEO, founder of Tarella Leisure, and a visionary, some would say, but I believe also, CEO and founder of Tarella. So I think it's 100% in place to say so, because she is the founder of Tarella Beauty Hub and the passionate founder, again, of Beauty Academy, a young girl beg your pardon, a young woman, not a young girl, young woman, but has added a lot of value in her own way. So listen to this. When we come back, right, we'll dive into what we want to talk about, the beauty industry in Nigeria. Let's take a break. We'll be right back. Welcome back. It is still industry focus. We have to take those 2 breaks just to, water things a little bit so that we can give you that which you need. Today, fantastic day, Tuesday, the 9th of September. I have my guest in the building already. I gave you guys a profile so you know who to expect. And she's right here, Tarela Opomo. Did I pronounce your name properly?
Yes, you did.
Great stuff, great stuff, great stuff. We know you're a beautician, right? But before we jump into that, right? Where are you from and how long have you been into this?
I am originally from Bayelsa State.
Okay.
And I have been in beauty for just 2 years.
2 years?
Yeah.
In 2 years, you made a lot of impact.
Yes.
Okay, that sounds great. That sounds great. So, the beauty industry, to make it a bit easier, where do you think this thing called beauty will take you to, knowing that already you've made a lot of impact? We know the industry comes a lot of ups and downs, but for you as a young lady in this industry, do you see it as a lifelong career for you?
Yes, it is a lifelong career for me. Why? Because I can't see myself doing any other thing except beauty. Of course, I have Tarela Leisure, which is there, but when I'm catering for women and attending to their needs, transforming them into what they want and what makes them happy, is something I am always excited about. And it gives me the confidence when people say, oh, I love my look, thank you. Oh, I'm coming back to you, thank you. And then to the extent when you're not there and they are willing to wait for you to come back to them, that's something I feel makes me the woman I'm becoming, and I want to be that woman.
All right, so let's jump into this. Our viewers want to know, they say that the idea of importing beauty products, okay, can add value to Nigeria's GDP. Do you agree with this?
Yes or no?
Okay, so you say yes and no. Why do you say yes and no?
Because importing products outside Nigeria makes the products twice expensive for Nigerians.
Right.
And it discourages everyone to get those products.
And so, again, we all know that when we import things, one way or the other, we don't see, right, that full scale when it comes to Nigeria adding a lot of money to our economy, that's for sure. But the thing is, if we have to export this time around, do we have those products to really export? Because, I mean, we are relying more on the imports of this thing. We don't really produce more, a lot of that beauty products and every other thing. So don't you think that we should work more on our production scale, work on the industry, so that we can have something to export?
Yes, I believe we have more to offer than we're offering. I mean, 4% of shea butter is produced in Nigeria and they're used outside the country to make more products that they export into the country. So I believe if we increase the percentage of producing shea butter, that would produce more and employment for the everyday Nigerians, and it will increase the economy in twice the number that we have.
Okay, so so it's a yes for you.
Yes,
why we
please.
should produce more.
Yes.
Most definitely to
Yes.
help our economy to grow.
Yes, yes.
All right. Most of our listeners and viewers still want to know more. So authenticity now. This is something a lot of people find a bit worrisome. You get a lot of products that have this, a lot of copycats we have in Nigeria. You hear, oh, an original product has been, there's a counterfeit to it. And so the question is, if you were in, the place, the leadership, would you say any local product that is not made in Nigeria should not be, right? Should not be in Nigeria. Would you want to say so? Would you say, let's find a way to look at it and make it better? Make our own better? Because, this question here is simple. It says authenticity versus counterfeit. What's the economic cost of the lack of trust? I could break it down that way, right? I don't know if you understand where I'm coming from.
Yes.
So do you think that the consumers here, right, will really have trust in these products, even if we know that it's a copycat?
Nigerian made product. I will start with this. Nigerian made products tend to be known as fake, and
Why?
that's a
Why?
problem.
Why would you say so?
It's a problem because we as Nigerians, we don't believe in authenticity, and we are not proud of our own products.
What if I prove you wrong by saying that there is a deliberate, move to make sure that our homegrown products, hit the international market? You mentioned shea butter.
Yeah.
And I'm saying, if we don't believe in ours, who will?
Yes.
Who will? So shouldn't we give them room to grow, so that way we can see a boom in the industry, the beauty industry? Recently, the president of Nigeria, that is Bola Ahmed Tinubu, said that, look, we have to stop the exportation of some certain products, so that way we can make the byproducts and make money out of it. And shea butter is one of those things.
Yes.
Right? So shouldn't we trust Nigerian products?
We should.
So you see now, you kind of...
So we should trust Nigerian products and supply, and attend to local suppliers more often, pay attention to them more often, so we could elevate our own products. Okay, elevate our own product. Is there any product at all that you want for you will say, this has made your career as a beautician, that you can trust this product, you can trust this, a Nigerian made product that you can trust as a beautician? Yes, of course.
Okay, so which would that be?
Coconut oil.
So what are the benefits of coconut oil?
It's natural, and it helps to make, when we talk about the skin, it makes your skin flawless, and there are no damages afterwards. So in other words, there are no after effects when you use coconut oil to produce any product. And when it comes to beauty, it helps your hair to be as flawless, as natural, as safe as it should be.
So it makes your hair more natural. And so let's go into those who really use these things.
Yeah.
We know you have beauty pageants, you have what's called beauticians, hair. You call them hairstylists?
Yeah, hairstylists.
Yes,
The makeup
makeup artists. The industry is big, ranging from makeup artists to hairstylists to those who do pedicure and pedicure and manicure and all that stuff. I'm not a beautician. You are the beautician, right? But I'm more concerned about, do you think that there's a growing industry in this industry? You think in the future it can really help Nigeria, boost our GDP moving forward?
Yes, I do.
How? How do you think that's going to happen?
Because Nigerians, I believe Nigerians are the most talented anywhere you go. And the everyday Nigerians are doing one thing or the other. They're job creators from the comfort of their homes to employing one person to 2 people making hairs. Some of them even tutor 1 or 2 people in the comfort of their homes. And if you look around the globe, Nigeria stylists are the top notch. They're the best. Come to think, when you talk about Canada, Toronto, all braiders are, there are a lot of African braiders, but when you tell them, oh, I'm Nigerian and I'm a braider, they would want to come to you regardless of what other continent or what other country the other braider is from. And Nigerians, I think we were born with this thing. We were born naturals when it comes to styling our hairs, braiding, makeup, and everything. We put extra effort in everything we do.
So we put extra effort in everything that we do. I know you put so much effort in your young years to make sure that you're still, will I still say you're still learning the art of being a beautician, or
yes.
Have you arrived yet?
It's a learning process.
It's a learning process.
So you learn it every day.
Okay, so I shouldn't overshoot and then I should
Yes,
just take it easy, isn't it? So?
Thank you.
All right, so she says that she's still in the learning process, this industry focus, where we look at those areas that are important in different industry in Nigeria, Africa, and then compare them globally. Right? On this show, we bring people who understand their craft, know how, and where to put in the round pegs, make sure they go into round holes so that way, in return, it can boost the nation. I've got a young lady. I've been talking to Tarella Opomu. All right. She's right here in the studio with me. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, I'll be asking that question that is important. Deal or no deal? This is Industry Focus. I'm Onyeka Valentine. Don't go away. Welcome back. It is still Industry Focus. We take breaks to enable us glue the show together to make more sense. Right here, Onyeka Valentine is still my name. Right here on BDTV, we go straight into deal or no deal. I do have my guest Tarella in the building. She's someone who understands what the beauty industry has to offer. She's young, she's a young lady, but she understands where to start. Hopefully, it will take her to great heights in the future. Tarella. Right. Before we took the break, we were talking about why it's important to, buy Nigerian made things, and of course, help to grow the GDP and grow the economy of Nigeria through the beauty industry. However, in this particular segment, we talk about things that the government has thrown in different industries. And I get to ask my guest, do you think it's a deal or a no deal? All right. So there's a new one now, and this is how it goes. So the federal government, the Ministry of Women Affairs, if you know her very well, the minister, she mentioned something that, look, they want to help young entrepreneurs. They want to help young, that's over there on TV, they want to help young entrepreneurs and young beauticians, right, to be able to add a lot of value and, of course, help their business. This was May 2025, this year, okay? And so the question is, right now, it has been since May. Do you think that promise is beginning to, ripple into a point where they can feel that support? As a young beautician, have you felt that support yet? As someone who is in the business of beauty, has the government actually come in to say, is a good deal for you? Based on, have you benefited anything at all?
Coming from your own point of view.
Right.
I believe when you ask for help, you receive help.
So have you asked the government
So if
yet?
you don't go to the government and ask for help, how would you receive help? So you won't get anything if you're not asking for it.
So have you asked the government to support your, because you're a young entrepreneur?
Yeah, I'm in the process of doing that.
Okay, all right. So you think what the Ministry of Women Affairs what you're doing is a good deal?
It is.
It's a good deal?
Because the number of dressers, makeup artists, technicians, nail techs, they increase by the day.
Increase by the day.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to shake your hand here and say, since it says a deal,
It's a deal.
right? I hope they're watching the Ministry of Women Affairs will now say, okay, they've seen a young prospect, so they can invest in you, and also in that way help to grow the beauty industry, which is why the show was created. We are the merging point, and as BDTV, what we do is to look at the business part of it and say, how can this benefit Nigeria and Nigerians, and of course grow our GDP. So thank you for joining us in the studio today live. We know it's raining, but you made it here. But before you go, we do have our retrospect, just to help you know the history of beauty as a whole. But some will argue that the idea of beauty and, well, cosmetology started not too far ago, but it weighs way back into the time of the Egyptian era. All right, so let's take a look at this. It says here that during the time of the Egyptian era, this way back, right, that the idea of using the makeup kits, some call it mascara, some call it kohl, whatever it is, started all the way from the Egypt era, all the way down to present day. And now, in our present time, you can see the statistics, right? The statistics shows that in fewer years from now, the idea of men grooming, of course, female, beauty and all that stuff will soar to the highest. So look at it. It says, so the origin of cosmetics in Africa could be dated from ancient Egypt era, with practices like kohl eyeliner, skin moisturization, and all the way to the present day, which is now. The industry is currently experiencing growth and innovation marked by shift towards authentic natural ingredient. Now, because the Egyptians at that time, many probably centuries ago, right, were able to open the door to the idea of using cosmetics. And today, our present day, is now a big, big business for Africa and Nigeria. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
You do? Straight to the point. All right, so with that, time for us to leave the show. That's nice talking with you. Hopefully we'll do a part 2
Thanks
of this,
for having me.
and then you give us more robust information, because we know that where that came from, there's more to give our viewers, right? Thank you so much, Sarella, for coming through. It has been very quick and very concise, more importantly, very detailed. Industry focus it is, another great one. Hopefully by next week, Tuesday, we will have something in tech, and someone great in tech is coming all the way from the United States to be on the show. I will leave that as a secret. I will not let out the cat out of the bag yet, so that way we don't know who it is. But stick with us right here on BDTV. We give you that which you need. And if you really need business, start your day with Business Day. Bye-bye for now.
watching Business Day Television.
Hello, this is News Updates reaching you live from Business Day Television News Studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, Naira strengthens to 1,765 to a euro, boosted by French economic strength. Federal government restricts NNPCL tax credit road contract below 20 billion naira to indigenous firms. Rep summon transportation minister over urgent railway safety concerns in Nigeria. Gencos pose biggest threat to NERC's net billing plan as solar deems grid reliance in Nigeria. And thank you for joining us on News Updates. I am Deborah Eze. The Naira firmed against the euro on Tuesday, trading at 1,765 naira to the euro, up from last week 1,775 naira to the euro. Analysts say the strengthening is linked to political and economic strain in France. French Prime Minister François Bayrou was ousted following a no-confidence vote, prompting President Macron to appoint Sébastien Lecornu as the new Prime Minister. Protests have disrupted transport and schools, while France grapples with a 5.8% budget deficit and the EU's third highest debt ratio, spending 67 billion euros annually on interest. Experts warn a possible credit downgrade if unrest deepens. Meanwhile, the US dollar held steady as traders awaited upcoming inflation data that could influence the Federal Reserve's September policy decision. Commodity markets also reacted, with gold eating 3,700 US dollars to a horse and silver rising above 42 US dollars, their highest level in years. And moving on, the federal government has ruled that all NNPCL tax credit road contracts worth less than 20 billion naira will now be reserved for Nigerian contractors, excluding foreign firms. Works Minister David Umahi made the announcement during an inspection of the East-West Road in Rivers State, saying President Bola Tinubu had directed that all ongoing projects under the scheme continue, despite NNPCL halting funding in August. Umahi warned that poor workmanship would attract sanctions, including potential anti-graft action. He criticized delays on the Eleme Honest section, but insisted the December 15, 2025 deadline remains unchanged. Officials estimate that about 3 trillion naira worth of road projects are still outstanding nationwide. They say a new prioritization framework coupled with potential public-private partnership will be used to ensure progress on key economic corridors. Meanwhile, Nigeria's House of Representatives have summoned Transport Minister Saeed Ahmed Al-Khali to appear within 48 hours following growing concerns over safety on the nation's railways. The summons comes after the minister failed to attend an emergency section convened to probe the August 26th derailment of a Kaduna-bound train at Ashma Station, which left several passengers injured and forced the indefinite suspension of the busy Abuja-Kaduna corridor. Lawmakers condemned Al-Khali for attempting to send a representative, calling it a breach of House rules, and also criticized the no-show of CCECC's managing director, a key contractor on several major railway projects in Nigeria. The Committee on Transport has vowed a thorough investigation into safety lapses, project delays, and contractual compliance, warning that no duty overrides accountability when lives are at risk. Experts say the incident highlights systemic weakness in railway oversight and maintenance. Commuters and businesses that rely on the Abuja-Kaduna route have already faced disruption, affecting trade, transport, schedules, and local economic activity. The committee has urged stricter enforcement of safety regulation, improved infrastructure, and closer monitoring of contractors to prevent future accident. Up ahead, Genco's pros biggest threat to next net billing plan as solar dims grid reliance in Nigeria. We bring you more details after this timeout.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
Welcome back to the news updates. And Nigeria's electricity sector may be on the cusp of a major transformation as the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission advances its net billing framework. The policy allows homes and businesses with solar installations to sell surplus electricity back to the national grid, earning credit and reducing reliance on traditional power sources. Energy expert Odion Omofoman says the initiative could improve electricity access, boost reliability, and attract private investment in renewable energy. However, he warns that generation companies or GENCOs may face declining demand, threatening their revenues and the liquidity of the electricity market. Stakeholders say the success of the plan would depend on regulatory clarity, improved infrastructure, and careful management to balance the growth of solar power while protecting existing operators. If well implemented, this framework could accelerate Nigeria's transition towards a cleaner and more sustainable energy future. And away from that story, the Federal Ministry of Works has announced that all roads contracts below 20 billion naira will now be reserved exclusively for indigenous contractors as part of a new funding prioritization framework aimed at sustaining key road projects. Works Minister Senator David Umahi made the disclosure during an inspection of the dualization of the East-West Road section IIA from Eleme Junction to One Junction in Rivers State. He said the framework ensures continuation of projects previously funded by the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited under the Road Infrastructure Development and Refurbishment Investment Tax Credit Scheme. Priority will be given to roads along national economic corridors, including Eleme on a route. Umahi also cautioned contractors against poor construction practices, such as leaving blinder courses exposed for months, warning that such negligence weakens road and accelerates failure. Federal controllers nationwide have been directed to enforce stricter supervision. In Rivers State, Federal Controller of Works, Enwerama Terilaje, reported that RCC has completed 15 kilometers of the Eket-bound right carriageway and has begun work on the Port Harcourt-bound left carriageway, with 1 kilometer already laid using continuously reinforced concrete pavements. And moving on, Nigeria's Oil Workers Union, NUPENG, has suspended its two-day strike after reaching an agreement with the Dangote Group. The breakthrough came at a meeting brokered by the Department of State Services with Finance Minister Wale Edun, labor leaders and company officials in attendance. At the center of the dispute was Dangote Refinery's refusal to allow its workers to unionize. The new Memorandum of Understanding now guarantees refinery staff the freedom to join NUPENG, with the process scheduled to run from September 9th to 22nd. The deal also prevents the company from creating vibrant unions and protect workers from victimization. Nupeng has called off his strike with immediate effect, but warned it will be monitoring compliance closely. The Dangote refinery, which processes 650,000 barrels per day, has already reshaped Nigeria's fuel market by reducing imports and easing pump prices. This deal, they say, could ease tensions in the downstream sector, but also sets the stage for a broader test of labor rights in Africa's largest refinery. And the National Inland Waterways Authority, NIWA, has ordered an immediate ban on all unlicensed boats operation nationwide, aiming to curb accidents and protect passengers. Managing Director Bola Oyebamji said only NIWA recognized and properly registered loading points may handle commercial passenger boats, and all unlicensed vessels must be removed from Nigeria's inland waterways. The clampdown follows a spate of deadly accidents, including a recent incident where an overloaded boat capsized in strong winds, resulting in multiple fatalities. Oyebamji warned that enforcement teams will be deployed and violators could face steep penalties, including vessel seizures. NIWA also plans to intensify public awareness campaign on life jacket use, capacity limits, and weather advisories. The authority urged state government, local councils, and security agencies to work together to ensure that only licensed and seaworthy vessels operate on the nation's waterways, restoring public confidence in Nigeria's or in the river's transport. Still to come, South Africa has sent officials to US for trade talks. President. This and more after this commercial break.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money. Welcome back to the news updates. We now head to Africa, where South Africa has dispatched officials to the United States to lay the groundwork for trade talks after repeated failed attempts to secure relief from the steep U.S. tariffs. President Cyril Ramaphosa confirmed that discussions will center on rolling back the 30% duty imposed by President Donald Trump last month on South African imports. Ramaphosa said the delegation will meet U.S. officials, lawmakers, and business leaders in New York and Washington, with natural resources, especially critical minerals, at the heart of negotiation. Tensions between Pretoria and Washington has deepened in recent months, with the tariff dispute adding to a string of diplomatic clashes, including Trump's claim of discrimination against South Africa's white minority. These talks could prove decisive in determining the future of one of Africa's most important trade relationships. And Kenya is planning a groundbreaking $1 billion debt for food security swap by March next year, according to a finance ministry document released. The deal would mirror debt for nature swaps used elsewhere, replacing expensive loans with lower cost financing in exchange for channeling savings into food security programs. Finance Minister John Mbadi earlier confirmed that talks are advanced, with World Food Programme expected to play a role. President William Ruto's government currently spends about 1/3 of revenue on debt servicing, one of the highest rations globally, and is urgently seeking ways to ease the burden. Analysts say debt swaps tied to social or environmental benefits are gaining traction worldwide, with Ecuador, Belize, and Gabon among countries that have recently struck similar deals. If successful, Kenya's initiative will be the first of its kind to focus on food security. The government also plans to borrow $500 million using sustainability-linked bond by March 2026, a World Bank loan of $757 million by March next year, and another loan of $457 million in June. We now head to the foreign scene, where Asian stocks tracked Wall Street higher on Wednesday, while bonds slipped as traders firmed up bets that the U.S. Federal Reserve will cut rate by at least a quarter point next week, following signs of softness in the American labor market. Gold steadied after hitting a record high on Tuesday, while the dollar edged up ahead of 2 key days of U.S. inflation data, expected to shape the Fed's September 17th policy decision. Crude oil prices stayed elevated after Israel's strike on Hamas leadership in Qatar, with geopolitical risk keeping investors on edge. In Europe, Poland scrambled its own and NATO air defense to intercept drones following a Russian air attack on western Ukraine. Meanwhile, markets absorbed a U.S. court ruling temporarily blocking President Donald Trump from removing Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook, and the case is likely headed to the Supreme Court, could test the long-headed independence of the Federal Reserve, though investors showed little immediate reaction. And also, the U.S. dollar held steady on Wednesday, keeping overnight gains as traders awaited key inflation data that could shape the Federal Reserve's interest rate decision next week. Following last week's weak jobs report, markets are convinced that Fed will cut rates at its September 16th to 17th meeting. The debate now is whether it will be a 25 or 50 basis point move. Traders are fully pricing in a quarter point cut and see only a slim chance of a larger reduction, with expectations of about 66 basis points of easing for the year. Much depends on producer price data due later today and consumer price inflation figures on Thursday, which will show the extent to which tariffs are feeding into the U.S. prices. The euro slipped slightly to $1.1698 after a sharp fall the previous section. Sterling was steady at 1.3522, while the yen hovered at 147.42 to the dollar. The dollar index was flat at 97.834 after Tuesday's 0.3% rise. Though it remains down nearly 10% this year as trade policy shifts and rate cut expectations weighs on sentiment. Up next is sport news after this break.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. But that's how you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges. Because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Welcome back. This is still the news update. Now we head to sports, where Tottenham Hotspur's majority owners, the Lewis family, are considering fresh investment in the club to strengthen its push for major trophies. Despite being one of the Premier League's most profitable teams with a world-class stadium, Spurs have just won 2 trophies in the last 25 years, the League Cup in 2008 and the Europa League this May. The departure of long-serving executive chairman David Levy last week has opened the door to a new era at the club. Levy, who led Spurs for nearly 25 years, leaves behind a strong financial and infrastructure legacy, but fans are hoping for a renewed focus on silverware. The Lewis family, who have never taken dividend from the club and insist they have no plans to sell, are expected at Saturday's match against West Ham, a gesture seen as reaffirming their long-term commitment to Tottenham's future. And to end the news, Bayern Munich manager Thomas Tuchel has hailed England defender Mark Guehi as a perfect teammate after the player's proposed move to Liverpool fell through. Guehi, who impressed at Euro 2024, had been on Liverpool's radar during the summer transfer window, but stayed put when negotiations collapsed. Tuchel says Bayern are fortunate to have him, praising his professionalism and influence both on and off the pitch. Analysts say Guehi's role could grow even further this season as Bayern look to tighten their defense and mount a strong challenge at home and in Europe. And that's the much we have for you on the news updates at this hour. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and on YouTube to get more updates from Business Day Television. I am Deborah Eze. Many thanks for watching.
am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Norma Obodna.
My name is Yarabal Bahrani.
My name is Mark Kennedy.
My name is Bisi Shotunde.
All right, to give us the welcome address today is the publisher of BusinessDay, well represented by the Deputy Editor of BusinessDay, Mr. Ololade Akimurele. Please welcome him as he comes up stage. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my task here is very simple. It's to welcome you all and then, just essentially get out of the way so that we can have the thought-provoking conversations that we have outlined for you guys today. It is my honor and pleasure to welcome you to the BusinessDay Sustainable Building Conference 2025, a gathering inspired by a shared urgency to rethink how we build, finance, and sustain our cities. Globally, the construction sector accounts for nearly 40% of annual carbon emissions, and in Nigeria, it's not much different. The construction sector is also at a crossroads in Nigeria because I get the sense that most times when we speak about sustainability, people just think only about the impact of climate change, but it transcends even beyond that to energy efficiency, cost efficiency, and the like. Our nation faces a dual challenge: the need to deliver affordable, structurally sound buildings, and the imperative to do so in ways that preserve our environment and protect future generations. At BusinessDay, we believe in convening platforms that provoke bold ideas, foster collaboration, and enable practical solutions. And today is no different.
From issues of building collapse to green financing and smart technologies, this conference is about reshaping an industry that quite literally holds up our lives and livelihoods. Let today's conversations be catalytic. Let them challenge the status quo and open pathways to a more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable construction sector. Thank you for joining us. And before I go, I would also like to just recognize our sponsors. They are the reasons why we're here today. We have MKH Properties, Vava Projects, Global's Bank, and Periwinkle Properties. We also have some industry partners from Redan, Green Building Council of Nigeria, and SGE Initiative. So allow me to say once more that you're all welcome to this conference, and please, I hope that you enjoy it as much as I will. I already had some conversations with Dr. Oyelake. Is he here right now? There he is. But I'm sure you would have so much. I guarantee that you would learn so much from his panel session as well as the other panel sessions that we have lined up for you today. So thank you, and do enjoy the sessions.
A round of applause for him. If your hands are not too busy, a round of applause again for that welcome address. So quick one, before we continue, let me use this opportunity to recognize one of the foremost professors of architecture and the only professor of architecture in the world. Nomadic architecture. Well, I'm just following my script here. Professor Samuel Daramola, good to have you, sir. Thank you very much for coming. It's not easy to be an architect, then to now be a professor of architecture. That's nomadic architecture. That's serious. I would like to know nomadic architecture, but as the event progresses. Thank you very much, sir, for coming. And then I have here the representative of Professor Samson Duna. Is the DG Nigerian Road and Building Research Institute in person of Dr. Suleiman Morain. Thank you so much, sir. And I love your color, sir. Thank you. That the color of your outfit. Thank you so much.
Okay, we are very happy to have you all here with us today. Just a quick warm-up just to get us ready for the next session. We're going to do something very brief. We're going to pick 4 persons randomly, one. You introduce yourself, your name, what you do, where you work, and you tell us one eco-friendly practice you carry out. So I'll go first so that you understand. My name is Faith Nwuzo. I am a quantity surveyor. I work with VACC Technical Limited. I try my best to avoid printing so that we can save papers and then save the ecosystem. So you go.
All right, then. My name is Fortune Omoshola, but you can call me the General. I don't have stars on my shoulders yet, but in the media world, I'm a news manager, I'm a voice actor, I'm a poet as well. So I try as much as possible to avoid styrofoams. Hope you get that. Styrofoams. Yes, so I try as much as possible to avoid styrofoam. So I would like to hear from members of the audience here. What do you do? What's that eco-friendly practice? Just one person. Okay, you'd like to start first. All right. A round of applause for her, please.
Hi, good morning. I'm Dolakwa from Jang Properties, and I sell real estate. So what we try to do is, if there's a property that we're selling, for example, I have a listing, commercial office in Ikoyi with a building on it. So I try my best to let the person preserve that building. So renovate it rather than demolish. So that way you save energy.
That's a good one. Please, a round of applause for her. Anybody else wants to try? Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Thomas Omishore. I'm a transport planner, and I write to preserve the environment.
Interesting. Round of applause,
Thank you,
please.
sir.
Interesting.
Okay. So nobody from this angle? Okay.
Oh, good.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Johnson Olamiposi. I'm a
tourism journalist and enthusiast. I am a tourism writer. I write good destination about Nigeria. I don't give any impression of how Nigeria looks like. So I beautify Nigeria when my write-up page.
Your write-up. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. All right, then, without wasting any more time, we'll just do this little engagement so that we can, break the ice when necessary. So the environment is so serious. I'm like, what's going on? It's not that deep. All right, then. For the keynote address, we have the president of Redan, who would be having a keynote address right about now. Is Mr. Kintoi Felix, but is ably represented by the vice president of Redan Southwest Zone, Dr. Kunle Adeyemi. If our hands are not too busy, please let's welcome him to the podium. Thank you, sir.
All right. Good morning, everyone. All protocol duly observed. I'm standing in for Mr. President of Real Estate Developer Association of Nigeria, who is unavoidably absent this morning. I'm glad we have virtually every sector represented in this room, so I'm looking forward to a very fantastic conversation around what affects not only our today, but most importantly our tomorrow. All right, so I'm glad that we're having this conversation, and my job is very simple. It's just to set the stage and set the ball rolling. Then we're going to be having an interesting conversation where we have our panel to have conversation around different things. But this is very important. Please, media, if you have my slide, I would like to have that up. All right, one of our greatest opportunity lies on how we respond to the demand of growth. You agree with me that growth is inevitable. Growth we can't do without it. But how we respond to the demand of growth is our responsibility. Right. Now, our country is expanding rapidly. As a matter of fact, it's purported that in the next few years, Nigeria is going to be the third largest population in the whole world. Right. So, by the virtue of this growth and expansion, if we do not build right today, if we not start doing embracing the right thing today, particularly as related to construction, the industry I stand to represent, or real estate rather, if we not build right today, we may spend years correcting the damage, the avoidable damage or mistakes of tomorrow. So it's important that we look at sustainability as something that will not only influence, like I said, our today, most especially our tomorrow. And it speaks to so many things around our life. This is why the theme for this conference, Sustainable Practice and Financing Solution for Nigerian Construction, is not just relevant, but it is very urgent and exigent. So having this conversation is not just relevant. We've got to have this conversation real quick to preserve our tomorrow. All right, next slide, please. Why sustainability? Why do we need to prioritize it? It's not just a slogan. It's about preserving resources, protecting our environment, and ensuring that development meets the needs of today without compromising tomorrow. So we're talking about sustainability, which has to do with preserving our resources. Under the land use, there are places designed to preserve our forestry, just to ensure that we have an ecosystem that is complete, that influences a whole lot of things. I'm a strong advocate of environment because I believe environment influences a lot of things, particularly our thought pattern. It influences a whole lot of things. So we've got to, it's very important. This is why it's a priority for us. Now, in construction, sustainability, now taking it down to real estate, what does it mean? It means using the material that are eco-friendly. There are some setbacks, particularly using Lagos as a yardstick. There are setbacks. If you have a power line, you have to observe certain setbacks. If there are roads, you have to observe certain setbacks. But these setbacks are already occupied by some informal sector And the exercises carried out in these setbacks affect our climate. This is why we have the vulcanizers. The last statistics revealed that we have over 65,000 vulcanizers in Lagos. So imagine each time you go to pump your tire, imagine the emission that pollutes the air, and there are people living close to this environment. It affects their health. As a matter of fact, when you go to an hospital like Igbobi, and you have about 10 people having problem with chronic back pain, about 4 of them are usually vulcanizers. So it even affects, it impacts on their health directly. And there are other technology that could be embraced that is almost zero carbon emitted technology to pump our tires. Within the same sector where we have the setbacks, there are so many other industries. We have kiosks built by wood from our forest. And to maintain these kiosks, about 40% of wood also have to be acquired to maintain the kiosk on an annual basis. Those kiosks also can be substituted for sustainable materials that are locally, we can find this locally. So now let's move. We are very passionate about sustainability at Radan, and I will tell you why. All right, so now using materials that are eco-friendly and locally sourced. Now, I want to digress a little bit while we have houses being priced. As a matter of fact, there's a school of thought that housing in Nigeria is overpriced. Because about 60 to 70% of construction materials are imported. And you agree with me that the import rate, the duty, the custom duty, all of that have a direct impact on the cost of a building until we embrace local materials, particularly the ones that are eco-friendly. It can bring down the cost of building, and it can also help us to achieve our aim of sustainability. Now, this is very important. Why sustainability and the meaning of sustainability to us in construction? Designing buildings that consume less energy and managing waste responsibly. You'll be shocked when we get to some part of this conversation where we talk about the statistics of waste. Let's get there first. Now, managing this waste responsibly and preparing for the reality of climate change like flood, heat waves, environment, and etc. So Radan is proud. I like to say this. Radan is proud. We are very, very proud to launch our our ESG, and we have a criteria for our guide. As a matter of fact, some few days ago, right there at Oriental, we had a program on ESG as related to construction and real estate, a 2-day program, and we were able to come up with a report from that program, which is going to be guiding the real estate construction, particularly for Radan member. And I will unveil that in a short time. Now, putting ESG into action, just as the name implies. Please, you can move. Yeah, leave it. Just as the name implies, the E in that ESG stands for environment. And this means using energy-sufficient building designs. There is no better time to consider our building code review than now. We've got to, our building code review, we must integrate sustainability into our building code review. And also embrace a different or a modified construction methodology that promotes sustainability. Now, so for us at Radan, now, E, which stands for environment, using energy sufficient, I said that already, installing solar system or green roof instead of the conventional that we are used to. Now, recycling construction's waste. It was reported that the waste generated from construction site contribute largely to the challenge we have with our ecosystem. Largely. And I'm glad I have a brother here from Lafarge who also will be, he shared something very fantastic when we had a conversation about a company that already have built in Nigeria. Almost 100% eco-friendly house. About 3-bedroom model was. We can't wait to go check that house. And we are not also, for those who are in real estate here, we are not aware that there are so many benefits. He mentioned to me, and I'm going to be building on that, about one of such benefits. When your company or you embrace an eco-friendly building construction or a construction methodology that embraces sustainability, you also gain You mentioned a particular loan. Sorry, I didn't get that, sir. You mentioned a particular assets they have as an incentive for those guys that build ecosystem. A credit, like a loan, I mean, carbon credit. I mean, we're going to touch on a number of, okay, now let's go. Now, part of the reason why environment is so crucial to us is because we live within that same space. And we must protect it. In fact, I'm looking forward to a time where in this conversation, we also have people from health sector to probably enlighten us on the implication of sustainability on our health if it's not embraced. I'm sure he has a lot of that. Now, the S of this, because of our time, I want to get out of here so we can have this beautiful conversation. The S stands for, I mean, sort of before the S, we have, the S, it stands for social impact. Now, this means engage community early. Let's have a conversation with them. It will interest you that Lagos alone, right, generate on daily basis, estimated, about 15,000 metric tons of waste on daily basis. As long as I can't drink water from my tap, I will have to rely on plastic bottle or sachet water. And this have impact on the waste. So you can imagine Lagos alone as a city generate almost 15,000 metric tons of waste daily, of which 60% of them are organic and 40% are inorganic. So our proposal is that until we embrace an incentive-driven circular economy, we may not be able to resolve the issue of sustainability or achieve our sustainability goals. 60% is a whole lot organic waste generated on daily basis, and 40%. And Lagos spent over 30 billion naira on waste management on monthly basis. So you can imagine we can save our planet, save a whole lot when every one of us in construction embrace building houses that are sustainable. Now, still talking about the HES, which suggests social impact, ensure safe working condition and support inclusion, fair labor, and local jobs. Let's make development accessible and affordable. Now, this leads me to the next one, which is G, the governance. We've got to be transparent. We need to be transparent with all stakeholders. Yesterday, I was in a meeting where we talked about data in real estate. Most of our data in Nigeria are estimated. So that it makes it a lot difficult to make informed decision. And this is rooted in transparency. We should have a data, an accurate data of what is expected. I mean, so our governance should be transparent. That's what we're seeing in a nutshell. And of course, we cannot overemphasize the need to embrace ethical business practice, standard practice. There's a need for us to embrace that. I mean, in this age and time, we have a paper by Radan that all our members going forward, and we are driving that for the first 5 years as a template, when you are building, your construction will have minimum 30% sustainability integrated into your construction. So that we can, because construction or real estate is said to have contributed largely to the present menace we have. And we want to be part of that solution in Radan. All right, as I make an attempt to conclude this morning, I'd like to also talk about the role. So we have set up an ESG oversight for structure in Radan. Now, we need to talk about the role of finance. You can't talk about sustainability without talking about finance. It's non-negotiable. Sustainability building often costs. It costs more upfront, but it delivers on savings, durability, and social value. And I'm glad, because it's one of the major goals. So I'm glad that there are incentives. I was also in a room sometime last week with some Lagos State government officials, because Lagos is trying to review, or rather domesticate, the building code in Lagos as peculiar to Lagos. right? And so we had a policy-making decision, and we were invited, and I was part of that meeting. And I'm aware that Lagos also is trying to put up an incentive for anyone building embracing sustainability. Anyone who is building embracing an eco-friendly kind of structure. They are considering a whole lot of incentives. Like I said, until we embrace an incentive-driven circular economy, we may not be able to achieve our sustainability goal. Until people know that when you are doing this, in some advanced country, when you build a house, the government will give you certain incentive, probably even from your design stage. Your permission, you want to get permit for your building stuff. In fact, there's a proposal that was made to Lagos State government that you can even be given an extra floor. A whole lot of proposal is on the table. And I'm glad Lagos State government is considering all of this. So finance is very, very important. Unfortunately, long-term financing for construction in Nigeria is hard. And to assess it is very difficult because of the high interest rate. Underdeveloped mortgage is one of our challenges too. Our mortgage system in Nigeria is drastic. And this also speaks to data. There is no way we can have an active mortgage system which speaks to the supply, the entire value chain, particularly to the consumer. And mind you, if you look at the socioeconomic strata, where we have the apex, the high income earner, the middle income earner, which exists, and the low income earner, the majority is the base of the pyramid. And that's where we have the majority. It constitutes almost 60 or over 60% of our total population, and it's growing every day. So there will be a need to finance this. Both the public and the private sector, we need to embrace this and to finance it. Now, encourage the use of green. Why we must do better, if I must ask. We must encourage the use of green bond and climate finance to support sustainable housing development. Very essential. Support affordable mortgage financing through a single-digit interest. Cost of money in Nigeria is expensive. A single-digit interest, which as a matter of fact is practiced in most developed countries. A single-digit simple interest with reducing balance. That's the only way we can achieve this. Now, we've got to also recapitalize Federal Mortgage Bank. They are doing a bit because it has to enhance this bank capacity to give out National Housing Fund. Having a home is not reserved for exclusive, it's not an exclusive right of few. It's a right. It's a right for everyone to have a home. But that can only be driven when we have stuff like National Housing Fund. So we've got to recapitalize, as it were, so that we can enhance their capacity to do more, to deliver more. I'm talking about the Federal Mortgage Bank. And of course, we have to promote the rent-to-own housing scheme. I love what Lagos State is doing about the review of tenancy. We've got to review, we've got to promote, rather, the rent-to-own housing scheme as an accessible pathway to home ownership. And we have to collaborate with commercial banks to develop housing-friendly loan structure that are inclusive, accessible, and a long-term. Our responsibility as developer, I'm winding up in a few minutes. We are not just builders of houses. We are builders of futures. I'm glad we have some developers also in the room. And you agree with me that we are not just building houses. We are building futures. So because at Redan, we are committed to training our members on green building practices. I just mentioned we just concluded a training like about a few days ago. And we have others coming in pretty soon because we want to keep empowering our members to embrace best practice as related to green building. Advocating for policy that support ESG and promoting responsible development nationwide. We must take the lead in shaping the sector, and that is profitable but only sustainable, inclusive, and resilient. My closing thought. In closing, let me say this. We have a duty to get it right. If we build carelessly, we will suffer. But if we build with intention, with vision, and with future in mind, we will win together. So let us rise to this occasion. Let this conference be more than just a talk. Let it be the beginning of lasting action. Let us build Nigeria where every structure is safe, every development is inclusive, and every home is a promise fulfilled. Thank you for your audience. Have a beautiful time.
A round of applause again. That was a thought-provoking keynote address by Dr. Kunle Adeyemi, of course, who is the VP, rather than representing the interest of Akintoye Felix Adeoye. I mean, let's give him his flowers once again. A round of applause for him. Faith, I'm sure you learned some things from what he said.
My notes is actually full. So this is my industry, and I'm not just here to be your host. I'm also a participant. Please join us up. I'll be mentioning some organizations like sponsors and others. Vava Projects, Mr. Abubakar Sheriff. Please join us upstage. We want to have a... Yes, sir, please. We want to have a very brief photo session. MKH Properties Limited. Dr. Muibi Kende Ahmed, please up here. Periwinkle Properties Limited, Dr. Chinedu Nweke. Globus Bank, Deputy Editor, BD Lolade. Architect Bolahon Oyelake. Dr. Kunle Adeyemi, the Vice President. Redan Southwest Zone. Please, if you're here, okay.
Very well. So let's make it really snappy. I mean, the photo session. Thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate. Thank you. So while the VP of Redan representing the president of Redan was here, I think we took notes of a few things that he said. One thing struck me, and that is, I'm sure you all know this guy on Instagram that goes about talking about overpriced properties in Lagos, and is usually very vehement about it. Like, why should I get a house for 1 billion naira when it is situated in Bethsaida? If you know what I mean. I mean, more or less a pool. So what he's saying there is really captivating. I like that, you know, that eco-friendly materials so that we can drive down, you know, overpriced properties. And then data. I think we have a problem with data in Nigeria, and that's so profound that he was able to raise that. We should have data-driven information and nothing more than to help us plan properly. So we are not just, you know, talking about numbers, but we can't do anything about those numbers. So once again, thank you very much, sir, for that. I know you have some things written in your note as well.
Let's assume they ask us now to tear out a sheet of paper. I'll do a summary. We'll just take a very brief test of what we learned just now. How many of us are sure we can make up to 50%? Oh my God.
Just a quick summary from one or two. What was your take home from that keynote address? Can anyone, just one person? It won't take any time. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much. My name is Hamid. My take home from what the VP read and said, he mentioned that if we don't start now to start looking forward to sustainable policies. The effects that we are all going to experience, it will take us longer resources, longer time in correcting it. So which means that if we don't do the necessary things now, it's going to take us more resources and more time in correcting those defects.
Thank you very much, sir. That was brilliant. Thank you so much. If we fail to plan, then we are planning to fail. That's the summary of that. Anyways, we would engage, just like we said, so that we are sure that we are all listening intently, rapidly to whatever is being said. All right, let's get to the next part of the engagement. Just like the president of Redan has, been represented by the VP has done, evenly set the tone for the conversation here. We have the next person up for his presentation is the Nigerian Managing Director, Vava Projects Limited, Abubakar Sheriff, B, ENG MNSE Koren. Please can we welcome him with a round of applause. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols duly observed. We want to present our company to you, Vava Project Limited, because in recent times, a lot of people have raised a concern to us and said, what is Vava Project? All we know is Vava Furniture. Vava Furniture is a known brand in Nigeria furniture industry today. And it's one of the biggest furniture companies in Nigeria. It has created a name because it provides the most affordable and the most quality furniture. So some years back, about 4 years ago, we decided to go into real estate. And because of the name we've established in the furniture industry, we knew that if we are going into real estate, we have to do it in a proper manner. That means we have to do it big. We look at the Lagos State, specifically Lagos State real estate industry, and we realize that the industry is growing very well. A lot of participants are in the industry, and we feel that, look, it will not be a bad idea if we join that growing industry. It is not worth to tell you that we started our operation in 2021, and by providence, before the end of 2022, we are able to complete a project on the 10th floor that has 16 three-bedroom apartments and 2 maisonette apartments on Admiralty Way in Lekki Phase 1. The project is there for everybody to see. That's the tallest building on Admiralty today. So we look at what are the things that are very essential in real estate. And most of the things we observed was that timely completion of project, timely movement to site, and also quality of what we are selling to our clients. Today, we have grown from a very moderate company to a company that has over 150 direct and indirect staff. We have increased our spheres of operation, and we have notable projects in Lekki Phase 1, Victoria Island, and Ikoyi. We have a policy in Viva Project, and our policy is most of our projects are done in-house. So the way we establish the real estate, we equally establish a construction arm that services our real estate. And it has worked for us because it allows us to determine our price. Our prices are very competitive and moderate. And I can tell you, even in Victoria Island today, our prices are very, very competitive and low compared to most of our competitors. We have been able to establish a very good customer and client relationship. And most of the clients that always buy into our projects, when we launch new projects, are always our existing clients. And it's because of the satisfaction we've given them in most of our previous projects. It's because of the price competitiveness we've offered for them, and because of the confidence they've established in us over a long time. Majority of our clients are either existing clients or referrals. We don't do much of advertisement at the initial stage of our projects. We've looked at a lot of other things to enhance our operation as a real estate and construction company. And today, Viva Projects has mechanized its operation to almost 90%. We have a bashing plant of 35 cubic meters per hour, and we have 4 truck mixers, which has a combined capacity of 40 cubic meters for the delivery of our projects of concrete to all our sites. So we are not relying on third party for the production of our concrete. We are doing them in-house. And we have a quality assurance and quality control department recently established that takes care of the quality of the concrete. They do all the necessary engineering tests on daily basis and make sure whatever we are supplying to our sites are not only good, but they meet international standard. Today, we have about 5 ongoing projects. We have the Crystal Bay project on Water Corporation Road in Oniru, which has about 50 units of 1-bedroom apartment and 40 units of 2-bedroom apartments and 6 pent maisonettes. In Lekki Phase 1, we have the Jacinda Court, which is about 30 units of 2-bedroom apartments with a basement. In Victoria Island, we have Esikaya Towers, which is a combination of 1, 2, 3, and 4-bedroom apartments on 20 floors. On Banana Island Road, we have PC Courts, a highly luxury apartments with a highly luxury apartments of 18 units with 12 semi-detached and 6 penthouse. We are equally working on other projects that are townhouses, and we've started with a very small project at a beach resort in Lekki, because we are looking at those markets as well. So we are using that as a testing ground to see whether we can go into terraces and duplexes, so that it will not just be high rises we are embarking on. So in introducing this our company to you, Vava Projects, we are willing to work with a lot of clients. We are willing to work with a lot of partners. And already we are working with a lot of consultants. High caliber consultants in the in Nigerian construction industry, structural engineers, mechanical engineers, electrical engineers, and quantity surveying companies, firms. Our aim is to be one of the best practitioners in real estate in Nigeria. If in our first 4 years of operation, we've been able to achieve what we currently achieve, we believe in the next 10 years, Vava Projects will have established a brand name in the real estate and construction industry. And we should be able to compete favorably in terms of quality of deliveries and also in terms of price competitiveness. Our projects, the combination of our project turnover today is in the region of about 25 billion naira. And we are working to sustain our financing, our operations, and our constructions to meet the expectations of not just our clients alone, but every practitioners in the real estate industry. I've listened to the remarks of the chairman of Redan, and in as much as we are trying our best to incorporate the ecosystem sustainability into our design, we are going to do more because of a lot of things I've learned here. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we're introducing our company, Vava Projects, which is a sister company to Vava Furniture. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Abubakar. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time there. I don't know. Engineer Abubakar, I don't know. Something is saying you should sew one of this your housing unit to one person here. I don't know. Testing microphone, 1 billion, 2 billion. All right, it's just an enlightenment. Thank you very much. A round of applause for him again.
So hi. Yes, truly, he should sew to me, actually. We are truly familiar with Vava Furniture. When I came in, I was like, Vava Projects, that's new. Never seen it anywhere. So it's good that they have actually added inclusion by building and constructing one-bedroom apartments for single people. So we'll move down.
All right then. I hope we've taken something from what the engineer has mentioned. I guess it's all tuned to sustainability as well. What they are doing is different, trying to ensure that whatever they are doing sets that model for others in the industry. So, and just like he has said, is ready to work with as many people. You know, we have bright minds here, and I'm sure that it's a catchment area for Vava. So we'll move to a very strategic part of the conversation today, and that's the panel session. And I'm sure that a lot of us who have been waiting for this, it's a critical moment. and it's going to deepen our knowledge about what we intend to do here. So we have some panelists who are going to be introducing. They will be joined by a moderator. We have 4 of them, and it will be moderated by one person. So we'll just do the introductions quickly and get right to it. The first person I'm calling on the panel is the Chairman, CEO, MKH Properties, Dr. Muibi Kehinde Ahmed. A round of applause for him, please. And then the second person I'll be calling up on the panel is the Managing Consultant, Head of Projects, Wilmeb Nigeria Limited, Architect Rita Bolusimei, MNIA. I hope I got that correctly, Madam Bolusimei.
We recently celebrated Women in Engineering. I think that was on Tuesday. So please let's give her a round of applause again.
Very well then. The next is the Managing Director, Casting Crown Company, Architect Dr. Bolan Bell Oyelaki. Thank you. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you so much, sir. Are we safe, Architect? This is your outfit. I'm scared, though. All right then. We have the fourth but not the last person here. The Head of Innovation and Product Development, Lafarge Africa PLC, Emmanuel Ilaboya. Thank you, sir. Wow, stunning. There was a time this was not permitted, though. Nigeria. There was a time if you are on native or, stuff like this, you wear a shoe or something. Now we are wearing, sneakers and all that. Innovation. Okay, we are in for innovation. All right then. I get faith you will introduce the moderator for today. That would be the moderator for this panel.
Our moderator for today is the Director of Communications, Bay Projects, Owolabi Charles. Is our moderator missing in action? Okay, he's here. Please,
Mr. Owolabi,
a round of applause for our moderator.
So while we await Mr. Owolabi, let me just give a run through of some of the panelists, and then it will take charge. Dr. Muibi Kehinde Ahmed is the CEO of MKH Properties, is a visionary real estate development firm transforming Nigeria's urban landscape. He's a man of many colors. A round of applause for him, please. And of course, the second person, architect Mrs. Rita Moron KG. She's a seasoned architect and a green building advocate with over a decade experience in sustainable design and project delivery. Round of applause for her, please. And the third person is also a seasoned architect. That's architect Dr. Bolan. He's a sustainability expert with nearly 2 decades of experience in green building design, environmental stewardship, and infrastructure development. A round of applause for him, please. And the fourth but not the last is Emmanuel Ilaboya. He's the Head of Innovation and Product Development at Lafarge Africa PLC, with a proven track record in product strategy, sustainability, and market growth. A round of applause for him. And our moderator in the building is a trained architect. This is a guardian of architects. I'm worried. It's all right. We'll see who the best will be at the end of the day. But I'm sure all of them, they are definitely the best. The moderator is a trained architect and a strategic thinker. So I'll just leave it to him to take us through. Thank you very much. A round of applause for them, please.
Good day, everybody. It's an opportunity to be here. And the topic itself happens to be something that drives me as a person. And I'm happy to be one of the moderators, and happy to also find a lot of architects here. It shows we are doing wonders in the built environment. Please give us a round of applause, please. So I will start with the topic itself: innovative, sustainable practice to curb building collapse. Innovative, sustainable practices to curb building collapse. So I will start with Architect Rita. Please, I would like to know, what do you understand, or what can you teach us about sustainable practices in building first?
Okay, in talking about sustainable practice in Nigeria, Nigeria is still a developing country, unlike other countries that we know that have already embraced net zero by either design or by material. Because UN stated that by 2050, nothing is done to reduce greenhouse gas in Nigeria. It means in the world, it means that the ozone layer would have depleted further. So when we are talking about sustainability, we are talking about materials that are being used, materials that are found in our environment, materials like compressed earth block, materials like bamboo, stone that we have in our environment. If you go to Ajaokuta, you'll find a lot of that. You'll find also in Ondo, we can actually make do of this, or we'll use laterite also. Is very, very important. And using interlock block instead of the Sanskrit blocks that we are using. We're talking about materials that reduce greenhouse gas in our environment, materials that doesn't deplete our environment, that doesn't take because we're talking about the environmental air quality of our building. Because when you use materials like cement, I'm not saying cement is not good, it can be used as a binding agent, but when we use materials that, oh, sorry about that. I'm so sorry.
It's fine, it's fine.
So, it's still, cement is actually still needed, but as a binding agent, you know, because we are talking about our health, mental health, because, you know, when you use materials that contains less chemical, it increase environmental air quality in the building. And guess what? That means that people don't fall sick easily. We actually have green buildings, sustainable buildings in Nigeria that can be located on the island. Buildings like Heritage Building, Wings Building. We have some that are residential buildings that have incorporated this in construction. And when we look at it again, sorry, the last one, if you look at it, at the first instance, you will say it's expensive, but at the long run, it's cheaper. That's the truth. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you. That's a good one from our architect. When she mentioned something relating to alternative to cement, trust me, I happen to be someone who actually did a project during my days in school. And it's one of the things they will tell you when you talk about smart construction and alternative materials, you will crack your head. So the next question will be to my architect by my side. I will take my architect first. So the question will be, as both an architect and a business leader, how do you balance commercial objectives with long-term structural sustainability?
Okay, thank you. I think I will just take a few seconds from my time. I'm not going to exceed my time to just add a few lines to what she said, because you asked a question that focused majorly on building collapse, how to prevent, and I happens to be someone that practices within that field in Nigeria, working with BCPG. You know, I do tell people that if you want to avoid or prevent building collapse, the best method or the best policy to adopt has to do with sustainability. And not just only the kind of sustainability that people are oriented towards today, is a building that is certified as a sustainable building. Because what that means is you've gone through all the necessary process of certifying that building and ensuring that the quality of the building is affirmed. So just to put that on note for us. Coming to the question you asked, as an architect, I was saying to a few people while we were just waiting to commence the event that let me say I'm very fortunate, you know, to understand sustainable practices pretty much earlier, because we still have some of our colleagues in the industry. As you can see, if really people really understand what we're discussing today, this place shouldn't contain us. Because in Nigeria, we have over 6,000 registered licensed architects. And we should be always at the vanguard of promoting and advocating, you know, the concept of sustainability. Is one of the key courses you're going to take in your master's degree as an architect. But I mean, here we are still discussing about how to promote this. So what I've done over the years is to commit myself to learning. I'm still learning, by the way. I mean, I've done quite a lot of certification programs in this regard. So I didn't just dive into the practice. I started with learning, because what I obtained as understanding about sustainability at my master's level wasn't sufficient. I have my very good friend and colleague here who was also instrumental in connecting me with some of this learning process, the person of architect Emmanuel. So you're going to see him in the second session also talk about this. That's the first thing that is very, very important. So over here, you need to have, as a matter of you intentionally resolving to commit yourself to learning. And by the way, how many of us have any certification program? We've taken any certification program in any of the certification system, rating system in Nigeria? Anybody? Hedge, Brim, Leeds, anybody? So this is where to start with. You see that we still have a very low number of people who are certified as experts, to certify building green. So that's the first place to start with, and that's where I started my own practice. Then the second is for us to begin to practice, because what the focus of this event is about promoting the practice. So we shouldn't just be talking without practicing, right? So when you learn what you want to put into practice, as simple as if you are doing even a bedroom apartment, you want to ensure that it's certified green, right? And it's like someone that keeps repeating that I know ABCD, but had never gone through an exam hall before. It's when you put yourself under an exam situation that you can really validate your knowledge about a concept or a policy. So the same thing when we're talking about you becoming an expert in any of the rating system. And it's very interesting that GBCN, I think one of the representatives here, one of the directors is going to talk more about that. They have, education system around that. So we don't necessarily have to go too far for us to be able to acquaint ourselves with all the necessary education process that will help us to learn more about this certification system. And finally, for my organization, what we do, I told myself last year that I've got to a point where there is nothing else I want to do in this industry other than to build green. So what we do basically is about green building. All our clientele base is about green building. We stopped doing conventional building construction last year. So I'm happy to tell us that one of the first actually mixed-use green building certified in Nigeria happens to be one of our projects, and that's Popumo Lekki. Anytime you're going through that skyline, you can drop by and check. We have other projects underlined. So these are our own commitments. And I think this is where each and every one of us can start with our own resolution. And guess what? If all of us here seated in this conference can pick a project and commit to it and ensure that this is going to be our own pilot project and ensure that they're certified, I think by next year when we're having another conference, we'll have increased the database of how many green buildings we have in Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's a good one. And hopefully we have more architects rooting for green building. So I'll move to the next question, which is for my Dr. Muibi, MKH. And I'm into real estate. I'm also a developer, just like my brother. I remember when we started the project, because as an architect, I also have a partner who's in civil engineering and who did structures in the second degree. We'll prioritize what we call the sustainable and longevity of every building we work on in Bay projects. However, we notice there's a wide gap between what we are delivering and what our clients want. They don't care if your building has the thickest reinforcements. They just tell you the building next to you is 20 million. Why is your own 55 million? And at the end of the day, there's no way you want to explain because you've already screeded the whole building. So you can't talk about the integrity of the structures you have there. So my question to my doctor is, as a developer with larger scale projects, how do you integrate sustainability without compromising on costs and delivery times?
Thank you very much. This is actually a very wonderful question anyway. And I'll be speaking from the angle of a businessman and a developer. Like you said, a lot of developers and the architects and the engineer used to have a long argument when it comes to this. Because, to be sincere, architects usually try their best. And no architect will design for you and encourage you compromise. No architect and no a reasonable engineer will actually abide by that. But the problem used to start from the developers. And I'm also a developer, and I will tell you the reason why. Developer is already calculating how much you want to make as profit at early stage of the business. They have not even started the project. Developer is already looking at this project to give me $1 billion as profit. And I will not blame him as well. My brother said cost of money in Nigeria is very, very extremely expensive. Me and architect Emmanuel were talking about it. If you know the MD and you are getting maybe above $5 million today, probably they can give you 33% or 34%. You can 38, 36. And then by the time you put all the figures together, you realize that that project must go back, the fund must go back with 50%. And then you have not even factored your profit out of it. And I'm going to use my project as an example. First thing and first answer to this question is adequate planning. Now, what do I mean by adequate planning? For every project, you must have your own equity contribution. You have to think as if that money is coming from a financial institution. And you must have your 30% on grant. So before you embark on any project as a developer, I'm talking about my own company culture. You used to have a 30% fund on grant. That's number one. Two, we'll now create an alternative project like site and service to generate more money in order to fund that building project, making two. Three, we are looking up to our off-taker that is going to pay 10 to 20% down payment. That's three options. Now, by the time you put all these resources together, you realize that you are going to build beyond inflation and you're going to be beyond what you are selling. But if you don't have minimum of three options to finance a project, it's either you get to a point whereby the little resources you have cannot accommodate that project, and that is when you start thinking of alternative. And that is the beginnings of building collapse. Because by the time you start reasoning that, I need to deliver this project, what I have cannot accommodate it, then you start inviting your engineers. Bro, what do you think we could do? How can we manage this 100 million? And you yourself, you know, this 100 cannot finish this project. So that is the beginning of building collapse. And also another thing is culture. If your contractor is the kind of people, or your staff are the kind of, you have the staff that used to collect a return from your contractor, that's another thing that is going to lead to building collapse. You don't have any contractor that will not pay at least minimum of 10% to either your project manager, your finance, the accountant that transfer the money to be looking up to contractor to pay something. Before you know it, contractor will be thinking of how to make his money back in double. So you have to front to that kind of attitude in your company. Even if a contractor have to give it something, in our company you have to declare it. And we find out that you did not declare it, you are going home immediately. You are not coming back. Because those are the things that contribute to building collapse. And finally, inflation as well. Although it's not like a genuine excuse, but at the same time, I do advise our co-developer, it is not a must you have 5 projects like Vava project that have a big brand. If you have one project and you can deliver that one project, it's better for you to have 5 projects. And this is actually common to people that get them involved in JV a lot. There's a company that one investor wanted to buy last year. I was invited to verify some of their things they're doing, and I realized they have 9 projects, and all these 9 projects are joint development, which means none of those projects belong to them officially. They just play the role of contractor and sales on that project. So if anything happens, the developer can pull out and you just find out you cannot find the developer again. So the problem will now be between the landowner and investor that are keen to that project. So when you have this kind of arrangement too much, you realize that you are expecting the fund from the off-taker, which is not realistic, because the off-takers is not realistic market. You can't predict that the project you are building, people will subscribe. It's unrealistic fund. So if you are planning on unrealistic fund, you end up compromising, or the project can get to a stage whereby you won't be able to complete it. So number one thing as a developer, have your own equity contribution, minimum of 30%. And also have another alternative funding for that project. Or if at all anything happens, you should be able to sustain and also engage a competent hand. It's not every engineer, it's not every big company that know what they're doing. If you dive into a lot of big companies, you realize that they don't even have structure. The MD is the one giving a final say on the procurement, on this and that. I've visited a lot of consulting companies and now realize that they only have big name out there. But if you dive into their system, no single structure to sustain what they are building. And they have a big profile. So you have to be very careful as a businessman, thinking, oh, this is a very big name, then you hand over your project to them. At the end of the day, it's just one person that is giving the idea of everything from A to Z. That's another big issue that you need to look at. I believe I'll be able to answer my question.
All right, thank you. That's a good one. So I'll be moving to the next person, in the person of Mr. Emmanuel. I remember that we have a particular topic at my office at the time about research on different approach to sustainable building. And by the time I had the opportunity of checking through what Lafarge is doing now, I think it's a very good one in that direction. So I'll ask about EcoPlanet. That will be where my question will come from. EcoPlanet, which you have helped launch, has been positioned as a pioneering green cement solution aimed at decarbonizing construction. How does its formulation and application help address structural integrity in addition to climate concern, particularly in contexts like Nigeria, where building collapse is a recurring issue?
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. So before I start, let me first say congratulations to Redan for the good job you're doing, for your presentation. And also congratulations, Veva, for the amazing thing you've achieved in 4 years. It's amazing. Well done. I also like to say, so I'm not an architect. I am not a developer as well. So I'll be speaking as not as somebody that is trying to prefer innovative ways of how we can do buildings in Nigeria, particularly in Nigeria. The interesting thing, you talked about EcoPlanet. So EcoPlanet was launched in 2020, right in the middle of COVID. It is a global brand for, it was launched in Switzerland. That was the first place we launched EcoPlanet. And that was actually my first green project. So I started all of this green and sustainable discussion from a practitioner point. So practicing it. So when I started, I didn't have any certification like architect because I was starting as a practitioner. So hands-on, right inside, looking at what does green mean. So I mean, we keep talking about green housing, sustainable. Truly and truly, what does it mean? If you say, I want to build a sustainable house. Today in Nigeria, do we all have a common understanding of what that means? I believe if you ask 10 people today that what does sustainable building mean, I'm sure you will get 20 different answers because people are looking at it from their area of exposure or from their understanding of what it means. So today, there is no universally acceptable definition of what sustainable building means. And for me, there needs to be a discussion around that. It's very important. So this is number one. I'm saying this because I had the same issues 5 years ago in Switzerland when we were having the discussion. We wanted to launch the first low carbon cement in the world. By the way, you actually made a good point. And it's a fact today that cement is one of the highest CO2 emitter in the world. It's a fact. It's not, I mean, it's nothing to be ashamed of. But the good thing is that what a company like Lafarge or OSIM, who is the parent company of Lafarge, has done is that we have said that we want to be part of the solution. We need to do something about how cement is produced. Because after water, concrete, which is done with cement, is the second most used product in the world after water. So we are stuck with it, whether we like it or not, at least for the next 50 years. Maybe when something that can work at scale, There are other alternatives, but there's nothing today that can work at scale all over the world. We still have not found it. So we are still stuck with concrete or stuck with cement. But what we have been doing to now say, how do we now produce it in a way that will be low carbon, that will be less intensive? And this was why 5 years ago, EcoPlanet was launched. Actually, it was my first project. So we deliver, EcoPlanet is a cement that delivers a minimum of 30% CO2 reduction versus your standard cement. And this is important. So because if I say delivers minimum of 30%, the question now arises, how do you measure it? You know, so I hear people talk about sustainability a lot. It is not as simple as many people think. And I don't think we have actually sat down to start looking at all of the nuances. I'll give an example. So the first thing is measurement. How do you accurate? Somebody talk about data. I think it was the Red Amp that talked about data. It is extremely important. How do you measure? If I make this building today the way I build, and I say this one is sustainable, how do I accurately measure to show, to demonstrate that this one truly, this building that is sustainable, apart from all of the other important points that you've mentioned, it's actually delivering 30%, 40%, 50%. How do I measure that? And that is important because it also fits into the finance discussion. And I'll tell you why. So a practical example from my experiences outside, and I think something we can do in Nigeria. In a space like this, you need what I call catalytic funding. You need somebody to bring the money to say, okay, we are moving to sustainable, we want to move to a sustainable way of building. There needs to be something to start that process. Now, let's assume I was at the West Africa Economic Summit that was done in Abuja last week, and I was discussing with the president of the BOI, who was there, and I said, let's assume BOI has 10 billion naira. It's small. Let's just, for hypothetical reason, to say we want to support green construction. Because BOI is a government institution, they have the credibility. They can access green funding outside the country at a very good rate, say 4% for dollar rate, as an example. And this is fact, because I've done this before. But BOI needs to go to those international funders to say, all of the buildings that we have built that are green, these are the CO2 emissions. These are the green credentials of all of those being to assess those kind of funding. Now, the issue is, so BOI can access funding for 4%. I'm just trying to be practical because there's been a lot of discussion. I'm trying to bring it home to see how this thing can work in reality. So BOI can access maybe funding at 4%, which means they can give to developers, maybe at 8%, 9%, with a single-digit rate, which is much better than what we have now. Of course, because BOI also will make money into so. But as part of the criteria to qualify for those kind of funding, they need to come with, to say that those buildings have green credentials. Now, how do you prove that the building I've done has green credentials? Again, it comes now back to accurate measurement of those green, sourcing those materials locally. How do you put all of this together? And this is why, for me, I think one of the tools that is needed urgently in Nigeria is we need a carbon calculator that can accurately measure all of our building for scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3, because this is the criteria to assess those funding. So you need that. It's very important. What that will do for us, honestly, if we get that right, it's a game changer. Sir, you mentioned that you have a lot of consultants, structural. I think you need a green or sustainable consultant as well, because the type of projects you do, you can have access to much, much cheaper funding that can allow you to scale. But because the people providing this type of funding are international body, they have some criteria that you have to meet to assess. And there's a lot of money. Honestly, every year you do the last COP, they do COP 20, the COP 30 now. Climate finance is looking for projects to put money into, but it has to be in a particular format. So this, for me, is the opportunity I see that Nigeria developers, Nigeria architects, Nigeria stakeholders in the space. And we don't need to reinvent the wheel. There's a lot of things that have been done there. So we can organize ourselves and start doing those things so that those low carbon materials that we have can be accurately measured, can be accurately integrated into our processes, and we can assess this finance cheaply and cut this problem of, number one, high cost, then number one, trying to cut corners and all of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, Mr. Manuel. So, to the next question, that will be to our architect lady. So that's architect Rita. As a consultant deeply embedded in the field, where do you see the most critical gaps in design phase safety that leads to collapse risk?
Thank you very much, moderator. I would say there are 4 critical gaps that I will look at. And the first one, which I would deem that is very important, is the inadequate collaboration between built environment professionals. And when I mean built environment professionals, I mean the architects, the engineers, structural, mechanical, electrical, and also the land surveyor. That is if the building is a public building and if the building is steep or slope. So what I mean by that is most often times architectural drawings are pushed forward without the input of the engineering drawing. And that is not supposed to be so. They are supposed to collaborate together and come up, by collaborating together, they will find out that there are some issues that need to be dealt with. That is during the design stage and also the construction stage. So to solve engineering problem as it arises. And also the contractor and the artisans are supposed to be prepped, because when we're talking about sustainability, it's different from any conventional building that you can, it's different from constructing conventional building. It's actually very technical. So they need to be prepped and to be brought on board. Then number 2, I will talk about the improper specification of materials. Improper specification of materials in the sense that most often times when you look at maybe the engineering drawing or maybe the quantity surveying bill, you only see maybe it's 124. I mean the concrete that is supposed to be used, but you don't see the grade of the concrete. Maybe like C25 or C30 is often omitted. And I will talk about live load, dead load, point load, and also environmental load, in the sense that when you're talking about the live load, oftentimes they tend to not think about when we are talking about public building, you calculate the amount of people that are supposed to be in that building at a particular time, if it's a public building. Then you talk about the furnitures that would be in that building, or probably the instruments or machines that are supposed to be used in that building is often neglected. We talk about the dead load. Oftentimes, engineers also, most often times, they feel that they know about the weight of reinforcement, forgetting that we have different manufacturers for this reinforcement. Then I talk about environmental load. When you talk about, I'm talking about the flood, I'm talking about rain and also wind impact on that particular building. Then I'll also talk about the point load, which is the machine, the generators. Because we will notice that even in residential building, you find some people putting their generator even at their balcony. So the vibration of that generator also impacts that building. Then we'll also talk about, thank you.
All right, thank you, our architects. The next question also goes to the next architect by my side. I think I like this gadget. All right, my next question is this. What collaborative models between architects, engineers, and developers have proven most effective in achieving safety goals?
Okay, I'm happy that I'm going to talk about collaboration, because I was going to add a word to what Emmanuel said regarding data gathering, because that's very important to achieving certification in green building system. I'm happy to inform us that GBCN, we have a director here, which I believe might talk more about that during his own session. Started a project a few years ago on developing a carbon database management system. So I believe that's an key area where collaboration is very important, because data is very key to anything we want to do on sustainability. Currently, Nigerians don't have any database around environmental product declaration, EPDs. So most of the EPDs we use in some of the rating systems are to be adopted from other continents. So that's very, very key. I believe in the next few years, with the effort of GBCN and collaborations within the industry, we'll be able to develop something that is local. Also, in terms of certifying buildings, is also a key area where we can collaborate. Yes, architects imagine designs, we create innovative design solutions for sustainability, and the engineers go to site to build. There's always a gap. While she was talking, I quickly recollected the project I did a few years ago, and I was recalled back, my team was recalled back a few months ago for us to come and do some remedial works. And what actually happened, we designed very innovative, very nice. It's here in Lagos, I'm not going to mention for record purpose. We had some critical vertices in the design, some funny truncations, and we advised the client and the project managers that they needed to onboard a team as prime consultant. But of course, the way developers do things, because they want to cut costs on consultancy, blah, 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 and all of that. So they picked that design, gave it over to the developer. Unfortunately, the developer did not understand how to work with curves and angles because of the truncation. We have 90 degrees, we have 97 degrees, we had 46 point something degrees. So eventually, they didn't get the envelope correctly. So a few years ago, during rainy season, they had to deal with a whole lot of issues. So we're back there to correct and all of that. So that is one of the things that necessitate collaboration. I mean, it's just reasonable and logical practice that right consultant had to be onboarded throughout the life cycle of the project, and not just only during pre-construction, during construction, also post-construction, because there's need for such scale of project, there's need to always evaluate the building, especially because of the kind of materials that you're going to use, because of LCA needs and all of that. So these are part of ways by which we need to ensure that we necessitate proper practice. Then also, I will speak to the angle of our national building code, because like I think it was a doctor that mentioned that there is probably this kind of conference need to throw out such advocacy out. We are working with an outdated Bible in the industry. Yes. It's not just enough for us to continue to talk about sustainability without having a governing policy around it that can, kind of like holistically take everybody to account. How many of the professionals in the industry even understand how to integrate the policy that is outdated, not to talk of understanding the necessity to update the policy? So these are areas where we can collaborate. It's kind of events, all of us can come together, expand it to a larger stakeholder management for us to be able to see the need to review the current National Building Code and integrate it with the Building Energy Efficiency Code, which had been signed into law, because we have that also in law, but nobody is using it to practice, and it's not been domesticated in any of the states. So I think these are areas where we can really adopt some level of collaboration for us to be able to have something that can hold everybody, all practitioners, all professionals, and developers within the industry account, so that we don't have to work in silos. Like Redan has their criteria, they have their policies. We architects and other professionals certifying buildings, we align with some other foreign rating systems. The developer is also looking for something that's going to hedge and promote their cost management system. So we need something that will bring everybody together and integrate us, and that is what MBC does. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thanks so much. Not to waste much of our time, I'll be moving to MKH, like we all call it. So what steps are you taking in 3 minutes? What step are you taking to align MKH properties with international green building standards, such as excellence in design for greater efficiency, leadership in energy, and environmental design.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I'm going to pick one of his points and architect. I think planning is one of the most efficient things to do to avoid that, because from the beginning, both architect and engineer and the consultants and the contractors have to be on site to have a meeting. They need to be on the same page. While the project is ongoing, they must also be on the same page. Even after the project has been delivered, they must also be on the same page. We have one bad habit in Nigeria. Most time, architect and engineer, they always go in a separate way, and usually caused by the other developers or the owner of the project when they're trying to cut cost. And architect don't like, this is what I designed. 50% of our building in Nigeria is different from what architect design and what is on ground. 50%, 80%. We need to be realistic. Yes. Like I said 50, someone said 80, and I'm sure that's architect Emmanuel, is that he know what he's saying. So imagine what architect design is totally different from what is being built on site. We have it a lot. If you go on inspection like this, you'll be seeing a lot of things, and then when you check their record, their book, their drawing, why are you building this? Say, that is what the developer wants. So we have to move from what the developer wants to what actually architect design and what's being approved. And also, when she was talking about the materials, before architect, I would also like to add all this and encourage our architects that are here. I know you guys have different skills. You would like to design some kind of structure that is fantastic. But think about our locality. Do we have access to that materials? On one particular project, I can reject like 3 or 4 designs from architect. I'll be asking her, where do you want me to get the design? There's particular design we want to materials want to import to Nigeria. We realize how much you're going to spend just for cleaning and custom detail. It's going to cost like £50,000. So I have to know we have to change the entire design because of that. The government is charging us 20%, and then we have to pay another 15% in Nigeria. That's 35%. That's a whole lot. How much are we going to sell that product? So we have to neglect that design and go for another design. So we need to be realistic from the beginning. All of us have to be on the same page. Collaboration is very key, like you said. We need, and also there's going to be a more awareness to regulate all these issues. No, but I don't think anybody is holding responsible to what we deliver on site in Nigeria. Nobody. There's one incident that happened in London, in Greenwich. A project had been delivered, almost 24-story building, and the government want to demolish it. Just because where they're supposed to be gym, they have converted to showroom. Where supposed to be car park, they have converted that place to green area. Just little thing. And the window size different from what they approve. Those are the little things that in Nigeria we don't even consider. And they have to go to court because government want to demolish the house in Woolies in UK there. Over 24-story building. And they want to check the value of that project. It's only less than 50 to 60,000 pounds. £1 million. A whole lot. And when I saw the documentary, I went there myself to see. And they give room to anybody to come and check. Like little things. And they are not even giving them an opportunity to change it or to amend anything. Government want to take it down. Do we have that kind of practice in Nigeria? We don't. Until we have that kind of enforcement, we will not get it right. And I think I would like to encourage our government to step in to correct all these mistakes.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, sir. So the final question before we round it up, before we call it a day, is to Mr. Emmanuel. Yeah, from your strategic position leading innovation in Lafarge Africa, how is the company leveraging data, AI, and other digital tools to predict, prevent, or respond to risks associated with construction failures in real time? Please, let's make it brief.
Okay, thank you very much. I think one of the things that we do very well is to also look at the trends to see how things are going. The good thing is that because of the fact that we have a lot of expertise and access to what is happening elsewhere, you can really imagine or predict where Nigeria will be in the next 5-10 years. You know, you look at the trend elsewhere, because if there's a global trend and you see that this is kind of standard way things should be done, you know that it's a matter of time. I mean, as the country begin to mature, we also aspire to be at that level. So we have come up with many solutions and many technology to try and also stay ahead of those trends. And one of the simple solutions is even using sensors in buildings, you know. It's so funny, you know, there was a time, the last time that a bridge was closed, you know, because we heard that they wanted to do some repair works. You know, for somebody like me, when I hear something like that, it's a bit, it annoys me to my core, because at this age and time, technology has gone past you shorting a bit to make repairs. There's a lot of ways that could have been done to ease the life of both the people using the road and the government. So I think the point here is that there are a lot of tools that we need to incorporate into the way we build and even how we build. Today, people talk about housing deficits in Nigeria. The housing deficit, and this is a very important point, is so huge that even if Nigeria as a country has all of the money today, let's say we have all of the money to close the deficit gap, the way we build today, it will take us more than 30 to 50 years. Assuming the money is on ground. So we need to look for other ways to build faster, you know, to build faster. And there are so many technologies. For example, we did a project with the government of Malawi to do a 3D printing of a school. It was done in 7 days, from start to finish. 7 days to 3D print a school. There are many projects in Lagos now, at least that I'm aware of, that they are using prefabrication. You know, you just come, you do the prefabrication off-site, then you bring it to site and start clicking it like Lego, not like Lego, you understand? So those are, yes, those are still not, but those are the kind of ways we need to start looking to see, okay, how do we bring innovation into the way we build, and how we, and this will come also to address some of the issues we are talking about, cost. Because one of the reasons why some of those buildings also cost so much is because I have gone to the bank to take a loan of 25% per annum, or 32 now, per annum. And I'm building a project and I don't finish that project in 1 year. That has cost implications. It has cost implications. So if I took a loan from a bank for 30% or 35%, depending on the bank you are using, and I'm able to turn those, and I'm able to build more projects in 1 year, again, without compromising the performance quality, but I'm able to build more, I'll be able to generate more revenue to offset my costs. But like I said, I think the first thing is to even look for ways through all of these green and sustainable means to even reduce your cost of capital in the first place and build more, bring innovation to do more in the time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. This will be bringing us to the end of our session. And I'm sure as much as we would like to blame the third parties as far as all these challenges are concerned, it's also something we all need to be self-aware of, that we have a role to play. Thank you, everybody, for your time. We'll be calling it today.
Norma Obodna.
My name is Yaraba Bahrani.
My name is Mark Kennedy.
My name is BC Shotunde.